generally, I read depressing ass leftist shit because I'm a depressed ass leftist, but I couldn't read any more depressing stuff lately, so I've been distracting myself by catching up on stuff that Nathan Rabin wrote on his website. Raven, Rabin, whatever. I actually had problems on the show pronouncing that man's name before, I'm pretty sure, because he's written extensively about both Fish and the Insane Clown Posse, too. Popular topics on the show, and his new project is he's reviewing every single movie by both Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, which I think is an admirable, well, at least a half admirable project. Yes. And I've decided that I really was gravitating towards this project because I now feel like I'm a fucking Nicolas Cage character. Like I feel like I've gone completely fucking insane.
You're in your Mandy game right now.
Oh, he's in Mandy era.
I still have not seen Mandy, amazingly. And yeah, I think that actually came up in the movie episode and I said I needed to see it and I still have not fucking seen Mandy, but yeah, I look disheveled. I'm sure I look crazy and alarming to those around me. I act erratically. I'm irrationally angry at those around me. I pretty much feel like a Nicolas Cage character at all times at this point.
You're really, real Vampire's Kiss energy.
That is, well, no, he's like weirdly jubilant in Vampire's Kiss.
Yeah, like
only when he's
the alphabet's fun, you know.
Only when he's like, sucking blood. I don't know. There are some other times in the movie where he's down horrendously because
vampire. Ha!
I mean, Vampire's Kiss is definitely like bipolar the movie, but he definitely does seem to be getting a lot of joy out of making Alva look for that file. That doesn't mean anything to anybody.
Yes.
It's such a MacGuffin. It's great.
That was great. She's so terrified every time. That's wonderful. Trav,
the best part is like the guy whose file it is. He doesn't care like at all. The author or whatever. He doesn't give a shit about the contract.
My original idea for the episode was to have a few minutes of movie corner with Trav, since it is a year-end thing. And I just wanted to say, though, is that we have to phrase it in a way like which movie that we like is going to get us canceled, Trav, is the question, because they're all of them.
Yeah, the top two at least.
Right, do I talk about the pedo movie or the pedo movie? Like, which
I thought wrong. I thought that pedophilia was hilarious. I was wrong. Twitter taught me otherwise. So now
I didn't have a moral compass. I didn't know how to consume art until Twitter told me.
I was led astray.
Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock tick 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 faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock tick
It goes back into my. It goes back the reactions to the newest PTA movie, which I will not spoil for Patrick's benefit. Those reactions though have reaffirmed my long-held belief over the last few years that no one knows how to like consume art, and it's a very pretentious and horrible like statement when you think about it, and like when you say it out loud, it sounds very dismissive, but it's just so apparent that no one really knows how to like analyze things and like use your brain. It's just so lazy. I don't know, Trav. I just find
there's nothing more capital A art than movies, because for fuck's sake, I had to watch all these movies late in the year. I eventually got out to LA. Wonderful thing living in LA. It's like the best thing, in my opinion, is I can go see these movies and get COVID, because that's how I got COVID. I was in the theater like the whole week. And so eventually I did get COVID from that. Maybe I that's a good reason, I think, for the sake of art, right?
Die for your art.
In like 3 years, I think I would sacrifice tasting. I think I would sacrifice getting COVID to taste movie popcorn again and watch a movie in a theater.
Yeah, for some night sweats, big fucking deal, right? I mean, obviously the Dominoes are a million times worse, but for that, I would say, yeah, I would agree. I'm privileged to say as well that my COVID was a fucking sinus infection. That's it. So, for that, I will say, yes, I'm glad I went through that to see Drive My Car, for example. Which is probably, I think we would agree that's a fucking great movie. I saw your review on that was like a 4.5 as well.
Yeah, I had a very like transportive experience. I said this. I mean, I haven't said this on the show, I don't think, but I haven't been out of the country. I'm not exactly like extremely well traveled, but the first nation that I would go to or country I would go to, if I could pick, for years now, would have been Japan, because I'm very fascinated with like
because you're
Japan.
White,
Well, yeah, exactly. I am a colonizer, so that's what I would do, right? But overall, like, part of what makes Japan so fascinating to me is it's such a beautiful country, and I've obviously seen, over the last 6-7 years, many, films from Japan. So then it's just like you watch a movie like this where you have long, extended driving sequences. Like, if you thought the driving sequences in like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood were electric, these are too, but in like a very different way. Like, creates such a like lived in feel, which is very common with like my top 3 movies this year, where it's like I feel like I'm at one with the place, where it's less that you're like watching a movie and more that you're like just observing characters.
I've always been a big setting guy. I love that aspect of filmmaking. I think that people have to go scout for film sites. I think that's a fucking great job. And Drive My Car is so, oh yeah. Casting, I think, is really cool, and scouting, I think, is really cool. And I think just excellent scouting for these things. It's just a really beautiful area. Not as well traveled as certain aspects of Japanese filmmaking. So it's kind of nice to see these corners traveled. I will say the themes of the film are really beautiful, about, just kind of recovering from your mistakes, about recovering from trauma and death, and, just finding yourself in these spaces and accepting your flaws. And it's a really powerful movie. It is worth every minute of its 3 hours. One of those movies I did not check my watch the whole time because I don't have a watch. I had a really terrific time with this one, and I saw it in the same theater that I saw the film Flea, which is right now my 3rd favorite movie of the year.
Nice.
And I would say if we're doing a top 3, that one I would have to take a second to highlight as well, because as a story about a gay Afghani refugee who goes through absolute hell to find freedom, I think it's an amazing story. And it's animated. And obviously that strikes my fancy as well. It is a beautifully animated film. Just really cool. Obviously, the settings are amazing. But most importantly, I think the narration is fantastic. I really got into this person's story, not only because it's inherently interesting, but because they seem like such an open-hearted individual. And I found that really engaging to watch. So it is actually in some theaters now. Finally, you don't have to go to art house theaters for it anymore. It was at an AMC this week. So I hope it finds its way to AMCs all over the place, because it is an awesome film. And I would highly recommend it.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the very few that I haven't seen, because over the last like month and a half, I've been watching movies like a madman. But I have not seen that. It's like out there. Like I could see it if I wanted to, but I was hoping it would come to a theater near me. But it has not at this moment. But we will hopefully see. I mean, I was referring to it earlier. Like I do think Licorice Pizza is wonderful. I think it has a lot to say about some things, and just doesn't need to say a lot at all. At the same time, it's probably one of the more I feel like every PTA movie, in my view, is like extremely evocative when it comes to just such a specific time and place. It's kind of like what I was referring to earlier with Drive My Car, but you could think back to, damn near, Phantom Thread, Inherent Vice. I could just name the whole filmography with the exception of like maybe Hard Eight, but that's a different kind of movie. But like,
I think Hard Eight's pretty. It's not. It still is rough compared to his later work, but I still think it's evocative of its time and place. Just it's not as stylized, I guess.
True. And that wasn't Hard Eight's a good movie. I don't mean to disparage Hard Eight.
It's more of a character piece than an auteur piece, I guess, because it's more about like the Philip Baker Hall performance than it is about his direction, I would say. And like, I think that like most people don't think of. I think most people consider Boogie Nights his first movie, which is not accurate, obviously. But
yeah,
I think that's his first truly like his first stylistically where he really establishes his approach, I guess, compared to Hard Eight. Whereas Hard Eight is a little. He still has some of his signatures in Hard Eight, but I think that it's still
like the flair.
It doesn't feel like a capital letters PTA movie the way Boogie Nights does, and then like obviously Punch Drunk after that. Like he definitely and Magnolia, then Punch Drunk. Like he's established himself completely by the time he's done Magnolia. Like no one else could do Magnolia, no one else could do Punch Drunk. You think some Hard Eight, as good as it is, I think could have been done by another director because it's more about the performances than direction. So.
Yeah, there aren't many people, there aren't many living filmmakers, I will say, that can just straight up like know when and where to place the camera and like move the camera than PTA. You could probably count the other people that can do it better on like one hand, if that. So
yeah, he's very intuitive.
Just the actual directing is just, and I'm not even like like I noticed a lot about directing just over the years. You watch so many movies, but it's not like I, went to film school. I took numerous film classes, but it's not the same. There's nowhere near the same thing. But you can just tell with someone like that. And I thought that the Alana Haim performance and the Cooper Hoffman performance were wonderful, and also like so clearly like. The age difference for one is like pointed at in the beginning and self-raised an eyebrow in the beginning, but the whole point of the fucking film, not the entire point, but she wants to be 19 and he wants to be 20. Like that's just what it is, and they're it's like openly stated. Oh, do you think it's weird that I hang out with Gary and his friends all the time or whatever, or do you him trying.
She's in the trailer,
it's just like it wants to be impressive and all that stuff. I will say the Sean Penn stuff, which like is also a thing of when she's like, fuck, like she wanted to. I think the Sean Penn stuff, and also, for one, hilarious scene when she goes on the motorcycle. I'm not going to spoil it, but the line when she's like, "Do you even know my real name?" is so funny.
Then she immediately falls off the bike within was it like 3 seconds?
It was definitely a gag that they pulled because that was so funny. And the I know Patrick doesn't like this person, and I'm not even like a huge fan, but in this movie, Tom Waits makes a great cameo.
He does. He does. He's just so
It's
wonderfully
really-
ranty and great.
It's really funny, and I don't know why.
Actually, I don't mind Tom Waits in a film context. He's done some stuff with Jim Jarmusch that I don't mind.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He's stuck to acting. I have no problem. Just the dog shit music that he makes.
He doesn't try to sing, so don't worry.
If that's what you call what he does. Sing.
Hey, Down by Law is a fucking great movie, and everyone should give that one a shot. It's like like a 10-minute performance here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if that. He just shows up,
growls a lot. It's fucking hilarious. He
does the scene and then leaves. I think my favorite little like bit was the when they're. Obviously all the Bradley Cooper stuff, but then they go. They're trying to get gas in the truck.
Yeah.
That was wonderful with the whole. Where it turns into like a fucking Formula One movie for 5 minutes when they're going on through the hills. So yeah,
it's a very Shaggy Dog like moment, like late in Boogie Nights, where things get really out of hand. It's one of those types of moments, and it's classic PTA. The last fucking thing I ever want to do is talk about the moralistic nature of this film. I'd rather beat my hand with a fucking hammer than do that. I'll say I really enjoyed living down the fucking street from where a lot of this was. Same thing as Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That was really cool. It did add to the evocative quality. Made for a really good audience. I'll say that much. They found every fucking thing hilarious, you know, for better or for worse. They're just like, I've seen that, you know. It's a really fun experience to be there for that. But really, I thought the choices they made for the setting was fantastic. It was very real, in a very valley kind of like shitty sort of suburban kind of way. That's also kind of gritty Hollywood. It's cool. It was a hilarious movie, and that carried a lot. It's the kind of film I would have fucking loved when I was like 20, because I had a real thing for movies where nothing happens at all, and they just sort of are like slice of life, kind of just let the.
We described like
Richard Linklater.
And now you're just you're really to me right now, Trev.
Oh, totally! I love that shit. Like 10 years ago, like that was my bag. And no harm on this one, because it was fucking hilarious. Like it didn't matter. This is not his most tightly plotted film. Let's be clear. Yeah.
It reminded me like of it evokes like Inherent Vice a little bit, in a way, not as like head spinning, you know, but
better characters, better drawn characters, in my opinion. Because of the casting.
He could only work with what he was given for Inherent Vice.
For Pinchon, yeah.
That's the thing about Pinchon, is that he's not necessarily the most three-dimensional. Like, he's one of my favorite authors, but not because he draws three-dimensional characters.
Right.
And honestly, that's one of his better protagonists. Like, you know, Doc Sportello. So that's saying something. So, considering
I think
essentially that character is just basically kind of a variation on, like, at least the way it comes across in the PTA film. And, well, the way I think it is in the book, too, is he's essentially a variation on the dude from The Big Lebowski, who is essentially just a riff on, like, a Raymond Chandler protagonist. Like, so it's kind of like a variation on that, which is not the most deep character. That's kind of the joke, that this stone moron is a great detective, or a detective at all. So...
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point. I didn't even I never thought of the dude when thinking of in the movie more so. I guess the book is tough to, you know, put that on, but it's been a while since I read the book. It was read in college, but Licorice Pizza was wonderful. You know, definitely recommend. You know, when it eventually is safe, which will probably not be until it's out on your television screen at home, Patrick, but. I definitely think you would like. I definitely think you would like it. I mean, obviously you like it. We know what the deal is.
That and the Wes Anderson film, which I know is not like anybody's favorite Wes Anderson.
No, I liked it.
It's dope. It's dope. Yeah.
I liked it more after seeing it. Like during the experience, I was like, yeah, this is cool. It's like, you know, Wes doing Wes stuff. Like, and I remember I was kind of like lukewarm when I left the theater, but. Thinking back on it now, actually, it rose in my estimation over time. So
that Benicio del Toro short was great.
That's my favorite one. It has a lot more heart than I gave it credit for in the beginning. Yeah,
you don't naturally assume that he's going to bring heart with him. You're going to expect craft and precision, but let's see what this story brings. And it kind of does depend. I got a little lost in the weeds on the second one. It was cool. I really liked the third one, but the Benicio del Toro one's a classic. I think that's actually one of the better things I've seen from Wes. Definitely worth your time, and obviously the craft is unbelievable. And you know what? Some great black and white. This has been a really weird year for black and white.
It's like
movies.
Every third movie is black and white.
Black and white. I thought it was really well done in that short. Very well chosen. Obviously, the time frame was accurate to it. It wasn't just like, hey, let's make a fucking black and white movie like Come On, which I loved, by the way.
Which is the only like really good black and white movie, I think. So of the
I loved Come On, but that's just one.
That's a great movie.
Yeah. Anyway, Mike Mills is I've really come to love him in recent years. I was a big fan of 20th Century Women. I love that movie. And
that was a good movie. I was kind of like lukewarm on Beginners, but he grew on me with 20th Century Women, and I think this one's his best movie.
Yeah. So
I didn't expect to really, really connect with it, but the scene where the one kid, I forget which city they're in, might be New Orleans or something, or Chicago, but it's the scene where the one kid is talking about how like he doesn't. It eventually comes back to like not having hope for the future or whatever. And I was like, oh my god, like, are you like reading my mind? it's like a 12-year-old actor just like reading my mind right now with like talking about how like, you know, he doesn't. It was something about like how the world is, something eventually how like it's hard to see the world improving and blah blah blah. I'm like, holy shit.
Fucking doomers. No, he's right though.
He is right. He is right.
It is certainly hard to see the world improving or have any hope for the future for any number of reasons. But one thing that does give us hope for the future, and one thing that has gotten us through the past 2 years, gulag of never-ending bullshit, is music. And I think that's my incredibly clumsy attempt at transitioning into talking about what we love this year in music. So,
do you want to have a section where we just shit on bad music, or are we just going to the good stuff this year? Okay. Let me scroll to the bottom of my list then.
As is tradition, yes. I mean, like we established.
There's a Logic project that came out this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to say this is the Eminem Memorial section. It's also the Logic Memorial section, but I have something special because you were kind enough to give me a present last year of former Misfits frontman Glenn put out that wonderful album of doing his best Roy Orbison, his best Jim Neighbors. Well, I got something for you. Did you know that the Canibus Man gave us an album this year? Canibus, famous battle rapper, the man. Yeah.
Shit. Very great artist.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. And his album was called Kaiju. And there's a track on here that I'd like you to hear. It's called COVID Santa. Yes.
Give it to me, COVID Santa.
COVID Santa.
Give me that COVID.
Yeah, we got to sync up for this one. We got to sync up for this.
I'm immunized at this point. I have so many fucking antibodies.
You're like Joe Rogan. You're so immunized you can't even get into Canada.
This dude's like Aaron Rodgers, man. He's got fucking.
God! Every new Aaron Rodgers story just makes my brain bleed. Like
my wife's a Packers fan. She fucking hates him.
Fresh new Aaron Rodgers drop every couple of days. Like he's like Aaron Rodgers. Like he'll just send something like Aaron Rodgers on the Manning podcast points to a copy of Atlas Shrugged. I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's fully.
It's actually
really
like,
think for themselves anymore.
It's incredibly ironic because this guy is like been the best player in the league for the second year in a row this year, and you're just like he's out here toting fucking Joe Rogan like ideas and
well, my wife made a great point. She was because I was like, wow, the Packers really hit it out the park with their choice of quarterbacks once again, and she's like, well, he didn't like do a good job of like for a while, selling himself as like one of the smart athletes. He was like a guest host on Jeopardy. He was really presentable. It's like, oh yeah, he's not going to text pictures of his dick to anybody. You can take him home. He's a good athlete. You know, he's smart. He's presentable, and no, he's inoculated.
You can take the man out of Berkeley, but you can't take the Berkeley out of the man. You know.
We're getting a lot of local humor out of Trav on this episode.
Yeah, wow, yeah. Trav is on fire in this one. Absolutely on fire.
You know who else is on fire? You know who else is on fire is the
COVID Santa,
man, and that's why we're going to listen to COVID Santa now.
His fever is off the charts.
You know those producer drops where it's like, this is a world premiere. This is a living off borrowed time TM world premiere right here. COVID Santa. Let's get it.
I got a fever, and there's only one cure.
Wait, hold on. Why is there a giant? I just Googled. I put COVID Santa into YouTube rather, and the first thing that comes up.
It tries. YouTube is blocking you from the truth. You have to actually go and search the incorrect spelling of cannabis.
Yes. I literally had to do that for it to come up, and the first thing that comes up is a giant website logo over the thumbnail of this video.
Of this great cover art, by the way. The cover art is just like, we are connoisseurs of cover art like this on this show. And it's like a alien baby, and it's the most galaxy brain cover art. Anyway,
wait, when you click on it, the CDC logo comes up with get the latest information about COVID. Which, of course, you know.
No COVID misinformation, please.
Oh, yeah, not from the CDC. They wouldn't tell you to go back to work after a few days. No way.
Yeah,
Only gotta hide out for a couple days.
CDC just talked to Columbia Records. They're all good. So
they're all good. CDC said, fuck a pandemic. We in a pandemic. Let's get it.
We in a panoramic. Got to make that money.
All right. We counting down to play this COVID Santa?
Cannabis, COVID Santa. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys give me a 5 count because I'm ready.
Hang on, I got to get it up on my tablet because I can't play it on my phone because my phone doesn't want me to hear the truth.
Steve Jobs doesn't want you to hear the truth.
Is he gonna battle rap Fauci?
All right, yeah, I'm ready whenever you are. So whoever
Let's
wants
go.
to count down.
All right,
5,
I'm ready.
4,
3, 2, 1.
Ominous.
Diction gave this album 3.5 stars.
This is like lockdown days. Ominous.
Why is there a guy with a fedora on the cover?
Why not?
Starts off with a slow pan from a drone cam and a drone operator with cool hands. A body bag, bent beat bumps. A time from a grandfather Glock. Made a pound with walnut studs.
He's really painting a picture for us.
Of carbon fiber, one can only guess the fly higher and faster for being lighter.
Addiction gave this how many stars?
3.5.
Black diamond conditions, travel restricted and closed off. A shipment of hummingbird broth.
Mrs. Claus had a psychotic glow off because of hummingbird broth.
Got him. What the fuck, man?
Miss Claus has a fentanyl problem.
They say he's in bad shape. Just look at the landscape. I don't care if it's man-made or not. It's a damn shame. Mrs. Claus stopped payment. The Goods Department ran out of bases. The elves are working for terrorist organizations.
The elves are working for terrorist organizations.
Yeah, bars, bro.
Dance and prints that have capped hots and fluid blocks. We wonder what Santa's gonna do when the music stops. In our first conversation, we asked Miss Claus about her GPS ankle bracelet. Miss Claus, can you please take us to Santa? She looked over at one of the elves, wouldn't give us an answer. Now this elf was whistling Amazing Grace and didn't say much. Looked like he had a pistol tuck, straight up. He said he was a player in the global human settlement layer. Another elf said, we'll take you to Santa, but we need your passport.
So much of this is about talking to the elves.
My God.
Without blinking an eye, they opened the door, took me outside. Walked down range to abutments to build a building type frame with a door that had a kryptonite chain. Couldn't believe I heard the whirling sound of a machine.
Absolute bars.
At first, I see bare feet, the EKG beat. I move closer, then I see rosé shampoo cheeks. I see tubes carrying red blood out of 2 man boobs. I'm so confused. I turned around to the elves and said, what in Satan's name have you done to yourself?
All right, that was lazy.
It's hard to ignore, but I owe you an explanation. I'm not a doctor, but I'm not an imposter. I'm a medical doctor.
Okay.
That was a Fauci dish.
Yeah, there you go. Take that, Fauci.
Imposter.
I know that I'm a fast talker, but he's gonna die without the proper anatomic markers. His interstitial fluid have been mixing with unknown biopollutants, turning him into some kind of mutant.
All right.
Genomic integrity's in great jeopardy, is what he said to me. And he's been treated for the latest strain. He's positive, non-homologous. We contacted Dr. Oculus. I'll ask him.
Dr.
Ooh,
Oculus.
spiritual lyrical right there.
Mumble rap is fucking dead.
I know, man. Playboy Cardi retire.
Yeah, he fucking stepped on it.
Look at him, don't you think Santa looks a big god? Antibody dependent enhancement. What are Santa's chances? Don't they make a ozonated cream for cancer, you little shit?
Huh? What? What about dick pics?
Oh, homophobia.
What?
Of course.
Well, that's what happened in my Christmas this year. So,
I mean, that's accurate. It was going to be about Santa bringing us all COVID for Christmas, which he did in fact bring my family. But this definitely, his anatomical markers were out, and Mrs. Claus had fentanyl problems, and the elves were a lot of talking to the elves. What?
I can't pretend to understand what the hell he's talking about, because I'm only Galaxy Brain level 2. I'm between joke and woke,
I'm going to have to consult Genius, our friends at Genius, about this one.
I'm following along.
Genius, COVID.
We need to talk about Travis Scott concert.
Oh, I had a good friend of mine was there.
Is he alive?
She's alive. She survived, made it out. Thankfully,
stuff.
I was a little concerned there for approximately 12 hours.
I'm touching my face right now in concern and sorrow, as Travis Scott would.
Yes, with a nice little filter on it.
Well, Travis Scott did buy everybody a month's subscription to BetterHelp, so he did his part.
Right.
Yeah,
You can talk about your trauma for approximately 30 days.
And then that's it.
That's it. Your free trial's up. Sorry
you also
about
get
that.
a free trial of Tidal as well.
Absolutely. Where you can stream the latest Travis Scott song, aptly titled "Escape Plan." That you didn't.
The optics on that are not great.
The optics are bad. It's bad. I'm pretty sure it came out long before the thing, but still bad. Not good.
The stock and the name Travis took a hit this year, so that's good.
Yeah.
Ouch. Tough.
Yeah. You'll be happy to know, though, that Legends Will Never Die said he's pretty sure that the song Travis Scott Concert was written before the Astroworld tragedy. I don't know what he has to go off of that with, because there is zero evidence that on this album where the Canibus Man has no compulsion about trotting out like whatever MF Doom and DMX quote unquote verses he had, that he would also name a song Travis Scott Concert to try and capitalize off that tragedy. Why? In what world would he have written a song called Travis Scott Concert before Astroworld?
Travis Scott Concert, unbody spirits in the mosh pit. Hold the crowd spiritually hostage. So it's spiritually hostage. It's not literal.
Oh,
what?
Wrote this
1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
He had a bigger beef with the spiritually crushing nature of 90210 and such.
Goosebumps really gave him
every time.
He does not want to pick up the phone.
Made him shiver.
He's very disturbed.
He's not off the coffee bean. He does not want to pick up the phone.
We could do
highly disturbing.
I could actually run this riff for hours, so we should probably just abandon it at this point. But
Travis Scott doing the robot while his fans died to I don't know what it was. I can't remember what song it was. Probably something from something they had a feature on. Probably, honestly, I mean, I don't even fucking know. I can't even remember. Upper Echelon. I can't fucking remember what it was. It was a very low point in this awful year.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Yeah, Travis Scott making Mick Jagger's performance at Altamont look dignified. Definitely, it was not a high point for anybody.
But he's an algorithm. He's not a human being, so I give him a break. I don't think he's an actual person. That's my personal theory. So I give him a break. I was about to say the biggest tragedy here, but that's not funny. I'm not going to say that. But he definitely made me look like a real asshole, because I had a big, come to Jesus moment on the podcast where I'm like, Travis Scott isn't so bad. Like, he's not so, he makes algorithm music sometimes, but he's actually kind of an artist, this and that. We had, Too Broke to Care came on here and, convinced me that Travis Scott's not so bad. We all hate this guy Jason instead. And then this year proved
great episode
beyond a shadow of a doubt. No, Travis Scott is that bad. Fuck Travis Scott. I mean, he has some great songs, but he's pretty much a piece of shit as a human being. So.
I tend to I tend to blame noted evil Empire Live Nation more than Travis Scott for this. However, his name is on the festival, and in terms of the general reactions, the not doing much in the moment, which to me isn't nearly as bad as what happened after, in terms of the lack of awareness when it comes to issuing a public apology / doing anything to help said victims of the horrible tragedy at your festival with your name on it.
Yeah, it just seemed like a total
definitely could rub anyone the wrong way.
Seemed like a lack of ownership or accountability at all on his part, and
can't blame Travis Scott for trying to pack as many teenagers like sardines in a can into an enclosed environment for the sake of your bottom line. Also, can't blame Travis Scott for not for the organizers of the festival, but you can blame Travis Scott for
security,
for the other stuff. Like for me, it really comes down to what happened after, you know. And I mean, I get it, like the discourse is tiring, but it was the post tragedy stuff and how it was personally handled by him are a super bad look. I mean, just
when people die because of something that you were indirectly or directly responsible for, you don't want to go onto YouTube and type your name, apology, and then meme comes after it. That's bad. That's bad. Don't do that.
You don't want to become a GIF or a meme
because of an apology.
Yeah.
Involving death. One of my students asked me, Mr. Whitman, one of my friends is talking to me about Travis Scott and this situation. Could you please give me an argument for how this isn't Travis Scott's fault? And I said, Live Nation, but for all the reasons that you laid out. But also Travis Scott sucks. And that was the end of that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have handled the aftermath of this any more callously or tone deaf if he had like given the families like a voucher for a free Travis Scott burger or something. Like it just rang so false.
I'm surprised that didn't happen. In fact, I give him a little bit of credit for that. Again, not a human being; he's an algorithm. He's in with the Kardashians and Jenners now, so he's gone. He hasn't had to be a human being in a very long time. So when called upon, he failed. He failed miserably. So, yeah, not a good look. Didn't have a project out this year that I can remember. So he didn't even get to have that. I can't list him on my worst albums list or best. So he just fucked up all year as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
well, and of course, when discussing tragedies of the year, I mean, well, I'm not going to cheapen that tragedy, but this is definitely this segment of the year. Pretty much the patron saint. We have two patron saints of this, part of this tradition, and one of them is, of course, our friend Mr. Tarantino, Bobby Tarantino. Drop something. This
the Rat Pack assemble. Yep.
Yes.
Noted Mario Kart player Logic.
It's a worse version of the Avengers somehow.
Rat Pack assemble. Yes. Oh Jesus! This album was even more pointless than usual. Going from
this is like his R&B shit, right? Like I didn't listen to this. You guys tell me how this like. I guess
I did not listen to this. This is all.
Oh, I did. All right, so I guess I got to carry the. Okay.
Yeah,
I got to carry the torch.
You are our resident Logic expert.
Fan.
Everybody's going to yell at us for calling you our resident Logic expert, like with the Mach-Hommy fans.
Bobby Tarantino 3.
Get that title. I think you're actually welcome to have it. So.
Let me bring this album up. So the only thing you really need to know is that if you somehow survive the first half a dozen tracks, including the song called Vaccine, it actually doesn't end that badly. It kind of turns into like a generic, like background, like Logic type beat project. It's just really kind of embarrassing and generic. However, the song My Way is so bad that it became a meme at my school because people started sharing it because it was so fucking terrible. And I recommend everyone listen to My Way. It's like Drake if Drake had even less dignity and talent.
That's promising.
That's usually how I describe most Logic projects.
Yeah, so basically he delivered. I mean, I can't even begin with My Way. I would like, let me see if I can get on my fucking phone here. I think it's my responsibility to play this song. One of my students, his what he said was, Mr. Why is he singing like that?
I think you can get your teaching license revoked for like inflicting all this.
Because I started playing. I was playing on my headphones, and I started laughing. I was laughing so fucking hard that he just looked up at me and was like, "What? What are you listening to?" I'm like, "Well, here, it's this new hit song, My Way. It just came out today." It sounds like a really shitty, like feels like summer kind of, but like awful.
Ah, yes. Bring me those 2013 vibes.
What is the cut rate Akon bullshit?
Why is he singing like that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Here.
Just me and my family and all my friends. We gon' do it our way to the fucking end. I'm
Oh.
do it my way. I will never bend no hand. Take a look at my lens.
And that was
Yeah,
the
you're-
lead single.
Get your lighters out. Let's go.
Yeah, that's definitely the sing-along moment at the concert.
Oh, I would know, right?
Yeah,
Right before the
exactly.
Coyotes show up. You're,
I was going to say, that's the moment where you pray for the Coyotes to finish you off.
to end my misery. Currently, I have Bobby Tarantino 3 as the 239th greatest album out of 251 that I heard this year. So it's pretty fucking bad. It's pretty fucking awful. But My Way is definitely a highlight and a low light. It just does that for another 2 minutes. There's nothing new. There's no new elements for the remainder of the song. So you got the gist. That's why I stopped it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Logic delivered in that regard.
So I think that's pretty much all we really need to cover out of Logic. One of the people, and there's
Check
people
in.
that Logic has, made a career of ripping off. One of them was J. Cole. J. Cole dropped something this year. I didn't listen to that either. I'm sure it was fine as J.
It
Cole.
was mid. It was fine. It was fine mid. It was on like the tolerable end of mid. It's all right.
Yeah. But the other one was Marshall Eminem Mathers. Did he drop that music? Did he drop was Music to Be Murdered By this year or last year? I always forget. I think it was
last year.
But he dropped probably the worst verse I've heard all year on it got reused twice. I think it was on Dre's album, but it was also on the Grand Theft Auto 5 on something called Gospel. And first of all, shout out to reviewer of a record, Legends Will Never Die, who, when reviewing this, made the really suspect comment when talking about Dre's verse that Dre rightly calls his ex-wife a gold digger, which is like weirdly just out of nowhere. Like, this guy never has like an assertive thing to say about anything, but he's really certain saying that. And I don't think we should be co-signing anything Dre says about a woman ever, considering his history with beating the shit out of women.
True.
And then we have Eminem's verse. It was sheer luck, like a fucking leprechaun with his beer cut.
Got him. Bars, son. What you gonna say about that?
And I serial kill, and you're Kellogg's. I love checks, and I hate tricks, and you're a fake bitch. Bitch, I'm better than cake mix, but I can't be whipped with egg beaters. You cunts must be out of your labias.
Damn, that's
Jesus
a real.
Christ.
Flow's
God
sick.
damn it.
Anybody can get it. COVID.
Yes, bars.
He isn't wrong.
I got more chips.
He's so prescient. What a prophet. This is some of y'all's Hall of Fame rapper here.
This is the greatest rapper of all time, guys.
The GOAT.
This shit
I know
could
it's
end
like-
up coming to blows like a wiener.
No. Wow, he's fallen off so much. Jesus Christ.
I'm
but
not
we've
even-
been saying that for over a decade.
Fuck.
This man is like 50 years old.
He's been bad since 2002. What are we doing, guys?
What are we
Like,
doing?
Like, Hop Sin would look at that line and be like, that's too juvenile. I need to grow
Yeah, he was
up.
like, dog, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one.
Like Ruben
Did
Slick.
the man
would
who
look at that
invented
and be
wieners
like,
come to blow with wieners?
That ain't it.
Yeah, Ruben Slick's like, no, you gotta have a better flow.
You got
than
to have
that.
a little
Come
more
on.
composure than that.
Holy hell.
Me and Dre are like dog hair. We're both in our lab coats like retrievers.
There's like half of an okay line in there, maybe. You went too far.
No. But no, he keeps going with it though. But like a Doberman, I'm a whole different breed of animal mutt mixed with an overachiever. See, he can't let well enough alone. He just has to keep going and going and being shittier and shittier. Like,
I have to compound it.
Yeah, and he got a lot of praise for his verse on the Nas album, King's Disease 2, not the most recent Nas album, and I thought that verse was dog shit too. We kind of covered that, I think, in the mid-year. I'm not going to relitigate that one too much, but that verse, I think, is worth noting that he lists Jay Dilla as a great rapper. Love Jay Dilla, but like no one, including Jay Dilla, would list Jay Dilla in the list of rappers that like he's doing at the end. It's just, goddamn, fuck Eminem. Yeah, it's just, no. Shit's about to come to blows like a wiener. There you go, Eminem in 2021. You hate to listen to it. You just hate to hear it.
You do, genuinely, and it's like I still don't know where the listeners are coming from. Like I know where they are coming from, but it's just like I just can't.
If you actually look at the library.
Yeah, if you look at the comment thread on YouTube for that, I mean, first of all, I don't know why you would do that, but I was in quarantine for the past 2 weeks. I had nothing better to do. I was looking up. I wasn't coughing for performative effect, I swear. That's something like Eminem would do on a song. It's like an ad-lib thing. Oh, yeah, he had a sequel to Venom. Num, 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 num.
Yes.
Num, num.
And it was worse. It was worse somehow.
Yeah, but he has a 9/11 punchline on there, and he does like a fucking ad-lib of like a plane going into a tower. Guys, he's 50! 50!
I gotta say, Tom Hardy acting as an alien symbiote with an insatiable appetite would be better rapping on that song than Eminem. And by the way, I'm praising Tom Hardy. We stand Tom Hardy as Venom in this house.
Oh yeah, no, this is a pro Tom.
Wonderful performance from Tom Hardy, and Venom, much better than anything else. Much better art than anything Eminem could produce. Jesus Christ.
Where are the listeners coming from? I would say the library. I told you guys about the time that
Rap Genius,
trailer parks. I told you about the time that I got my Wi-Fi taken in the trailer park, and I got a letter from the from the people above saying, "Hey, you stole an Eminem album." And I was like, "No, I didn't." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, that was back when I lived in a trailer park." So I can tell you that's where the fans are coming from. That's from,
there's the most loudly MAGA chud guy at my job who plays his music way too loud on his forklift. The one rapper he always plays when he's not playing Eminem. Yeah, the one rapper he plays when he's not playing like Kid Rock, Butt Rock, or, top 40 bullshit is Eminem. I assume that people whose favorite basketball player answer for that is always Larry Bird. Their favorite rapper is Eminem.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I know.
Something to think about.
True, unfortunate putting Larry Bird in company with that in that company.
With apologies to Larry Bird, this is not a diss on Larry Bird.
All the whites are coming down, me included.
Yeah,
Pat, all of us. You, Caleb, we're all going down.
I am not exempt. I'm first up on the chopping block, actually.
We've had it coming for a long. Honestly, we have had it coming for a long time. I'm not even mad.
True.
Yeah, it took this long. Oh, okay.
Trav, what are some what are some other horrendous things that you saw this year or saw or listened to?
I lived this year. Let's see.
Hey man,
Certified Lover Boy was fucking awful. I still have not heard it a second time. And
neither have I. I have listened to it for the podcast, and that was more than enough. Even the good songs, like I said, when we were doing it for the podcast, I was able to come up with an EP's worth of good songs, and one of them almost featured Drake. on his own album. I haven't listened to any of those. I guess if I had to, I don't think I put it on the worst of the year just because, you know, the Rick Ross Wayne song, the Knife Talk. Like, there are good songs on there, but the bad is bad, man. The bad.
And there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it.
There is bad.
It's not. It never even. The thing is, it's bad, but it never reaches like the hilarious level of like meme worthy point and laugh bad Scorpion does. Like I said, there's no Ratchet Happy Birthday that you can be like, this is so bad it's funny. It's just so bad it's boring.
Trav, did you hear the speaking of meme worthy? Did you hear like that meme worthy YBN Nahmir album?
I did, and I was about to talk about it.
First of all, as album cover aficionados, that's definitely one where my fifth eye is open.
It is. I can take a moment to analyze it, but I really think that we all need to talk.
What album? I need
Visionland. You already know from the album title what you're getting.
Yeah. Can we talk about? Well, I mean, I probably have a closer relation. Like, I remember.
Oh my god, that's funny.
I remember vividly when Rubbing Off the Paint dropped, and I was like, "Damn, this guy's cool as hell." Like, I like this song, and I liked some of the subsequent singles. And then it was clear that they just didn't really like. That whole crew was just like kind of thrown together, and they didn't really have like an identity, and none of them were here for the long haul. And then he just got like label purgatoried, and then now he drops.
And then he put out Soul Train. Yeah. Soul Train, which is one of the greatest songs of all time. I have played that song in my private moments and cried laughing more than I'd like to admit. It's a wonderful song. Sometimes we're just doing too much, you know? And I think that's a masterpiece of awful ambition and talent mixed together. Definitely worth anyone's time, unlike My Way by Logic. Bobby Tarantino, my bad.
Show him some respect.
I'm a fucking scumbag. I'm sorry. But Soul Train is very similarly awful in that it's a mildly listenable-ish beat that is absolutely shit upon in the worst way. And if you go onto YouTube and look at the comments, which I think I might do now, that'll be my last contribution to this. They're fucking hilarious. And the producer for Soul Train actually goes into the comments to defend the song. And you know what? He doesn't deserve too much shit because actually it's a fairly decent beat. It's really people pitying him mostly. So this is 4.7 million views this song got, which is incredible. I'm playing this song at the party if I want everybody to leave, was the first comment.
Was it top rated?
That's top. This is one of the songs the DJ plays when it's time to close down the club.
Damn.
This sounds like something they play at the end of a kid's animated film. For future generations who can no longer see the dislike bar, this song currently has 470,000 dislikes.
Impressive.
And 56,000 likes. Let's pay respects to the sound engineer who had to hear the raw recording without the auto-tune. Without the dislike button, YBN gonna think he dropped the classic. Oh my god, I love it.
It is sad what happened.
Getting rid of the dislike button has actually made it so internet, trolls have had to kind of step their game up and be more clever than just ratioing. So shout out to people who are coming up with nice burns like that.
True.
I'm so fucking sick of seeing ratio. It's really been the past week or so. I've seen it more even than before, and I hate it. And I want to say let's leave it in 2021, but I've seen it already more than in 2022. So I guess it's just going to keep growing like COVID and spreading.
Like COVID. Yep.
I'm a bigger fan of L plus ratio plus insert like adjective here, but we're in general it has been an accelerated decline in the
Young Boy Better,
ratio. Yes, I remember when Young Boy Better was just like a niche meme in the rap community, and now it's taken over the world.
I mean, we're just
why be better?
Someone's going to comment ratio on this video,
Yes.
Hey, Trav, L plus ratio
L,
plus fuck you.
Plus you're white.
Plus you're white. You're canceled.
Sure. See, I didn't even get a chance to talk about Red Rocket in the film discourse, and that was going to cancel me.
I'm not even touching that with a 10-foot pole. Forget, the double entendre. Don't ask me how.
You don't like donut shops, Trev? You don't like? I fucking love that movie.
Dude, go see all of Sean Baker's films. He's a fucking god, man. I love him.
He is the modern day neorealist.
Just white trash. Just trash. It's Jerry Springer shit, but beautifully filmed. I love it. It resonates with my soul. I think Pat can appreciate this too.
Let Sean don't stop with the lazy takes about Sean Baker. Let him be the American Ken Loach. Okay, leave him alone. All right, give him budgets for movies and let him be America's Ken Loach, or who's the guy that made Bicycle Thieves? I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
You went to film class, not me.
Yeah. Well, the Italian director who made
guy.
No, it's fucking. I know his first name. I don't know his last name, but whatever, doesn't matter.
Pat left.
Yes.
Pat left.
No, I had to go.
Desika, yes. I had to turn on.
You had to go be white somewhere.
I had to turn on my Jared Leto and House of Gucci voice.
I missed. What did I miss? I had to go return my wife's charger real quick.
Just talking about
you were all talking about how white you were. I figured I wasn't missing anything important.
That's what we always do.
right. White people, white trash.
Yes, all Sean Baker films are basically extended Maury / Jerry Springer bits that are beautifully filmed and therefore lauded, but they're ultimately white trash, and I love them. They resonate.
Although not Tangerine though.
Right.
There is a white guy in Tangerine who is trash. But,
I only see white. Sorry.
He doesn't see race.
I was searching for something that was going to get us canceled, and that's what it's going to be.
I only see white. There's the quote.
Yeah, there's the intro right there. All right, call the cancel council. Load traffic the cancel council.
That's the title.
Copy and paste that and make it the intro.
Loop it. And then not the last time I was on here, time before that, when I did the Logic story, I got the quote for that one. I got the title for that one. Hopefully,
I liked it. I liked your.
But this
story
one,
so
it's
much.
not a matter of like; it's a matter of need, right? It's
it's a matter of vision, tunnel vision.
I see black and white. How about that?
Is this the part we get to Is this the part we get to our top 10s?
I can't even shoehorn a fucking transition into that.
Let's just go right into something that'll get us canceled. Let's talk about Donda, because that's my number 10.
That's also my number 10. All right.
That was a transition.
That was great. Let's talk about something else that'll get us canceled. Marilyn Manson.
Guess who's going to
Guess who's going to jail tonight?
Hopefully him.
So, I mean, this is the easiest way to get into it anyway, since we both share a number 10. So yeah, we're gonna. Well, I guess I did want to real quick mention it, real quick before we get into it. Is there anything else that we didn't mention on the Trav? You weren't on the honorable mentions episode. Anything you want to honorable mention real quick before we get into the top 10?
Yeah, is Cities of Aviv on your list?
Fuck. It would be right outside of my list because I forgot about it because it dropped at the beginning of the year. It'd be like 11, but we can talk about it. We can talk about it because I've been listening to a lot of Cities of Eve lately. So it was like on and off my list. It's just outside of it. We can talk about it though.
Yeah, I want to let you take the floor for most of it because this is my only Cities of Eve album I've heard. I'm new. This is the first. And I loved it. It's like my number 16. It's like right in my honorable mentions. I love this album. It is. There's so much of like this kind of like vaguely like hypnagogic kind of strange surrealist rap I love right now. Mike's Disco is another great example.
Yeah.
Just a superb album. And I love this one. It's extremely long, but very engaging. Very like the rapping on it is so alive. And there's always this temptation to just kind of take a back seat to the samples and this type of sound. But man, I found him to be really engaging through the whole listen. Wonderful sampling. I couldn't get enough of this album, but I don't really know where to go from here as far as his discography goes, so I'm going to let that go. But that's definitely one of my honorable mentions.
I would say, yeah, it's, as far as his discography goes, there's two kinds of Cities of Eve albums. There are ones that aren't really rap intensive, like Score, which was very hard to score because he put it up on Bandcamp for literally 2 hours and then pulled it. And I think that might have been the joke with the title, because he does this a lot with songs. He'll put them up and then he'll take them away. So that it was extremely hard to find. It does now circulate on SoulSeek. Shout out to Infinity. He was one who actually was able to find. I don't know if he was the one who initially found it, but he was able to get it from somebody, and now I'm able to circulate it. That is a 45-minute long track, which is there's almost no rapping on it. There's Gum, which is also the same way. There's very little rapping on that. Those are mostly about like the textures, the sampling, the looping. But then you have stuff like Raised for a Better View. The other one, Your Discretion is Trust, which actually came out on Martin Shkreli's. Shout out Martin Shkreli, friend of the show.
Yes.
His label, way back in 2013, I believe. So he's definitely been around for a while, and those are more, a lot more in the Mike vein, I would say, where Mike or, Standing on the Corner, Earl circa some rap songs vein, where it's rapping, but it's more rap intensive, but it's definitely, I would say, more emo rap is not the right word. I mean, that seems dismissive, but you know what I'm saying with it, where it's more about the emotion behind the rapping than the technicality of it, but there's still a level of technicality to the rapping. Mm-hmm. But the way he delivers it, though, I think is definitely more in that hypnagogic pop vein that you were talking about, like, which I think has more in common with, I guess Akai Solo would be a good comparison, I think, out of all those guys. And actually, I think he guested on Akai's album on like the closing track, which is 9 minutes long, because that's just how Cities of Eve is. So yeah, he has something coming out this year. Man Plays the Horn, which I'm really looking forward to. He just dropped a single, which I don't know if it's the lead single for it or not. I forget what it's called, but it's fucking fantastic. I need to look that up. But so yeah, he's on fire right now. I highly recommend it. And I think his album, if anybody's, did anybody have the Little Ugly Man album on their list or no?
No. I remember we chopped it up about it in the honorable mentions episode.
I mentioned it. Well, I guess Trav, but you don't have the Little Ugly album on your list, do you?
It's like 30 something. It would have been on my long. It would have been on my long list. Yeah. No, I think it's great, but yeah, I didn't make my list.
I think it's like a sister album to that. Basically, I wasn't going to go into too much detail about it, but I think this is kind of a sister album to that. I think that they are very complementary styles to each other. Where he's at now, not so much where he was at in the past, but what he's doing on his most recent album, I think, is very close to what Aviv is doing with just like moods and textures. So, yeah, it's hard for me to really vocalize what's so impressive about it, because I'm not going to try. I'm just going to move on.
Good for you, Pat.
Yeah, fuck
it. Good for you. That's a win.
It's been a long couple of weeks. I feel bad because I really did forget about that album because it dropped so early in the year. But I remembered, especially because I've been listening to so much of Eve lately, it probably would have snuck in. Honestly, it's a better album than Donda, and that's my way of transitioning to talking about Donda. But the thing about Donda is that it hit at just the right time to be personally significant for me, where there was no way it wasn't going to be on my list. But with its flaws, There's no way it can be any higher than 10. And I will defer to you to start the discussion on that. So
yeah, I am always reviewing Donda Deluxe. Fuck the original, even though the original is infinitely better sequencing. The sequencing on Donda Deluxe is so fucking awful that I love it because it gave me an opportunity.
He starts it off perfectly
to do my own thing. And that's it. Now it's like, fuck it, do whatever you want because I don't give a flying fuck what you guys do. This is so awful. There's no way you can misconstrue my point. Do your own track listing. Fuck you. I'm Kanye. Bye. That's my vibe.
It is literally like a content dump. Like he just like took a shit with this. Like it is a content dump in the most literal sense of the word. Like he starts it off with like, all right, here's what I could do. Like I could start it off like a person would start off if they were making an album. I can put Moon and Hurricane up front, like, a rational person would. Then I'm just going to fucking drop Life of the Party right there. like a fucking crazy person would. And then it just makes no goddamn sense. None. Also, the replacement Life of the Party verse kind of sucks. Sorry.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
everyone bitched, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's sufficient, but ultimately, if that's what we're going to get, I think that he should have pulled like one of those Kanye songs, like "My Way Home," where it's just like it should have just been Andre. Like he shouldn't have tried to, because what he's doing on there is he's clearly trying to recapture what was a drunk verse. It's sober. It feels like he's trying to like do the same cadence. He's trying to like get the same energy, but without drunkenly dissing Drake.
right. Fuck Drake. Fuck Drake. Let's get the fucking mic going. And then he just started going, and now it's like, the vibe's not really there, man. But it's still a great song. It's not my favorite song. It's not my favorite song on the album, by the way. Come to Life is, but yeah.
I mean, I'm just picturing like Andre listening to the original Life of the Party verse and being like, you know, I'm talking about my dead parents, right?
Oh, you were? Oh, God
yeah, but
damn.
yo, Drake really pissed me off at this party.
Have you heard his shitty album? Fuck Drake.
Yeah,
Gosh.
but yeah, like honestly, that album dropped right when my daughter was born, and I listened to certain tracks off that nonstop, and that's all they're ever going to remind me of. Like Moon specifically, I still sing that to her like every night. So,
Jesus.
like, yeah,
It's adorable. Oh my God. I can't beat that. I was going to talk about how I saw this hilarious theory on a message board where they found a restaurant called Shibuya in Calabasas, and they're like, you know, this verse was never about going to Japan. It was about getting mediocre sushi, and I thought that was great.
On one hand, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. On the other hand, that's exactly the type of thing Kanye would do.
Yep. So I believe it.
Yeah,
that's true.
100%.
True. I love Donda. I think this is the most inspired he's been since Life of Pablo. I like it more than Kids See Ghosts. I've gone back and forth, but I do. At the same time, it's a big fuck you to me and everyone who likes him, because it's actively trying to get me to not like it because of the way it's put together. And you know what? Fuck you, Kanye. I'm going to make my own version and have a wonderful time. And I'm going to get canceled for loving Kanye again. I thought I was off the hook because I didn't like Jesus is King very much. But here we are again. So whatever, man.
I mean, I'm not going, in spite of my personal, attachment to it, I can't say that I like it better than Kids See Ghosts, because I think Kids See Ghosts is essentially perfect. I also have a personal attachment to that album. But yeah, I made my own version. I had to make my own version like 6 times because fuck you, Kanye. You kept patching it and whatnot. And fuck you, Kanye, for not putting South Carolina on here.
Fuck you, Kanye, first and foremost, for not putting South Carolina on it. Yeah.
There is I don't know if it was him or a fan-made beat, but there's like a version from like August that showed up on our Kanye. I linked it in the Discord, and if I find it again, I will send it to Wyatt so maybe he can put it in the description or something. It's got like a soul beat to it and like drum, like a chipmunk soul beat almost. It's the best version of it I've heard. It completely changes the tenor of it because it's not as like operatic, I guess, as the original one from Listening Party 2, which was the one I was previously putting on mixes. I think it's great. It's the perfect intro to it. Like whoever put it together with the editing with like Tony Williams and Selena Johnson's vocals on it's just fucking perfect. That's the way the album should have started, with the Donda. Although the Donda intro into South Carolina, there's no way. But clearly he just had, well, again, I said this in the Donda episode, he had it sequenced pretty much perfect in Listening Party 2. And
Yeah.
problem is that he just never, ever leaves into, Pablo broke his brain as to how to make an album. And the only time he's really gotten it right since was Kids See Ghosts. And I don't know what made that like different. Like maybe it was.
There was only 7 songs. No, he couldn't. There weren't that many songs to fuck up.
I guess it was the 7. I guess it was the 7-song limit, the 7-song fucking parameters that he put on himself. But that didn't keep him from fucking yay up. Like that still was a disaster. Yeah. So I don't know. I love this album. It's got tons of problems. I still love it in spite of them. Like a fat trainer taking a bite out of something. What was that from? I Don't Believe You, like a fat trainer taking a bite out of something. That's him on Smuckers, which would make a perfect transition, but then I would have to skip Cable's number 10. So we're not going to do that. But But yeah, we talked about Donda for like 17 hours on an episode before. Go listen to that one. I don't really have too much to add to what I said there because I haven't really listened to it that much since. I still will listen to my favorite songs from it on here though. Like "Come to Life" is amazing. Like you said, that's one of your favorite song on here. "No Child Left Behind." Hopefully, Vori gets a career out of this because he kills his spots. 24. I think they've done some really good versions of these songs too with the new Sunday service. The new round of Sunday services have been great, by the way. If anybody's listened to them, they're definitely a lot better than the previous round of them. So yeah, they've definitely like done good versions, like 20. So some of the stuff on here, like 24. The one they did for Virgil was really beautiful. The Virgil Memorial one.
Yeah.
People got mad about the clicks on it. If you look at the YouTube video, because I guess they had a children's choir, and they had to have like whoever the conductor was had to keep doing like snaps and clicks to get them onto the rhythm, which proves people will complain about anything because it was literally a memorial for a dead guy, and they're trying to get children on rhythm, and you're on the fucking internet complaining about it. Like, fuck off. But
yeah,
so.
Yeah, it's
seems a little bit, but you know,
can't say I'm surprised though.
Yeah, take that, dead cancer guy.
I mean,
this is the episode where we try and get canceled, right?
Yeah, this is the one. What is it? What the those Always Sunny episode titles? The one where the guys try to get canceled.
Very white reference, my friend. That was good.
Yes.
Very Philly. Hey, you know, we got a lot of local humor today, don't we?
Exactly. Pat and I are just seeing eye to eye on this one.
You could do that as the intro instead of Living Off Bar Time. You can just do the Sunny theme music instead. One where the guys get canceled.
And just throw that screen grab up on the YouTube. I love it.
Well, when we do our episode in April that Caleb's really mad that we're doing, that is actually the whitest thing we will ever do.
I know the episode.
I'm cringing now.
Yeah, I know that. I know what you're referring to, and I'm gonna roll my eyes when it comes out.
Yeah, and I'm gonna roll in the fucking money that's the better numbers in the mock episode. That's what I'm gonna do.
When that Patreon money starts rolling in.
The Substack money comes in. All right, what's your number 10?
All right. Well, speaking of things that we talked about, something that on the show we talked about for many hours. My number 10, which I won't get into because we just did an episode on it, is a tie between two Yeat albums, Yeat Alive and Yeat 4L. If you want to hear myself and Ben, aka Created by Rejection, talk about just lots of Yeat in general, you can listen to the episode we just posted recently. It's like 2+ hours. Go at it, have fun. My favorite rapper of 2021. But yeah, that was my number 10. Ironically, I was trying to look for other things down the list. My number 11 is Delete Zeke, which I'm going to Teen Week. We're going to talk about Delete Zeke later. Can't do that. So I'm going to settle on two that came just after. One, the newest Chief Keef record.
I talk about that for a minute. Sure.
Yeah, that was like my number 15 or 14, only because it just came out. And the other one I want to talk about briefly was Pink Pantheress with "To Hell With It," which is
I can talk about that.
Yeah, TikTok Artist of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. No, for real though. For real.
I was really impressed with the Keef album because it's definitely the most. It's interesting because in Sophia's review, she said it felt like it was a positive review, but she says that it felt more like him just making an album to make an album as opposed to having like a big weirdo concept to it. And I suppose that's true, but it also feels like his most alert and focused work in a while. Like the way he's rapping on it, like he's really rapping. Like, I mean, in Keef's way of rapping, like I feel like he's lucid, he's energetic, and he's also giving you like from all phases of his career type of excuse me. Rapping.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that because, and while this is not me disagreeing with you at all, but it's fun. If you look at his discography, this is his first album or mixtape in almost 3 years. You know, early 2019 was Glow of it. And that was the last one. And before that was Back from the Dead 3, which was absolutely excellent. So he has to me, Keef's track record, I mean, has been great since the early 2010s. But I just mean even late career Keefs, even when people aren't checking for him like that, the average person isn't really checking for him. Like, to me, he still has a stellar track record when it comes to
I was just
tapes and albums.
The rapping aspect of it. Like, I mean, Back from the Dead 3 is great, but it's also like, I wouldn't argue that's like a particularly strong rap performance on there necessarily. That shit's more of like a aggressive, like, I listen to that more for the production. And,
it's one of the
7
best.
minutes. That's the one with the 7-minute Soulja Boy song on it too, right?
Yeah. It's one of the best like produced late career Keef records. Yeah. That one.
I mean, and it's kind of like, I don't reach for that as much as Back for the Dead 2. I think it's not quite that level, but it's still really good. Like, this one I think sits the back. Well, what I was saying about it is, like, you have stuff on there that are like slower songs that are closer to something like Thoughtbreaker, but then you have like more aggressive stuff that feels more in line with somebody on the board. I don't know why I was reading the board. Like, I never do that anymore, but somebody actually started a thread about this album, which is actually what inspired me to listen to it. And I'm glad I did. Said that it reminded them of an update of Flockavelli. And I could totally see that, actually. And he even like name checks Flock on one song. And I feel like he has like a few tracks on here where he's
like the intro.
Maybe there are 2 tracks where he name drafts Flocka, because I don't think that was one I was referring to.
Oh no, I thought you meant like evoking it. To me, the intro like really came out.
Yes, the intro for sure. But I was going to say there are like 2 or 3 songs like in the middle where he's kind of taking Gucci flows, I would say, but like where he's got like kind of that weird inflection to it. But it seems like a more natural, like Gucci circa like Trap God maybe, where like I'm Up, Trap God era Gucci.
Oh yeah, like mid 2010s ish, like when they did the collab album, essentially around that time.
Yeah, like essentially Ferrari Boys era. So that makes sense for like when Flocka was really hot when Flockavelli dropped.
Yeah.
So I think that's
like 2012
kind of taking inspiration from for those tracks, but you also have like the Thoughtbreaker type stuff on. I really need to have the track list in front of me because I don't know any of the songs.
It's Ice Cream Man.
Ice Cream Man is the one I'm mainly thinking of, and I think I call that in my review Thoughtbreaker by way of the dream, because that's kind of what I get out of that, whereas like kind of drawn out and slower, but still has like that Keith menace to it a little bit. And there's a track on the back end too that's also like on the slower side, and also no underrating the hilariousness of the last track title, Picking Big Sean Up.
Yeah. Big Sean's at soccer practice. He had to go pick him up.
Yes. After earlier in the album saying that he won't pick your weak ass up or something.
Yeah, I felt terrible. I saw an article on Pitchfork yesterday about Big Sean. It was entitled, Big Sean is mediocre at acting too.
Oh, I read that, Pete. That was a funny piece.
Alphonse, yeah. Oh my God. That man.
It was a casual.
Can't stop.
A casual evisceration of Big Sean's mediocrity.
Sean just cannot stop taking L's. Like fucking, I saw him on Drink Champs. I did not listen to the whole thing because it's like 3.5 hours, and even my worthless time has its limits, even in quarantine. But I wanted to hear him respond to Kanye's calling him the biggest mistake of his life, which is just one of the cruelest, like, even by Kanye standards, just the casual cruelty of that statement. And basically, Big Sean's response was him whining that he made more money for Kanye than anybody on good. He's the most successful artist on Good Music, but it's basically him just whining that he signed a shitty deal. Like, and it's sorry, like you signed a shitty contract. Like, I'm not going to feel that bad for you, especially because his whole origin story is that he had no deal and he was basically bothered Kanye into signing him in the first place. Like the whole myth is that he cornered him outside of a hotel room and freestyled at him to get a deal, which sounds excruciating, by the way. Like fucking 2009 era Big Sean just freestyling at you until you sign him to shut him up.
I'd sign him too.
Boy,
peer pressure.
Like imagine him just doing that thing where he does that super duper thing where he keeps doing hashtag punchlines.
Oh, no. Ass.
That's a deep guttural groan from Travis there.
Oh, I don't miss that era at all.
Oh, no. not a fun era for anyone involved.
See, we made so much progress on this show with beginning to tolerate Big Sean, and we undid it all in one episode.
You know what? I was right, because Big Sean never grew on me. Trav, you mentioned that you would you would be happy to join in the conversation about the Pink Pantheress.
Yes.
Which we
it's
we
good,
stand.
it's good.
We don't stand RYM dweebs calling her the Claro of D&B or whatever the fucking shit is going on. Yes, artist is a woman, therefore we must compare her to other women. Yeah.
If Claro ever fucked with D&B ever, I'd have a very different mind at first. Granted, I liked Claro's album this year very much. I thought it was really good. And I've been shit-talking her for years. But, Pink Pantheress, I like her because she does what a lot of these new artists are doing coming off of TikTok, and they understand economy. Like, these songs fly by. This album's a lot of fun.
Fly by.
Yeah.
The album's literally 15 minutes long.
Yep.
It's wonderful. It's like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. There are so many. Passion is one of my favorite songs of the year. I put it in my top 10 songs list. It's a beautiful song. I think it's like one of her best examples of songwriting. The classic case of like she put she knew exactly what snippet to put on TikTok. Because I initially found her through the Break. Was it the Break You Off snippet or Break It Off snippet, which came out I would say spring last year. And then when the song came out, I was like, damn, the song is really good. I'm interested to hear where this artist goes. And then, ends up dropping all these great singles and just puts them all in an album, essentially a collection of singles that flow together really nicely. I showed this to my friend, and he said he listened to it like 10 times in the span of a few days. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right.
It reminds me a little bit of there's just a reaction I had to it and the rapid fire quality. It kind of reminded me of Whack World.
Interesting.
Yeah, Tara is supposed to have a good year, a really good year. She's kind of gearing up for something, but it kind of reminded me of that kind of hype that I felt. There's someone really fresh coming in the scene and kind of I'm very excited for what she's got next. This is one of those projects I picked up really late in the year. I came
Speaking of Tara, just real quick, I did not listen to her EPs. They got kind of a lukewarm reaction. The pop, rap, R&B EPs. Did any of you guys listen to them or not? I have them. I just haven't gotten around to them yet.
I think I heard. No, you know what? I didn't hear any of them.
Yeah, I didn't hear them. Yeah, I'll be honest. The reaction turned me off. I'm like, you know what? I can wait.
Yeah, that was my exact.
I can wait.
I was like, yeah. I mean, I was excited when I heard she was dropping new stuff because Whack World was so good. But then I saw them, and I was just like, between like the indifferent, like they just kind of snuck out there, and then the reaction was tepid, and it was just like,
Yeah, it's only EPs.
Don't ruin a good thing. Don't ruin a good thing.
Yeah, not necessarily representative of the artist, but yeah. I guess my final thoughts on Pink Pantheress. It was one of those albums where I think I said it last year about a couple albums that made my list, but it was one of those albums where if I don't know what I'm going to listen to and I get in the car and I have to drive some like 15, 20 minutes somewhere, or even longer, I'll throw on the album because it's literally like maybe 20 minutes long.
That was Daytona.
Max.
That was Daytona.
And then and then if I get somewhere and I'm coming back, I'll just hit repeat and we'll play the ones again because it is great sequencing. Just for me, I actually think is like one of the best. Like I talk about songs like Passion and Just for Me. I feel like are going to be the classics of this era of like DNB revival, like that we're seeing amongst like the quote unquote kids, like where people are getting into this sort of music. So yeah, I think those people. How do you do, fellow kids? Like I said in the last episode,
Caleb, you're getting older.
No, come on, don't.
No way. What do you look like? You're 15 now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm officially
like a soul patch or something, or like.
Yeah, I've officially graduated. I've graduated high school.
Good for you.
Yeah, I made it. It's a lovely album. I'm really looking forward to what she does next. I think the discourse around her is hilariously stupid, especially on a place like RYM. But
don't read the comment boxes. Don't read comment boxes unless you do. In which case, pick
RYM comment box for a woman trash. I couldn't have predicted it. So yeah, that'll wrap up my number 10 by talking about things that were in my top 15.
Okay.
All right. Trav, you're number 9, por favor.
Yeah, I'll breeze through this one. You know, there's always one, right? There's always one album that is kind of an indie rock album by a girl, early 20s, sounds like Liz Phair. I don't disappoint. I do and I don't. In this case, Indigo D'Souza, Any Shape You Take. I fucking love this album. This got a lot of hype coming off a great debut. That was a lot more acoustic. She cranked the guitars up and she got some success off of this one. It's got about 1,500 ratings on Rate Your Music. It's got a good score.
Yeah, it was on my list. I didn't get to it. Unfortunately.
It's a really emotive album, and I think that helps because, like, okay, comparing it to, like, I don't know, I'm gonna shit on Snail Mail again because I found their album really fucking boring. I always find their shit really generic.
Chipotle, I hate them on their name alone.
The Chipotle of indie rock. They become.
Snail mid mail.
Oh God, I shit on them before for their last album. I'll do it again, even though it's slightly better, but it's the same problems. It's just very generic. But man, Indigo D'Souza, like, you feel in her voice, like she gives a real shit about her music. Like she's feeling everything she's singing. Amazing guitar tone, which I really appreciate. Very gritty. Just the right amount of like. Grit to the sound, so it doesn't feel like it was made in a fucking American Apparel, you know? Like, it really resonated with me a lot at a very key point in the year, and I played it to death. There's even a couple of pop bangers on here, which surprised me. Hold You is one of the best pop songs of the year. And it's on an indie rock album. I thought that was wonderful. It sounds a lot like Lorde, and a little bit of Haim, but also, you know, her own sound. And it's a really wonderful album and very evocative, great lyrics, and very much worth the time. It's like 34 minutes or something like that. Excellent record, and I definitely would recommend it. I wish it got a little more praise on radio music, but again, in the indie rock world, they only pick like one, maybe two that end up charting highly, unless you're Asian, in which case there's like fucking 10 this year. And if I had more room, I'd talk about those albums. I like them a lot, but that's fairly time.
Yeah.
Keep trying to get canceled, man. Just keep.
I'm playing the. Hey, you know, if I want to talk about Paranul and you know, Asian Glow is their name, and all those wonderful artists from South Korea that had big albums this year, I could do that, but we'd have to go down to like number 20. But yeah, it was a good year.
Who knew the only good shoegaze being made these days was going to come from Asia?
South Korea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, it resonates with me more than K-pop, so I'll go with it. Yeah, it's great shit. Very kind of almost vapor influence too on some of those projects, and I'm very excited to see what's coming out of that scene. But anyway, yeah, it was actually a good year for rock music. But isn't my top rock album of the year, but it's like my second, if that's a spoiler for anything. But yeah, I really enjoyed this album.
Cool.
I actually listened to it earlier in the year, and I have no real recollection of it aside from that I liked it. I will check it out again. My list is going to be heavier on rock than any list that I've done on the show yet, so kind of a spoiler for that.
I got three rap albums in my top 10, so it's pretty even.
I feel like, I'm not going to be... This is definitely going to be an episode where I think our lists are going to diverge a lot. I think, yeah. I mean, I think...
I'll join in when I can.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, I don't really see us sharing, like, a lot of entries beyond... My next one, I think, might show up on your list. And beyond that, I'd be very surprised. There are some that I think you guys are just going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Cool.
So... We'll see. But I think that's the beauty of this. I mean, I think last year was kind of an anomaly that we had like a lot of shared experiences, like the Charlie album and such. So, but I think a good thing about an episode like this is like, I know you hadn't heard the Droog album before I advocated for it as my favorite of last year. And then you really ended up enjoying it. So stuff like that, I think, is part of the appeal of this episode. And hopefully the listeners will, you know, if it's anything they haven't heard, maybe motivated to check some stuff out as well.
I am writing a long list for the year, and Droog's album Time is going to be on that one. I fucking love that album, and it's a masterpiece. And it kind of carries a lot of the personal nature of his last that you love so much, Kutroy. And I think he's doing a wonderful job. I just the narratives and the writing on that album are terrific. So I'm really in a bag with him.
Really covered. I mean, I covered that on our honorable mentions episode, so I'm not going to belabor that one too much. But yeah, stuff on there like Dropout Boogie and Please Listen to My Deep Tape and Field of Dream. Like he definitely takes a lot of the personal stuff from Kutroy and expands upon it and does a lot more detailed writing on there. I think his writing is maybe at its highest level. Spacebar's not quite that good, I think, but he's still pushing himself in a direction that nobody else is, with the exception of somebody I'm going to talk about much later in the list, and it's going to get me in trouble from people who've already canceled me, and longtime listeners of the podcast probably already figured out who I'm talking about. But we'll get there when we get there. Should I do my number 9?
Yeah.
We'll stick with that rotation.
Yeah, you're number 9. Yeah.
My number 9, something I went back and forth on. It was going to be either this or the Peggy album. They're kind of operating in the same space, but I haven't had, unfortunately, with my terrible fucking past 2 weeks and all my family issues, I just wasn't in the right headspace to listen to the Peggy album like I would have wanted to, because I only really, if you listen to the honorable mentions episode, I just got to it right before that one. If I'd had more time to listen to the to LP, that would probably be in the place that this one is. But Call Me If You Get Lost, Tyler the Creator is my number 9.
That's my number 8, so go with it.
Oh, beautiful. Perfect.
All right. Yeah, so I guess we're going to knock out. I figured this would be the one that would have some crossover with everybody. So yeah, we talked about it on the mid-year. It's held up for me since then. I've listened to it on and off all year since it dropped. A good way to experience this, I think, is by listening to Tyler's live performances that he's done around this. They've been fucking fantastic. Like, you could tell he really, really loved performing live again and put a lot of thought into how he performed this album live. Like the presentation of it, he's definitely influenced by like the classic, obviously a huge Kanye fan. Like, he admitted it. Like, you can hear it on like when he did the track like Smuckers and the hilarious Kanye feature on Igor where the lyrics were unavailable. What was it called? Puppet? Yeah, Puppet.
Yeah,
Puppet. Yep.
One of the funniest Kanye features of all time. The logical endpoint of Kanye's feature on that part. Didn't say shit. You heard every word. But yeah, the way he puts together the performances behind this, it's like you really get much more of a sense. Like, because I remember when we were talking about it in the mid-year, I was like, I didn't really get a sense of a narrative behind the album. I was like, there are 1 or 2 tracks, like obviously the 8-minute song near the end where
Wilshire.
Where it's nothing but Wilshire. Yeah, Wilshire. You would know with your local fucking how to pronounce it.
I try not to mention it, right?
Yeah, you don't really mention where you're from or any local aspects too much, so you keep it low key. But yeah, that was the one where I really got a sense of it. But like when he performs it live, you actually get much more a sense of the arc of the album and how everything goes together. And so I actually would retract that criticism. I think that there is a strong narrative behind this album, just as much as Igor or Wolf or any of his other albums, because I think that's just the way Tyler writes. And the run from Lumberjack through to Massa is some of the best music of the year, some of the best music of Tyler's career. Just perfect fucking rapping over some of the best production he's ever had for himself, period. And there's nothing to get me more hype than Rolls Royce, pull up, black boy, hop out. Like, that's just so good. And Wayne's verse.
Wayne on Hot Wind Blows. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's my favorite song on the album.
Like, that is a strong, strong contender for my favorite verse of the year. Top 10 Wayne verse. Like, every Wayne verse with Tyler just gets better than the last. Like, I don't know. They have inhuman chemistry together. I keep saying I want them to do an album together, but I kind of like that just Wayne just shows up on a Tyler album and just does so like inhuman work like he doesn't do with anybody else. It just kind of adds to the myth. So maybe I don't want the album. Just keep doing this on like every other Tyler album. Like, kind of just adds to the myth behind it. There's really nothing like. There's some stuff on the second half. The second half is a little less than the first half, but in a weird way that lends it character. Like, I mean, the second half of Supreme Clientele isn't as good as the first half of Supreme Clientele. It's still one of my favorite albums ever. Like, it's one of those albums that's just its flaws lend it character. It's just bursting with Tyler's personality in every way. I fucking love it. And I'm going to come back to it for years to come. I think it's reaching the cherry bomb. It's reaching the level of Flower Boy and Igor for me, which I was like, this is a really good rap album, but it's not quite at that level. I think it's pretty much at that tier. Maybe not Flower Boy, because I think Flower Boy is his masterpiece. Shout out to friend of the show, Infinity, who did not know who DJ Drama was and thought he was saying gangsta Raisin. Raisin is not a word. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I will never stop roasting you for it. You are not
so bad that
you are not eating French vanilla ice cream. You are not on these excursions. Great.
Not on the boat. Don't even try. You most certainly do not have your toes out too.
Do not have your toes out in the sand.
Don't have your toes.
Do not post that on the gram.
No, absolutely not. This album rules. I mean, we talked about it on the honorable mentions mid-year. I mean, this is a super great album. I listened to it a lot over the summer. Hot Wind Blows was on my songs of the year list. Probably my favorite Wayne verse since Let It All Work Out. Love that song. Love the album. Juggernaut was dope as hell too. Just a super consistent album and fun. And there weren't that many albums this year. I mean, there weren't that many albums this year as much as I loved so much music that I would really consider like genuine fun front to back.
Plenty of the world is ending. It's not fun anymore.
Yeah. No, it's not fun. And a lot of the music I liked this year, I was like, oh man, this is hard as shit. Or, oh, this is like really, all the electronic music. I was like, oh, this is beautiful and like, serene. But there wasn't a lot of like, oh man, a genuine like straight up fun album from front to back. It was like, no, you're going to get these two different styles, but hey, in between all of the angst and the bars and the psychedelia, you have this Tyler the Creator record, which was also easily one of the best mainstream related things to come out this year. I mean, that's a kind of sounds like a cringy statement, but it wasn't like an incredibly hot year album wise for like your top of the charts rappers. I mean, there weren't that many that came out that were like really notable besides like your average streaming dumps. So yeah, Tyler, great record. We've already talked about it plenty. So
that's a good shot at Certified Lover Boy calling it a streaming dump. I appreciate that.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, he pretty much admits it. Like, I mean, he would never like say as much in an interview in those words, but like when you go on to a concert that is absolutely not extortion from a gang to a famous artist or anything, and the famous artist does nothing but his greatest hits, and you go out there and do nothing but promo for your shitty new album, you're kind of admitting that that's all this is just stream trolling, right? Like, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's stream trolling. That's all that shit is.
True. Very, very true. Definitely not a publicity stunt. My number 9 is.
I didn't get to talk. I wanted to say something. Hey, it's my number 8.
Hey, whoa, my bad. Trav, step on me. My bad.
Yeah, I got this higher than Pat does. I gotta say, this is actually my favorite Tyler album. This is coming from someone who had 4.5 slapped onto Igor at one point. I gotta say, man, I think this gives me everything I want from Tyler. I absolutely love the flow of this album. I really enjoyed reading the discourse around this one because I appreciated some of the theories people had about how it was inspired by mixtapes of the late 2000s, and I had a really wonderful time enjoying the flow of how this album is put together. My experience with it was one of confusion at first. It's just a very delirious first listen. There's so much that comes at you, and then as you take it apart, you really appreciate how many great songs are here. I mean, there's 16 tracks, and I'd probably say I love 9 of them, maybe 10. And then the rest are either fascinating, they add some to the experience, or they're an interlude, So it brings a lot to the table, far more than I was even expecting. I fuck with Lumberjack, but I definitely saw it as like one of those old like Tyler singles he'd used to put out, like where it's like a 2-minute long banger, and then it would be, we'd go on to something else. Yeah. And, he used to do those quite often, and I wasn't sure what to expect from this album on that basis, but especially at the last 2. Sure enough, though, it's full of tracks like that, and the overall aesthetic of the album is very gritty. It is a little bit unvarnished. I love that. It gives me some of the vibes from Bastard back in the day, which I do like a lot. I know that is not as well received as his newer work, but I've been there since the beginning, and so I appreciate some of the callbacks to Odd Future that are present in the sound of this album. I think the pop numbers are fucking fantastic. What's Your Name is great. Young Boy,
great.
better.
Great moment. Yeah. when Young Boy steps on that track, that's one of the best musical moments of the year. Yeah.
He has such a great voice. Like, just the charisma is there immediately. I love his features so much. I like Tizo Touchdown's feature a lot on Run It Up, which I think is a very underrated track. Hot Wind Blows is my favorite because Wayne murders this whole album. Renegade's a fucking thing, and that's cool. But I got to also mention the way that Sweet and I Thought You Wanted to Dance is put together. I think that's a wonderful song. Just really Tyler flexing as a songwriter. I love it. Just taking just straight up pop, bossa nova. It's just an experience, And I could take this whole thing apart. There's all kinds of great moments. And I love Tyler's swagger. This is such a happy album, like you guys said. And that comes from self-acceptance and, Tyler just changing as a person. He's growing a lot, and I appreciate that. I think this is a really great moment for him. You can tell this era is good for him. Even as it's been horrendous for the rest of us, I appreciate that Tyler, who's worked so hard, has earned this place. And I think this is a great fucking album. And I wish it had a higher score. But you know what? I think the last two are also amazing in their own way. I will say this, and this is not a popular statement. I don't like Tyler's vocals very much. I don't like his singing that much. But I know that people connect with his content. They love his lyricism and his melodies, and they're here too. So for me, it's the best of both worlds. And number 8 for me. And honestly, it probably could be higher, but this is such a stacked year for me. That's the only reason it's even that low. So that's all I got to say.
It's funny you should say that about his vocals, because it took me a while to come to his sung vocals. Like, that's why Igor was something that was like a grower for me. It took me a minute to, aside from the Gimme stuff, like Earthquake, which I mean is predicated on his vocals, but it's also that's also a sort of Kanye all the lights type of situation where he has a million moving parts going on that are helping him on that. But Igor as an album overall is kind of you have to accept that he's got very limited vocal range, and that album's working with that, as opposed to Flower Boy, where he would have Frank or Rex Orange County there to handle the parts. Igor is kind of asking you to accept him and as he is, which I guess is part of the narrative of the album and career arc too, the self-acceptance. That's how you get to Call Me If You Get Lost. So I think that I eventually had to come to a place where I could accept his vocal limitations, and I think that is going to be a struggle, and I can understand why you would not be crazy about that. Why it was so surprising to me that Diction was so into Igor, although not so much later, because Diction does love Pharrell, and I think Igor, if nothing else, is a big tribute to Pharrell, who I think is probably his biggest artistic touchstone, at the very least on his singing R&B type tracks. I've always thought he had a dope rap voice. Even when I didn't like him, I always thought he had a dope rap voice. That was one of his biggest assets.
Absolutely.
That's just what I wanted to add about his vocals. And just about it being a celebratory album. This is probably the happiest album on my list. There's not a lot of happy albums on my list. This was not a happy year. But the score-wise, it is. I'm looking at the list right now. It's still number 9 for the year, and I think it actually might be. It's not that. Oh wow, there's a lot of rap on this list. I mean, granted, Injury Reserve. That's, as we discussed on the honorable mentions.
Right.
Very, very, very left field. Still technically a rap album. And the Simz album as well.
I find that album celebratory in its own way. I do.
The Injury Reserve or the Simz?
Simz.
Oh yeah, I think the Simz one is
that's pretty happy.
Coming to a place of personal acceptance as well. That's an album that's not going to be on my list. I have a great deal of respect for it. I think we did cover that as well in the honorable mention.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk all about it.
Yeah, when it was top 200 all time.
Lines there.
I'll cover it if I have to.
When it was top 200 all time, I was worried people were having I was worried that we were jumping to interesting conclusions there. But hey, people like it. Not gonna hate on that. It's certainly a really good album.
I think there's much more of a discussion to be had about that, and we'll have that discussion later in the episode. So Anyway.
We'll not bog down in that, only at number 9. My number 9 to close out this is Black Kray, Chain Gang, Halo World. In outstanding tape. Proof that, Kray has been doing this shit for years, heard what a lot of the kids are doing these days. I mean, he's not that old. He's only he's like 94 or something. But he heard what a lot of, a lot of people influenced by him and others were making music in 2021 that hit traction in the underground and even on semi-mainstream levels thanks to TikTok. And he was like, all right, yeah, watch me. I can do this shit too. And just made an outstanding mixtape. Kind of an interesting analog to Nokia Talk last year, where he was doing a lot of plug and pop rap type stuff, and this one is more mainly plug and cloudy plugging like cloudy fusion, but definitely some drill elements in there with some of the harder tracks as well. Some of my favorite songs on here: Sky, beautiful song, one of my favorites. Hood Vamp, probably my favorite song on the tape and one of my favorite beats of the year. Very simple, nothing too crazy about it, but it's super hypnotic, and it feels a little more there are some sad moments on there, obviously Sky. I would say For My Troops, which is a highlight, which a lot of people have pointed to. But I think overall it's more of a more optimistic side of Kray, and I would say it's maybe his best modern tape overall. I mean, yeah, I would say modern tape because in the last 4 years. So yeah, I would say it's his best project overall in the last 4 years, which is saying something because he's had a number of really good ones because he's super consistent. But it was nice to hear him perfect this sound. He had the tread era, he had I'm using air quotes here, but the emo singer songwriter era, and now he's got this era. So I think this will be, when you look at all of the Kray tapes that have bolds over the year, things like Crack Clouds and 700 Degrees, Goth Love, Thug Angel, the tread stuff like Shitty Sick Boy, Working Out the Mud, they're gonna add this to that list of top tier Black Kray. So yeah, legendary artist, great record. I don't want to spend too much time, bloviolating about Black Kray, but we did an episode on him a year and some change ago, me and Wyatt and user Influential Detour. So go check that out if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm still way behind on the Black Kray thing, so I have nothing to add, but I will hopefully eventually get to it. You, as usual, do a very good job selling his music, and hopefully get to it soon.
Yeah.
I am just beginning my journey with Black Kray. I heard Crack Clouds for the first time last year, and I fucking loved it. So again, I'm way behind, but I will reach that point in my transcendence, I hope.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is a high tier Kray project, not necessarily as good as. I mean, it's not masterpiece level, Crack Cloud, 700 Degrees, things like that. But I would put it in the second tier of excellent Kray albums. It's, I don't know if it's top 5, but it's pushing that, I would say. But yeah, excellent record. Love Kray. So glad you love Crack Clouds, Trav. That's good news. I didn't know you listened to it.
Yeah, I have so much to catch up on, but yeah, It was one of those oh my god, who is this type of experiences.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to hearing more.
For sure. So your number 8 was Tyler. Patrick, your number 8 is...
My number 8 is Sufjan Stevens and Angelo de Augustin's A Beginner's Mind, which...
That is my number 2.
All right, we will wait to discuss that then. Wow,
yeah.
Number 2.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I'm very glad to hear that. That album blew me away. I love this album. Everything I love about Sufjan. I can't wait to talk about it.
Okay.
It's a wonderful fucking album. Can't wait to talk about it. So shocked that, I wasn't even expecting that to show on either of your lists. I'm guessing it's not on Caleb's, but yeah.
No, because I only heard it once and I liked it more than I liked the Sufjan in years. So now I feel bad that I didn't really give it
also
two.
really liked, I think we touched on this maybe in the mid-year, I forget, but Sufjan also put out all those the ambient cycle.
Yeah,
the brief cycle of ambient albums. I thought those were excellent too. And they kind of got a lot of stick on RYM for, I don't know, dumb reasons. There's some bad discourse around Sufjan.
Oh, gatekeeping in general around electronic and classical music is just fucking awful. So anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought those were all excellent. I thought that he did a really good, I think he's shown a lot of progress in his work with electronic stuff since the days of Enjoy Your Rabbit, which I already liked then too. But he was clearly much more of an amateur then. I think the entire incantation cycle, or not, what was it called? I mean, they were all 5 different ones ending with the suffix. It was like Revelation.
Ancient,
yeah. Either way, those were all really good. It's very different than A Beginner's Mind, but A Beginner's Mind is, we'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah.
Wonderful album. Terrible cover art. I hate the cover art.
Boobs.
Very funny cover.
Mermaid boobs. Next.
Yeah. Well, I just
actually there. I get like a million Bandcamp notifications. Anybody sees my Bandcamp, I buy a lot of shit on Bandcamp, and I got like a notification for this because I bought something of Sufjan's on there, so I'm getting constant notifications for his. I probably bought a single because it was like $1, and I saw that cover art, and I'm like, all right, I can ignore this one. But then I heard when it dropped, I downloaded it, of course, and then I listened to it. I'm like, holy shit, I should not have ignored this. This is great. So yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah, it's for me. I mean, I only heard it once. Like I said, I actually just bumped it on my RYM just to check it out in the next couple of days to mentally go back for a second listen on it. But yeah, it was easily the best Sufjan record in 5 years. I don't know. It's been a while.
Carry Low, yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised.
I'm not a Carrie and Lowell fan. I'd say it's the best since Ads. So
either way, I mean, Ads are carrying a long time since Sufjan was really making great.
Caleb
well,
music.
I mean, if you count Silver and Gold, there's some great shit on Silver and Gold. I think that's post Carrie and Lowell. There's also, by the nature of Silver and Gold, some crap on there because it's 5 volumes of Christmas music.
900 hours long.
But for anyone to make Christmas music I like is an accomplishment, and Sufjan's made more than most that I can enjoy. So it has Christmas Unicorn on it, which is probably my favorite Christmas song ever. So
that is a good song. I think that's probably the only one I remember from that. So
he also covers Prince's Alphabet Street for some reason on a Christmas album.
Sick.
Don't know why. Anyway, so we'll get to the Sufjan album when we get to it. That was my number 8. So
nice. Well, I'm actually glad we're having the overlap because then both you guys can really go in on stuff. My number 8, which I did touch on at mid-year, because as I said, yo Patrick, can you come out here? Is the Pierre T-Lop 5, finally the long-awaited Pierre Bourne album, which surprisingly, at least to me, lived up to the hype that it had generated in the Pierre community. Really glad that a lot of people took to this, not just people on message boards or whatever, like actual people who have lives and listen to music, more casually.
So wait, is there actually a Pierre community or just people who whine that he didn't give these beats to Cardi or Nudie?
I think only that community exists on the internet. There are real Pierre fans in real life. Outside of an RYM message board or some Reddit whatever. But yeah, this album, I mean, it opens with like Switching Lanes, which, I mean, talk about a song that I never thought would come out, and I'm so glad that it exists, even in a different form than the leak. But you got the grandma intro, of course. Glad he didn't lose that. And I touched on all the songs in mid-year, but it's such, talk about like Patrick mentioned, and I think Trav also touched on how it was like we all talked about how the Tyler album was like a celebratory, like positive album, which was kind of rare this year. I think this album was also that, and that was rare. Stuff like Biology 101, Couch, Practice, Sauce Boy 2, Drunken Nasty, Groceries, Butterfly. It's just beautiful beat after beautiful beat. And For You was pretty high on my songs list. I think it's one of the prettiest songs of the year. It's a lovely melody. I remember that song being the lead single and thinking that, like, you know, as great as Pierre was, as much as I loved his previous couple albums, like, he was like leveling up with this. So I definitely still think that from a songwriting perspective, because that's a gorgeous song and has some of his best melodies on it. So yeah, I mean, Pierre, glad he's got me Drunk and Nasty, blew up on TikTok. He's got all the influencers dancing to it. I mean, shout out to Pierre. Like, you know, good for him that he never quit on the dream of wanting to be like the solo artist, and that was what he was here for first and foremost. So I'm glad that it's paying off for him, even though unfortunately I don't think this sold very well initially, but I think the TikTok bump was big. So good shit. Love Pierre. We all fuck with Pierre here, I believe. So I mean, not much else to say. That's my number 8. Played it all year.
Yeah, for sure. This dropped at a very good time for me because it was pretty late in my wife's pregnancy and it was pretty miserable, and we went on vacation and I fucked my neck up. I think I covered some of this in the mid-year when we were talking about it, and this was exactly the summer album I needed when I needed it, especially because this is the only album on the list where I am directly shouted out.
True.
I can't say the line, but he shouts me out, and it's awesome.
SpongeBob, you know.
Yeah, shouts to SpongeBob. So it's just bright beats, solid rapping, regardless of what you've heard. Pierre has improved as a rapper. There's nothing on here that hits like Marie Curie, which I had a moment to last night. That's my favorite Pierre song, and I don't think anything's ever going to top that. But
yeah, it's a classic.
But this is not like rock solid front to back. I would top 50, absolutely. Top 25. I don't know. Like, that's the thing, is Pierre's a good rapper. He services, and he's got that producer's quality where he knows exactly how to sound over his own shit, maybe to a fault sometimes. So in the pocket. So like, I have that problem with Black Milk sometimes, or Pete Rock. I don't know, like, where you produce your own stuff, you sound so in your own pocket. But that's why I think he gets too much shit. Like, it's not like he sounds like an amateur. He doesn't. And I think that the internet gives him too much shit. But yeah, in terms of his rap skill, just because they want their favorite artist to be on his songs, on these beats.
Yeah, I do think that it's like a blessing and a curse that he has such a like wonderful chemistry with Cardi and Nudie and the like, where it's, you know, instantaneous, and that's allowed him to branch out and make collabs with other artists and have those collabs be, you know, really good, you know, for the most part. But yeah, you know, love Pierre. Glad that he kind of, you know, blew up a little bit this year as more than a producer. So I guess we'll do Trav, your number 7.
Yeah, I have for number 7 a pretty high ranked album, Japanese Breakfast Jubilee.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, this is a superb album. Yeah, I've been following her music since 2000 and was it probably 17, I believe. And you know, this is, I wouldn't say this is necessarily her breakthrough project, but this is the one where people were like, "Wow, she's really got this going for her right now." And she kind of had some singles, some success. I would say this is probably her most accessible album in terms of being very complete, in terms of being very comfortable and having everything you need and nothing you don't. It's super tight. The sequencing is wonderful. So if for someone who's just coming into her music and just wants that bright, accessible production, it's there. But the thing that I really love about her music and that I've really drawn me to her this year, for me, I think she's probably the artist of the year for me, because I've discovered her whole back catalog as well, is that she's a kind of writer who just pours herself into her music. It's very deeply felt. And on this album, that is no different, even in the context of like much brighter production. This is definitely not a happy album, despite the title. It has very powerful love songs like Paprika, the opener, which is one of the best openers of the year. I saw her live, and I mean, just the way it was presented, like she had like a gong, she had a huge band, just this huge ostentatious performance of this enormous song. Kind of reminds me of like the Flaming Lips at like their most Technicolor. You know, it's just this huge moment, like a Do You Realize type of track, like right at the beginning of the album. And it just goes from there, and you just learn a lot about her. She's got a lot of wit. she's got a lot of trauma in her life, and it comes through in these songs that are extraordinarily like catchy. And it's easy to kind of miss how much suffering is in these songs. But there's just one great number after another. I mean, Posing for Cars is amazing. Be Sweet is a fucking banger. It's just a really terrific indie pop album. And there's been a lot of them this year. I was going to say something about the Magdalena Bay album in my honorable mentions. And that was a superb album too. But in terms of just the lyricism, I think this one is a step up, and that's why I have it on my main list. This is great. Definitely go back and check out her other stuff as well. But this is a wonderful starting point, and I'm glad her career is really taking off. That's all I got to say on that one.
Yeah, this was a good album. I think Paprika is like by far the best song on it, but I'm not to take away from the other music. I didn't listen to it too much this year, but that song definitely struck me when I heard it for the first couple times. So, yeah, good choice. Patrick, your number 7?
Yeah, just shout out to Philly real quick. Japanese breakfast, Philly.
Yep. I one of my friends had a playlist of just music from Philly, and he sent that to me during the lockdown. And I one of her songs on there, "The Woman Who Loves You," is like, I played that song to death last year. I think that was my most played song, and that's part of the reason I rediscovered her music. So yeah, I mean, one along line of a lot of great indie acts from Philly. And I'm looking forward to seeing the Wonder Years this year, another Philly favorite. They're doing an anniversary set of 2 of their albums, so I'm looking forward to seeing them in February.
Yeah, my number 7, I've gone back and forth on putting this on my list between something that is completely, in some way, like it, in that it's an oddball album, but not. The Backwash album was going to be in this spot, back and forth. But, I mean, shout out to Backwash, support ROAM artists. Incredible album, but I can't front I'm throw on that Backwash because it's so intense. Like, it's top 20 for sure, but my top 10 has to be stuff that I went back to over and over the course of the year. And for something oddball, I'd say that this is another fun album in a way. Certainly no one else rapped over the Crash Bandicoot music. So number 7 is Thing Goes Left Here by Zelooperz.
I fuck with this album.
This album fucking hilarious. And this kind of is also a stand-in for everything Bruiser Brigade did this year. Danny Brown made a liar out of me and did not drop an album this year, even though I thought that it was all leading up to him dropping an album. But I guess he's just going to make us wait. But this is as close between this and the Bruiser Wolf album. You got 2 albums that are weird and funny as anything Danny could have dropped. And this is very much in the vein of a Danny Brown album in that you're getting weird, funny, obscene shit mingled with just surprisingly personal occasionally. And just also sounds nothing like Andrea Bocelli sounds nothing like any other rap song all year, period. And the production on that's absolutely brilliant. Show hero, RX Nephew shows up on Paranormal Snaptivity, and it's amazing.
We stand.
We stand proudly.
Yep.
Neff, the Slitterman has been activated. It's 40 minutes that just go by in a flash. The first half is way more of the high energy Bruiser stuff, like Raffi, mostly Raffi production, I would say. A little bit of Black Noise, I believe. And Black Noise is about to... Actually, no, I think it's more... Black Noise isn't even on this. It's actually... yeah, this is, surprisingly enough, not the usual Bruiser crew of Raffi, Black Noise, and Skywalker. Skywalker does show up on it, but it's a different producer crew that comes up with more, stuff that sounds like other Bruiser stuff, but way weirder for the most part. Who the Hell is Carlo has the best producer tag of the year. By far. It is Hank Hill saying, "Who the hell is Carlo?" And who the hell? I'm not even going to try and do it, but it's amazing. It is, aside from a certain conductor who needs to be told that he has a problem because they're running out of gas, it is my favorite producer tag of the year. This album's just a blast. It's bipolar as fuck. Every Zelooperz album is super weird, and I think that he's going to get a lot. He's already getting a lot more publicity, I think, because his work ethic is finally paying off. But I think his sound has had a huge influence on Earl and the new Earl album. I don't know if he's going to show up on it. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. There's nothing to say that he will or won't. Like, he's not on any of the singles like Armand Hammer was. But I think with all the black noise production that Earl's working with right now, it wouldn't surprise me if he did. So, and I think that's going to bring a lot more ears to his work. So,
really looking forward to the Zelooperz and Yeat collab on the Earl album. It's going to be legendary, meshing two sounds together. Now this is a really good record. I remember playing this. I remember we did a live react almost the first time it dropped in the Discord, and it was like, holy shit, like this guy. Because the last Zelooperz album was like all right. It kind of sounded like he was doing like a Lucky album. Was it the Mazel Offline or something?
Mazel Offline, yeah. That was all right. Production, right?
It had filthy producer throughout the album, and it kind of sounded like a decent Lucky impersonation. But yeah, this one is like some of his wildest shit yet, and I loved it. I thought it was great, and awesome cover art too.
Oh yeah.
He painted one of the best.
Yeah, he painted that himself. He's fucking really talented with that shit. It's probably my Zelooperz wise, I would say this Wild Card and the one he did with Shigeto. I don't know how you pronounce. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Zagetto is the name of their collab project. Those are the three essential Zelooperz projects, I would say. I mean, everything he's done is good, and everything he's done is also very different from each other. He's got that in common with Danny, is that every time he puts something out, it's going to be distinctive and weird and probably off-putting if you're not used. I mean, but if you like Danny, you're gonna like. I feel like there's a good chance you'll like Zelooperz. It's the same thing as Bruiser Wolf, where if you're already into this weird enough shit enough to listen to this person in the first place, to seek them out, there's a good chance you're going to like what they're selling. But if you're like a mainstream fan, again, I'm trying to think of the funniest thing is to actually look up the Detroit versus Everybody video, speaking of friend of the show Eminem, and listen to people's reactions to the Danny Brown verse. Because shockingly, Big Sean and Eminem fans not really into what Danny Brown is selling.
They don't like the yappy shit? No, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I had a real life, like, fake live reaction. You know how they are. You know, reactors are always putting the shit on. I had a real one to Bash Bandicoot, and I was like, ah!
Oh, that beat kicks in. I'm like, he is not. Yeah.
Yeah, he fucking is.
I mean, electric game too. I mean,
yeah.
Love that. That was PS2 days right there.
This is a wild experience. No, I have nothing to add. I mean, you guys did a fine job, but this is a wild experience.
Favorite songs of the year. That beat is fucking ridiculous. That is like, I'm so happy that Skywalker is making beats again, and that beat is just so fucking good. The second half is like slower than the first half, but that doesn't bother me. I know it bothered some people, but there's no way he could keep up through Essential Worker. That momentum would be unsustainable for an LP. It would get exhausting. It's the same thing as the Bruiser Wolf album. Like the Bruiser Wolf album, which again that would also be in my top 50. Like if you don't have like the last few tracks on the Bruiser Wolf album, if it's just him like, I'm the dopest in the building, like the whole time, like that would get like a little exhausting. So you need a little bit for contrast. And I think that's what's so good about like the whole Bruiser collective is they learn, like that's how you have Danny EPing all your projects. One of the best things about Danny Brown is he knows how to structure a fucking album. Like even people who don't like old appreciate its structure.
Yep. I was going to say, or the second half versus the first half of Triple X. I mean, yeah. So. It just the slow, it starts off fucking hard. And then over the course of it, it just kind of develops into something much more tragic. And
you party all the time, and you know, because that's where you end up. Like you're filling a hole in your life, and that album really gets that across in a way that, like, just through its sequencing, forget the lyrics. I mean, the lyrics get it across too, but the sequencing alone gets across that feeling of partying to fill up this void in your life, and you're never going to party enough to fill it. So, and the episode is starting to descend into the depression that we all knew it would.
No, but that's a good. Honestly, that's a good way of framing it, because there's that undercurrent in a lot of in a lot of their music. So that's
right. I mean, like, and shout outs to JUS and Fat Ray too. They did good work, but I think honestly the Bruiser Wolf and especially this album are the most high end stuff the collective did this year. But you should really check out everything. Like, and the thing is, everything they put out, pay what you want to on Bandcamp. Like, and Danny's always been about that aesthetic. Like XXX, like now you have to pay for it, I think, but for the longest time it was free. Like he put that shit out for free the day Watch the Throne dropped, which I thought was just like the biggest fuck you. Like you have these two 1% assholes who dropped out a literal gold-plated album about how awesome having money was, and Danny drops this album for free about stealing copper pipes out of a house.
Based, truly.
Based as fuck. So
truly.
So yeah, Van Gogh's Left Ear, fucking awesome. Listen to it. Zelooperz, crazy motherfucker. Listen to him. Rapped over the Crash Bandicoot theme music.
Yeah, no question. My number 7 is Mo Beretta with This Is Not a Drill 2. Mo Beretta, one of the artists of the year in terms of underground hip hop, and really just general amorphous just Surf Gang as a collective. Or just, I mean, once again, they had an excellent 2020 and they had an even better 2021. Really breaking out in the sense of getting more notoriety and, a little bit more of especially production notoriety with Evil Gianni and, Harrison, Era, the whole crew delivered, Tommy Too Hottie, the whole production crew getting some notoriety. I mentioned in the mid-year that Drake follows Evil Gianni, which is very funny. But we'll see.
Black Dracula getting them fangs out.
Yeah, having the fangs. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, so many of another album I'm going to talk about later on the list. That whole style of sample-based, drill by way of East Coast rap, where it's taking a lot of rock, R&B, even select like old school hip hop, but really just like rock and R&B stuff. Think like an album that could sample, the Killers, but also sample like Sade. Like it's that sort of record where you have a lot of that sample based stuff and you're turning it into kind of easygoing and offhanded rapping from Mo Beretta on it, and some truly insane beats and great hooks. Manhattan Transfer is one of my favorite songs of the year. That's a great one. I love the first line on the album is "First thing you should know about me is I'm a functioning get money addict," which I felt that. I also felt that. Thank you, Mo Beretta. But yeah, like Toonami, Zoe 101 has a sample that you would expect. Heaven is Better though is a crazy good song. That's also one of my favorites on here.
Makes me feel old as fuck. He has a song named Toonami and a Zoe 101 sample. I'm feeling
the hook is about like
real fucking old right now.
The hook is like "See me on TV" like Toonami, something to that effect. Yeah, but it crazy good song. Also has a sick Future reference. Feel like I'm Future in beast mode. Got the designer drugs in the peacoat bars. So yeah, I mean, great song. Great song, great album. There's the comment box is a lot of just quoting the lyrics on the song and the ad-libs, which I'm not going to quote the ad-libs because I must sound like an idiot, but it once you listen to like one song by him and you hear the ad-libs, it's a lot of like whispery, like raspy, like ad-libs, like go, like shit like that in the background. There's a lot of like little like gun noises. So yeah, just super fun record. Cool cover art. Sounds like the cover art. First time I've said that in this episode. Sounds like the cover art.
Unlike the Sufjan album, which thank God does not sound like its cover art. I don't know what that would sound like.
Yeah, I don't know what that sound like either. No.
I would love to hear it, but yeah, I can't recommend This Is Not a Drill 2 enough. There are also a number of other EPs released by Mo Beretta this year, including the first installment of This Is Not a Drill. But yeah, part of this like new wave that Surf Gang has been a part of with some other New York artists, like I mentioned Shawnee Bin Laden earlier, but on the honorable mentions episode. So yeah, great new wave coming out of New York. I wondered where like drill music would go, and it's kind of evolved into like this punkish kind of a sound. So that's what I gotta say about that. Great record. Friend of the show, I just did the pod with Ben, aka Created by Rejection. It was very high on his list too, so definitely check it out. Doing pretty well on RYM. Has like 200 ratings. Not bad. So that's my number
I
7.
have no clue what you're talking about, but I'll listen to it in the future.
Thank you, Caleb.
I appreciate. I know that it was falling on slightly deaf ears, but that's okay. We all have that, you know.
You know, if we all had something to say about every single one of these albums, we die of old age. So
Old age.
This episode is going to be long enough as it is.
Exactly. I agree.
So
but
thank you for your contribution, Caleb, on that note.
can't recommend it. Can't recommend
Thank you
it
for your
highly enough.
presentation for the class.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your TED Talk.
Are we on? We're on number 6 now.
6, yeah.
That's it. All right, Trav, your number 6.
I'll be done. My number 6 is Promises by Floating Points and Pharoah Sanders.
Oh, shit.
I have something to say about that.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm fucking awful at talking about jazz and classical music, so I'm going to keep it short. It's good. Dude, I was so fucking hyped. I was so hyped. When I saw that roster, there's no way I'm not listening to this. There actually wasn't that much hype coming up on this. I felt like it didn't get that many wish lists and stuff. Like, I didn't see it getting that like lead up. Like, oh my god, this is fucking Floating Points and Pharoah Sanders on album together. This is nuts. And then people heard it and they're like, wait, this is kind of a classic, isn't it? Yeah, it's so alien and interesting. I think like the best thing I can say about it is that it does something essential by being fresh, which, I mean, you kind of would expect it to be, because like, what are these ingredients going to make, right? And then it kind of ends up being this sort of minimalism piece, but also has like Pharoah Sanders like fucking killing it. In fact, there's not enough Pharoah Sanders on here. If there's any complaints I have, it's just, God, it is unlike a lot of these kind of like really high level collabs where they kind of end up sort of gray and like in the middle, like they kind of become like a mush of different sounds. This is something really fresh. Like I would definitely say this is one of the more memorable jazz and classical pieces I've heard in a while. And then you merge the two together, it's like, Jesus Christ, like this actually is something unique. And, everyone talks about Movement 6. This fucking thing peaks a little bit too early, maybe. Movement 6 is one of the best tracks of the year. It is fucking phenomenal. And you're waiting this whole time for this payoff, and it just slaps you in the mouth. Then there's like 3 more songs that kind of bring you back down. And it's, oh my God, it is such an incredible payoff. Just a beautiful, like candlelit kind of vibe, very nocturnal. I can't say enough kind things about just the way this album, dynamic wise and sonically, is pleasing to the ears as well. Really great use of space, and obviously the London Symphony Orchestra, just awesome contributions here that just kind of create this bed for it. Yeah, man, it's just I expect this to be good, but I didn't expect it to be essential necessarily. I expected it to be something that would be a wonderful like curiosity and like, man, wasn't that this great thing that happened in 2021? But instead it's like, no, this might actually be kind of a canon album. So I'm thrilled to see that it got the praise it deserved, and it has a shit ton of ratings. It's awesome. It's a really great thing that happened last year. So I would definitely say no matter what your tastes are, give it a shot, because it could be an entry point for you.
I'm not as high on it as you. I still really liked it. It would be top 50 probably for me. I think my problem with it, I mean, first of all, the most embarrassing thing of all is that when I saw it, I was hype. I was one of the hype people for it because I thought Pharoah Sanders was dead. I saw this and I'm like, oh shit, Pharoah Sanders is still alive. That will get me canceled on the episode, I suppose. So I was happy Pharoah Sanders was alive. But then I'm listening to it and it's great, but it definitely feels more like a Floating Points album with guests than a full 3-way collaboration to me. It feels like they're doing their thing with accents as opposed to a fully collaborative effort. And I'm fine with that. Like, I feel like it works, but it's not a Pharoah Sanders album.
No. And I said that too. I'm like, if there's anything like these just scorching runs come through, and I'm like, I kind of want more of that.
But I'm okay with that for what the album's trying to do. And I think it worked. I think it works for sure, but Yeah, it's definitely, if you're more familiar, if you're coming from it from a Pharaoh fan perspective, I could see being a little disappointed. If you're more familiar with Floating Points, I feel like you could enjoy it more. And I'm familiar with their work, and I think it's one of their best for sure. So I really enjoy it. Not among my favorites of the year, but it was a very pleasant surprise. It's another one of those that dropped very early in the year that I'd forgotten about. So I'm glad you mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great record. It kind of came to me late because I thought it was good the first time I heard it, but it sets in. I think Trav is right. I actually agree with you on when it peaks. Yeah, and Floating Points is like a super consistent artist that I'm going to do the cliche thing. We don't talk about this artist enough. But like he doesn't, excuse me, they don't really get like talked about a lot in terms of just consistency and where they are in terms of like electronic music and jazz, because they've been playing around with different sounds for years, and going back to their 2015 record, which I can't pronounce the title, but
Alanya.
I think it's
Yeah.
my favorite from Floating Points is that record, and that's what got me into them. And since then, I've always checked everything that they put out, and this was, I mean, no exception. Crazy list, crazy roster, and I would say it lived up to it for a 2021 album involving the cast and the name Pharaoh Sanders on it. I think it definitely lived up to it.
Anyone watching, listen to Silhouettes 1, 2, and 3 from Melania. That is a fucking phenomenal song. And that was one of my favorites of that year. And definitely go back and check out his other work. I didn't get into as much into his next album. I need to go back to it because people fucking liked that album, but it just went past me. I don't know.
I mean, this is all very much, and Floating Points in general is very much in that. And I think they were on Leaving Records with Matthew David's label. So it's very much all in that milieu. So that's all like totally my 100% my aesthetic, my sound. So I'm going to like anything that sounds like that. And I feel like that's what this is aiming for. It's kind of fitting Pharaoh into that sound, fitting his runs into that sort of sound, as opposed to them meeting Pharaoh halfway. So I feel like you kind of have to meet the album there, as opposed to going to it expecting them producing a Pharaoh album, I guess. Yeah. And if that's what you come into it expecting, I think you'll be very pleased.
Yeah,
shout out Karma, one of the greatest albums of all time. Pharaoh Sanders is fucking
great record. God, I love that album. So I guess it's Patrick's number 6.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My number 6. Shout out to Rat Boy / Remy. I don't know who came up with that insulting nickname for him. Very insulting. But who yelled at me for not mentioning this on the honorable mentions episode. Maybe I didn't mention it on the honorable mentions episode because I was saving it for the year-end episode. Kill a Priest with Summer End Cafe. And just like the Zelooperz entry, this is kind of a catch-all for what Killer Priest has done all year, although this is by far the best of his efforts. Killer Priest puts out a lot of music, much of it weird and borderline incoherent, all of it good, all of it with terrible cover art, but charmingly so. Anything named The Third Eye in Technicolor with cover art, it's the cover art you would expect for something called The Third Eye in Technicolor. But yeah, Summer End Cafe is the best. He put out 4 projects in 2021, I believe. 5. He put out 5 projects. This is the best of them. Most Killer Priest stuff he's put out since his career renaissance has been putting out good J Electronica albums, as opposed to the albums J Electronica puts out, which are bad J Electronica albums. This is Killer Priest making the last great MF Doom album. He's rapping in Doom cadence. He's doing weird concepts like Doom and over the type of beats Doom would make. It's very left field. It's very niche. I can't promise this is something for everybody, but if you found everything Doom post-Bourne like this a little wanting, I think that you'll find something to love here. Like Wimbledon 1936 is the weirdest rap song I've heard all year. And I would recommend that just plunge into the deep end and listen to that song. And if there's something you find charming about that, you'll love the rest of this for sure.
Yeah, I unfortunately haven't listened to any Killer Priest since Rocket to Nebula, but Summer Inn Cafe has an excellent rapport amongst my friends on RYM, so I will have to listen to it. And also, I mean, you're not lying about the cover art. Truly harrowing stuff.
It's a journey. It is. I would say that
appears to
the thing
be.
about Killer Priest's rapping is that he straddles a very fine line between third eye galaxy brain gibberish and genuine insight. But he manages to make it work because he's the very rare rapper. Like, I'd say that right now there are 3 rappers I can name off the top of my head that have gotten better with age. Killer Priest, Aesop Rock, Black Thought. And Billy Woods, I guess, but I don't think Billy Woods is an old guy. He might be. By design, we don't know anything about Billy Woods. So, sure. And maybe Mach-Hommy. Mach-Hommy might be 60 years old for all we fucking know. But
sure, deliberately kept a secret. We're not. Ageism.
I might have just gotten this video DMCA'd by.
You might have. Quick, scrub it. Ageism episode. No.
But yeah, waiting to see until the next Danny project decide if he's getting better with age. I think he's getting close, man. He's 40 now, and he's still fucking killing it. I don't know.
Danny, I think, has admirably stayed at the same level, I would say. He's a picture of consistency. But I would say that Priest and Aesop have actually... Maybe with Aesop, my appreciation for him has gotten... I've learned to appreciate him because I used to not be able to stand Aesop Rock, which might be heresy to certain people, but it's perhaps maybe even somebody we're having as a guest tomorrow. But I've come to really love his style of rapping. Maybe it just took forever to get to that point. But I actually think he's learned to work that style of rapping better with age. Black Thought, I think, is just a battle rapper who's just honed his craft over the years and just doesn't age and is just getting better and better at doing it. And Killer Priest, I think, has just gotten weirder with age and just doesn't give a shit. And his writing has just gotten more expansive and adventurous, and the luxury of not caring and having a devoted fan base. You can do shit like this. These are probably the most noirish beats I've heard anyone even rap over, aside from the stuff L'Orange makes. And L'Orange was not, with the exception of Blue and Billy Woods, working with nearly as charismatic or interesting rappers as Killer Priest is here. And again, you're going to get nonsense. But the thing about it is, Killer Priest is, as far as third eye fucking galaxy brain rappers go, Killer Priest has pro-vaccine bars.
It's true.
I can fuck with that. When your favorite rapper is going on Twitter saying the dumbest shit ever that's getting people killed, I can fuck with my galaxy brain rapper having fucking pro-vaccine bars.
Rare W.
But yeah, this album, very, very strange. Most albums on this list, I will enthusiastically say, try it, you'll like it. Even the Zelooperz album. This one is very niche. I'm mainly saying the more of a Doomhead you are, the more you'll like it. Beyond that, your mileage may vary. I love it. But it's very, very niche. So probably the most negative thing I could have said for the number 6 thing on my list. 7?
No. I mean, not bad to couch your recommendation, which is hey.
I just want to give people realistic expectations going into this, although I think if you're listening to a Killer Priest album in 2021, I mean, this dude just put out an EP about cloned Superman who are agents of the government who are ops buying weed, which is certainly high concept. Also a very good EP, by the way. It's just weird. Weird choice.
Put out a lot of music, all of it Galaxy Brain, all of it good.
Yeah, there you go. You summed it up way better than I could.
Well, my number 6 is equally, not an equally niche artist, but someone who I would think of as not exactly your everyday artist you run into, and that would be Slitherman Activated by RX Nephew.
Oh, here we go. I think I can talk about this one.
Let's go. Yeah, Patrick had a similar reaction on the mid-year when I brought Slitherman Activated up. Yeah, Slitherman Activated was number 3 on my mid-year, and it's number 6 now, and that is no fault of the album. That is just a result of how goddamn good.
Its top 5 is all also RX Nephew albums that have come out this
year. Yes. My top 100 is just
I like Make Drunk Cool Again the most. That's my fave of the year. So
Make Drunk Cool Again.
I actually like his Quiet Storm R&B album.
Yeah, Shardy RX 2 is another fantastic record.
Shout out to Charles Hamilton, by the way, who just outright posted foreign exchange on his SoundCloud for no reason and took credit for it, as if it were a collaboration. Which for 5 seconds made me super excited that he collaborated with Neff. But then I was like, wait a minute, he just did essentially the SoundCloud equivalent of a retweet, but it was really just him taking weird credit for it.
Retweets not equal endorsements.
But no, he lists himself as the artist on it, so it's just the most he's literally just I don't think you can do that, Charles. Didn't you learn from the Dilla thing?
Didn't you learn? You should have stopped it after. Didn't you learn? Like Charles Hamilton. Yeah.
I originally actually planned on doing a 20-minute soliloquy about all those recent Charles Hamilton I found.
You can't bring that segment back. That's a dead segment.
I might.
That's a dead segment.
Not now, but I might, because I found a lot of recent Charles Hamilton.
Yes, more
now
Sonic
going by
and Tails.
Doom Williams. He is now going by Doom Williams and also Darth the Hamilton.
Sonic and Tails cosplay, please tell me more.
You don't sound like you want to hear anymore.
No. That would. Thank you for picking up on that.
I mean, I have a spreadsheet with all the chaos he earned.
Gosh, yes, things that people really care about to listen to.
Man, COVID really hit us differently, huh?
Well, I mean, it's
been
over a year. Don't you want to know how many Chaos Worlds Charles got?
Charles has very strong feelings about the upcoming movie Sonic 2. Sonic 2 Hedgehog.
2021 was the year I finally heard the Pink Lava Lamp for the first time, so I'm right at the foot of the mountain.
That's a great album. I will not hear shit about that album. That album
It's great. Dude, that ending run is incredible. It just broke my heart. It was amazing.
This is awkward, and the Pink Lava Lamp and Hamilton, Charles are close to 10s, all of them. Those are all great fucking albums. It's just
Shining and I'll Be Around made me want to die. I mean, in the best way, man. I just what the fuck? What happened to you, man?
Can't believe that This is what we got. We shoehorned Charles Hamilton into our RX Nephew.
Into our RX Nephew discussion.
Yes, this album
is literally the most living off borrowed time thing ever, is that I managed to fucking get Charles Hamilton into the year in discussion.
On this episode, we've had discussions about Italian neorealism in film. We've had discussions about Charles Hamilton, and we've talked about floating points and Pharoah Sanders. Come at us. This album, I mean, I talked about a lot of mid-year, but Early Age Death, one of my favorite songs of the year, one of my favorite beats of the year. Just the presence and charisma that RX Nephew has is more than 10 of your favorite rappers put together. It's just unbelievable.
He put out more albums than 10 of your favorite fucking rappers put together
ever in their entire discography,
except for Charles Hamilton.
I mean, on the same verse, which shout out to this review from the ODB, as you can see, who had a great review of this. But they talk about on the same verse on any RX Nephew song on the album will be stuffed with aggression and ego and humor and conspiracy and self-hatred and disses and self-absorption and misanthropy and just a lot of unbelievable contradictions throughout a verse. I mean, obviously, we've all talked about some of the funny lines, like the Kardashian one, and like trap jumping like Kim K OnlyFans, and shit like that. But unbelievable presence, and I said this phrase a lot in the Yeat episode, but vocal gymnastics and the dexterity that he has in his fucking voice is crazy. I mean, if you stream of consciousness rapping over some of the best beats you'll hear all year, listen to the album. That's what I have to say. So
I'll tell you my story about how I discovered RX Nephew. So I was having a bad night. I was having a panic attack. I was having one of my bad anxiety nights, and I was just sitting on my computer, waiting for the night to be over. And I'd uncovered American Terrorist. And,
oh my god.
and Slither Conspiracy. I thought I was gonna fucking die. I was laughing so fucking hard, like the tears were just coming down. Like it immediately fixed my breathing. I was like, oh. This is wonderful. This is like better than breathing into a paper bag. I couldn't stop fucking laughing. I'm like, this man has the most uncanny, wonderful flow I've ever heard in my fucking life. And sure enough, I'm like, okay, this is the year I discovered this guy. He puts out like fucking 5 albums in like 2 months or something.
Yeah.
So I've been fed. I've been
2 months, like 2 days.
2 days.
Yeah.
It's
such an encompassing like span of influences that he brings to the table too, which I find
no two albums are alike either. He's not churning out the same content. It's just this complete. I mean, I was blown away by the influences that were on Make Drunk Cool Again. It reminded me of what was that Denzel Curry album? Zoo. Some of the beats on there, and I was just like, wow. I didn't necessarily think, okay, our RX Nephew is gonna be flowing over this, but okay. And then of course it ends with Slitherman solo set, and then all bets are off. at that point, bitch, my costume is me. Every day's fucking Halloween. I sing better than Tory Lanez.
Well, I sing better than Tory Lanez, definitely fact.
Oh my god, I love this man. Great year. I don't even want to fucking talk about any one album. It's just this whole year has been the year of, and the thing is, RX Papi had a better album than any of his, in my opinion.
Don't speak too soon. Don't speak too soon. We'll get to that.
They're both not.
Yeah, because he came through late in the year. But as a whole year, Neff fed this year. Oh my god. So
I have just went through and counted. I've just went through and counted 2, 4, 6, 8 projects that I would consider excellent from RX Nephew this year, and I haven't even listened to all of them. So.
I mean,
no, never mind. I found one more, 9.
Oh, nice, 9.
That is like a throwback to me to late 2000s, early 2010s, like Lil B, Currency.
Yep.
Just, like,
I feel that.
Dropping shit all the time, like just when when being a rap fan on the internet was fun. When rappers that you love would just drop shit all the goddamn time, and they sounded like they were having fun doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that shit. I got nothing more to say. I just love it. He's fun as fuck to listen to.
This list has not been as depressing as I thought it was.
It's about to get. I'm looking at my top 5, and at least
I got you.
So goddamn depressing.
I got you.
I have at least 2 positive albums in my top 5.
My top 2 are debatable. The 3 before are depressing as fuck.
All right.
We'll get there.
Let's get depressed. Let's get
do it.
I just cracked another beer. Let's get depressed.
All right. So number 5, so it'll be Trev.
All right. So I got one from Bandcamp. A weird oddball album from Bandcamp that ended up actually getting some ratings. I'm going to try to pronounce this one right. This is Fivelle is Glock, a French, a pop album. And I would say that is halfway between Guided by Voices and Francois Hardy. This album is fucking awesome. I was blown away on first listen to this thing because it's like they just took this whole studio space and they have like this really kind of low key, like maybe 3 or 4 piece kind of jazz rock kind of setup going. They have a fucking like microphone overhead, and it's like a voyeuristic listen by the way that it's mic'd and just the sound of the album. And there's just this really twee sort of lovely French vocalist. And then there's this like really harsh kind of lo-fi production. And these songs are lovely, and they're all like 1.5 minutes long. And the whole, it's kind of like in almost like a B1000 kind of structure, right? Where it's like there's like 20 fucking songs and it's like 30 minutes long. And you never get time to get really comfortable. But at the same time, it's just so soothing in its own weird way. This album actually ended up with a good amount of ratings on Rate Your Music. God's, what is it called? God's Trash Men Sent to Write the Mess. I love this album. And the main reason I love this album is because I've never heard anything like it in my life. And I will say that it is neither upbeat nor downbeat. It's just sort of its weird, odd thing. And it has a lot of cool influences, but it is very unique to itself. I think I've probably done about the best I can do to describe it. You just have to live through it and experience it. It is very Bandcamp. It's one of those just weird things you find, and sometimes it gets lucky and it ends up popping off and everyone hears about it and it blows up like Car Seat Headrest or something. This didn't get that big, but hopefully if they have another project out, it does, because I can't recommend this album highly enough. It is just the right amount of unique and strange. Give it a go. It is number 5 for me, but honestly, it was like 3 at one point. Just a lot of things shifted at the end of the year. But I've been listening to it since literally January or February. So that's high praise. That's all I got on that one.
I mean, you mentioned Guided by Voices and Weird Bandcamp a bunch of times, so I think this is the first thing I'm going to download once we get done this episode, because you just hit like all of my buttons with that shit. You pretty much sold me on it entirely. So, yeah.
Give it a go.
Exactly what I would look forward to.
It's what these fucking lists are for, is stuff like this, honestly.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
All right. My number 5 has 42 ratings on RYM right now, which is shameful, and it's only barely above a 3. Also shameful.
Damn.
It is The City Introvert by the Prizefighter Inferno, which is the side project of, and y'all are going to fucking laugh at me. I can, even if you don't to my face, I can hear you do it under your breath. The side project of the lead singer of Coheed and Cambria, the prog emo band, which I unapologetically love. But this is an album of, it's not like in character. This is the first album this guy has made that is not in character, in storyline, whatever. It is him dealing with his wife's cancer. It is insanely depressing and emotionally naked and fucking gorgeous. He did an album under this alias before in 2005, 2006, I believe, which was sort of on that Postal Service, Digital Ash in a Digital Urn, Jimmy Tamborello, Dintel wave. But it was in character, and it was really good, but it was still like dealing with the same kind of tropes that he did with his main band. This is not like that. This is lyrically very direct. I actually think that this might be something you guys could appreciate more, because first of all, lyrically direct, like he's not writing like he's reading a D&D manual. So I think that would probably resonate with you more than the stuff he normally sings about. Secondly, because there is heavy use of auto-tune on there, which I think kind of pissed off the rock dads that normally listen to Coheed. But I think obviously you guys are more open-minded than that. And I think the use of auto-tune on this is very reminiscent to me of something like Charlie on Pop 2, maybe. The way he uses it, where it's like, yeah, he's like one of those fucking Robert, like Led Zeppelin style, like he can do operatic vocals and stuff. So he's not using auto-tune to like compensate for vocal weakness. This isn't 808s and Heartbreaks or something. Like, although 808s and actually that's a pretty good comparison to this too, because even though Kanye, yes, you know, I can hear Wyatt rolling his eyes right now that I managed to shoehorn Kanye into a discussion, just like I did with Charles Hamilton one entry ago. I'm just going to talk about what I want to fucking talk about. But like in the same way that Kanye uses auto-tune on 808s and Heartbreaks to kind of express the emotions that his vocals won't let him, his vocal limitations won't, I think Claudio does on this album as well. Because it's not appropriate for him to sing in the same way he normally would. So the kind of dehumanized auto-tune approach works. But there are also incredible pop hooks on here too. And incredible instrument and like beautiful instrumentation. She's the Brains, My Sweetheart, which is directly to his wife, will make me fucking cry every time I hear it. Crazy for You is not a Madonna cover, but it's haunting. There is one song on here that has a rap verse from his friend from Coheed, which skip that. Skip the rap. I'm going to tell you right now that this might have been higher if there was not a fucking... It's fine. Like, it actually thematically fits, but this did not need it. Like, I'm going to say that right now. Like, and yeah, you're going to cringe when you hear it. It's whatever. But beyond that, I have nothing to complain about this. I think it's perfectly airtight. It's incredible pop songwriting. It's really, really depressing because it's about a guy dealing with his wife's cancer. And I'm not going to lie, like, this wasn't something that I had during an incredibly emotionally traumatic year for me that resonated with me on a deep level, because it was one married guy dealing with trauma, something that resonated with another married guy dealing with his own emotional issues as well. So, yeah.
I will say I've never heard a full Coheed album, like even the big ones.
I don't think they're really your thing, but I think you probably find a lot more to like here because, again, like the auto-tune pop 2 comparison I'm saying, I feel like he uses the vocals here in a similar way to Charlie. So I think that is probably the most relevant reference point I can think of. It does
for a lead singer with a band.
Maybe even Future in some ways too, like thinking like 56 Nights, DS2 Future. I mean, obviously not like the lyrical content. I'm just thinking of the vocal mixing and like the lonely aspects of the way Future uses his voice. So
the way you describe the album is surprising to me. From the start of it, I was expecting something else. I'm thinking to myself, have you heard Stage 4 by Touche Amore?
Yes.
I have not, no.
Oh,
that fucking kicks. That's a good album.
That shit rips. Yeah,
it's also depressing as shit and about cancer. And that was what I was thinking. And then as you're describing it, it becomes like a heartbreaking pop album. I'm like, okay, I gotta check it out. That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely depressing in a different way than something like Hospice is, I suppose.
Okay.
Like in terms of, or even like the Sufjan stuff, like Carrie and Lowell, I think. Like in terms of dealing with like processing grief and emotions in that way. I don't know. I think it's a very interesting way to musically approach these emotions. And I think that it's admirable that Claudio is able to do this and still keep the hooks in his music, still keep the melodies. Lyrically, I think it's absolutely fucking crushing, but yeah, the rap verse gotta go, man. The rap verse gotta go. But
seems out of place on the album, judging by description.
It is a rap verse. Like, it's totally fine the way it's delivered, but it's just like, it's gotta go. And there's like 100 in universe, like, it's the guy who does it is Josh Eppard. He's actually has several rap projects under the name Weird Science, and weird is spelled with 2 E's. It hurt to even just say all that, but yeah, like, he's actually decent at what he does, but it's just like, it doesn't fit here to even have it. But beyond that, like, that's just because the whole project itself otherwise feels like, tourniquet tight, very insular, very cold, and no matter what, anybody rapping it, like Charles Hamilton could show up and rap something perfectly and it wouldn't fit for me. Like, it just that it breaks the mood a little bit. But beyond that, I think that the way he put this together is beautiful. The sentiment behind it is beautiful. To the best of my knowledge, his wife is still with him, so that's beautiful. I mean, that it was for somebody still living and not like an elegy, which would be beautiful in a different way. But eulogy, not an elegy. I mean, I'm losing the thread here. This is a great album. It's very depressing. Don't listen to it if you're in good.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate your that was interesting enough to, I think, get me and Trav to check it out, which I probably couldn't do in the similar situation. So
42 ratings is bullshit, and I think that a lot of Coheed fans came to it expecting something different, which on a musical level is lame, because this project musically it's not very, on a technical level, very different from their first project. His first project, because it's a solo thing. I mean, lyrically it is, but so they shouldn't have expected that. And if you're getting mad about somebody using autotune in 2021, you can't listen to the podcast. Fuck off.
Yeah. Or just like listen to music, like
stop.
Go outside. I don't know.
Touch grass. Touch grass.
Because that's played the fuck out and lame. But
well, fuck you, Pat.
Oh, this took an unexpected.
Let's do it back.
Fuck you, Pat. Stepping on my cliches.
My number 5 from someone that I'm sure touches grass. Yes, my number 5 is something that Travis alluded to maybe about 10 minutes ago or so. RX Papi and Good with their collaboration album.
Oh, it's so good. Forgive the pun. No.
That was it's terrible. But yes, Foreign Exchange. This album is absolutely incredible. It could have been higher. It was creeping near 3 at one point throughout the year, but some things came out. But yeah, man, like this album is just unbelievably. I would like to walk into this bitch like blank or blank or blank or blank, like Tony fucking Soprano.
Like
Let's
Vince
fucking
McMahon,
go, boys.
Like,
Let's go, Vince McMahon. I walk. I walk in this bitch like Steve Harvey.
Let's see what's in the comment box. Walk into this bitch. God, there's so many of these.
There's so many of them.
Walk in this bitch. It is what it is.
Yes. Side note,
bitch like Vince Carter.
There's a review that I'm going to should be deleted from the website that leads off with this take. Awful rapping. All right, we need to close down the website.
Was that Bullet Luck Charm? That sounds like Bullet Luck Charm would have written that. Although, wait, no, he would have written 3 fucking paragraphs of fucking neoliberal bullshit before that.
No, it was not, but that's a good analog.
Awful rapping. That's the first thing I. First
thing I see. Yeah,
people need to do their own research these days. You know,
horrible
rapping.
I mean, if you listen to, this dovetails perfectly with what I'm about to say, which is one of my 3 or 4 favorite songs of the year was 12 Style Street, which is a perfect
crushing
song.
Crushing.
It's the most impassioned rapping I've heard, not only this year but maybe last year too. It's unbelievable. The entire song is one long quotable, and it's just. You think it's done, and then he just keeps going. And despite all that, it's only a 2-minute long song, and it ends so perfectly. Also, a gorgeous fucking beat. Absolutely, the way the synth lines hit. I've been listening to it a lot lately in the mornings and stuff. It's great, like winter music. And I love I'm not gonna do a fucking RX Papi verse, but the whole part about I learned my lesson. I rap too much on the Yeat episode, so I learned my lesson. But the part where he's talking about for so many years I held it down. I never want to sell drugs. I would have been cool playing games and shit, but instead I'm running with the gang and shit. Come fucking on, man. Talking about how I think the lights are gonna go out. My mom's crying. My mom's got this other guy here. How are you going to put him before me? I wish that fucking house would burn down. It's so much personal trauma. Stuff about how even in the beginning when he's she said, why you're still stressed about that happened years ago. I'm still stressed about shit that happened years ago. Just the whole sequence, man, the whole song. If you've heard that song once, you'll never forget it. That's what I'm going to say. And if you don't feel strongly about that song and you don't think that song's fucking incredible, then you can't listen to the podcast. I'm sorry. And I think that's warranted because it's perfect and it's the whole thing's perfect. But I will say, Albino Steve, great title. Also, I'll walk in this bitch like Albino Steve. But yes, that beat is also one of the best beats on here. And you could say that about every beat on here. Albino Steve, Split Decision, Teflon Don is another one. Liar at the end, that last track is a slept on beat, I think. And yeah, man, this is such a kind of an unexpected collab for me when I heard about it. It made me really hype that this sort of thing still happens in rap music all the time. That we can get a damn rap music is fucking cool moment with an album like this every year. So yeah, man, this is my number 5, but it could have been as high as 3, and it deserves as such because this shit is a classic, and I'm so glad it got released.
I remember the day I heard this album, I immediately got on the Discord because I wanted to talk to someone about it, and literally someone had just written, "Where is Optimal today?" And I'm like, well, fuck.
Trolling the chat, but still.
I was like, fuck.
Nobody had talked in 10 minutes, so Ryan needed to ask, where is Optimal?
It was probably right.
Man, it's been 10 whole minutes.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, fuck, where'd he go? And sure enough, I get to talk to you about it now. I'm going to throw shade at Blade right now. I'm so fucking excited that Good is Simz on the shit.
And throw in shade of Young Lean too while you're at it.
Yeah. I was thrilled with this. Just conceptually, it was great. But then when it came through, and it's so tight, and oh my god, there's nothing even remotely close to a bad track on here. It climaxes so well at the end too. I mean, just it comes together as a really brilliant project. That I mean, it's not long enough. I would love another like 5 songs. I mean, I could go on forever. This is an amazing project. It just makes me want another one. God, just such a wonderfully icy set of beats that really brings out some wonderful introspective writing. Yeah, this is a great album. I've only heard it like late in the year, so it didn't really make that impression to get that high. That happens a lot. Like I really did the best I could at the end of the year to re-listen to stuff. There's some stuff like that Keith album. I didn't get around to it because I was too busy re-listening for stuff like this, you know? I feel very guilty when I have albums I really quote unquote love. I don't fucking hear them more than twice. And so that for me, December is my time to really pick that back up. So sometimes things fall through. This one I got to, again, it was late in the year. So superb though.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. Like when it came down to actually making the top 10, like I'm not like you guys. I don't have a list beyond the 10. Like when it came down to actually pruning the 10, it was like I kept switching out like the top 5 are hard and fast. Like they're set. Beyond that, I was switching shit out back and forth, and eventually it had to be like, did I listen to this constantly? That was my first rule. And unfortunately, this and the Peggy album were like, I got to them too late in the year. They didn't qualify just because I got to them too late. But if I got to it early enough that it would have been in rotation, there's a good chance it would have qualified because it's that good. It's great. I like it better than Slitherman Activated. Those are the 2 Neff projects that I listen to the most. I can't front like I listen to the rest of his voluminous output because there's so goddamn much of it. And also shout out to that random guy, though, friend of the show, for compiling all of it. It's out. Oh my
God, unbelievable! Doing the Lord's work, honestly.
Really doing God's work because somebody has to.
It's just an impossible task made possible.
Yeah, that is climbing the mountain there. I love it. I need to listen to it more. I'm really looking forward to the 55 albums Neff's going to put out in the coming year.
Yeah, I mean they both have put out like an unbelievable amount of material this year, but Neff especially. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, damn. But, yeah. It's funny, the more I talked about this album just now, like, in my little, like, rant about it, I would actually, I mean, live redo, this would probably be my number 4, thinking about it, to where my number 4 is going to be, but it's virtually interchangeable, like I was saying earlier. But, yeah, I mean, fucking love this album.
It's, all right. Trav, you're number 4.
All right, so this is the happiest album on my list. This is the happiest album on anyone's list. This album gave me life this year. In a year where we got a lot of retread pop punk music from all kinds of places, including the retreads of Machine Gun Kelly and fucking what's your fucking face, Olivia Rodrigo, and the like. A really fucking great punk band came into my life, and that is Origami Angel. And their album, Gami Gang, is one of the most fun fucking things I've heard in years. And it is their second album. Their first is very beloved. It has become canon, basically, on Rate Your Music.
Yeah.
They love that shit. And I was very happy to go back and listen to it because I was introduced with Gami Gang. I was brand new when I heard it. And I got to say, of the 2, I will give a little bit of props to the debut for being a little bit more concise. But Gami Gang is so unique in the way that it brings in like these wild fucking like vocal samples, just the most fun air guitar riffs you're going to hear all year, the most like life affirming, sweet lyricism about like self-acceptance and relationships, just working out. Like everything's going good on this shit, except that the person who's singing these songs, at least at one point, did absolutely hate themselves. And so you kind of see this progress going on in the lives of the people with making this music. And I think that's really cool. It feels earned. As a band, they do a lot of what would be typed as easycore, which is basically you get some like some thrash metal thrown in at different points. So it's never too sweet, which I think is awesome. They really play around with their arrangements, kind of flashy at times. These breakdowns they'll throw in. There's one song that's randomly like a bossa nova song that's also punk, which is fucking awesome. There's just like so much on here to take apart, and it just blows right past. It's 20 songs in 50 minutes, and it feels like it's about 30 minutes, which I think is just an absolute blessing. And there's just so many like hilarious like random samples from TV. It ends with that classic call. If you don't like that, you don't like NBA basketball. And
no fucking way.
Is how the album ends. That's how it ends. It just fucking cuts off. And I'm like, holy shit, this album's amazing. I mean, this is what made them think to fucking put that.
How did we get a Sacramento Kings?
They're a Washington D.C. band.
Sacramento Kings.
They're a Washington D.C. band. I don't know what the fuck's going on with them. There's a fucking Jimmy Neutron clip in there. These guys are on fucking crack, dude. I love them. They're amazing. And I gotta say, there's a million albums like this coming out right now. And there's a total gold rush for like cheap, just generic pop punk. Everybody wants it. Fucking Willow actually put out one of the better singles of the year with Travis Barker in that vein.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you real quick. I'm gonna cut you off real quick.
That shit's
Travis
good.
Barker needs to fucking stop.
He does. Dude, he is such a leech. He's such a fucking leech. He is like taking advantage of everyone who picks up a guitar.
Oh, yeah. No, he's a fucking parasite, man.
He's a fucking parasite.
It's a goddamn engorged tick. Like, I never thought, like, Tom DeLonge would be, like, the dignified one. Like, please, give us back Angels and Airwaves. Like, the restraint of Angels and Airwaves.
That Trippie Red album sucked.
Fuck you, Travis Barker. Like, yeah, your name has taken a beating this year.
Well, in some ways the stock raised because holy shit, he is milking this for all it's worth.
That's the name that make the stock boom. But
yep. What can I say, man? Picking one album, pick on me, gang, because that shit is actually the truth. It is very fun. Worth your time.
I will say I read the genres for this band in their like profile, and it's just exactly made for me. Like it's still made for me now, but like 2015 me would have been like, oh hell yeah. But no, this shit still looks
great. Blue Mohawk Caleb would have been all.
Go dig back into the good old days, man.
I saw the words Midwest emo pop punk, and I was like, oh, we're about to get angsty in this motherfucker. Let's go.
It's like low key angsty, but also joyful. It's weird. I don't know what to say. Like, hey, I'm not depressed anymore, but I was. So
unfortunately, can't really,
read the room. Read the room.
I said I got you. I said I'll be carrying us through the rest of this episode with my fucking sugar puff fucking albums.
That's that. No, I appreciate it. I promise I'm going to check this one out. For sure, because I like the cover art of the debut too. This looks interesting. So yeah. We'll get the takes. I'll put them in the log. We'll check. And
when that final sample, that final call hits, at the end of the album,
I will laugh.
Oh, it's so good.
jump! I cannot believe that. That's an unbelievable reference that they just put in there. I guess this is pass number 4.
Yeah. My number 4. So you're talking about nice, light, happy albums with fun cover art. All right. Number 4. Armand Hammer and Alchemist Haram.
Let's go. Hey. Fuck Fantano for bleeping the album cover out on his fucking list. Fuck you.
He did that? Oh my god.
Fuck you.
Fucking vegan pig.
Whack.
Wow, that is the most missing the point thing I've ever heard. If you've listened to our Haram episode, we go over how we find the cover art uncomfortable, and my wife actually made me like not have it in front of her because it made her so viscerally uncomfortable. But she even like got it. She was like, "Yeah, I understand why they did this cover
Those
art.
Are pigs, and their heads are removed.
It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. Off the fucking pigs. Off the fucking pigs."
Yeah, kill the pig in you. That song with Quelle Chris is
off the pig in your head. Like there's a fucking like they spell it out for you very clearly. Quelle Chris actually says it for you very slow. If you're slow, like Anthony Fantano apparently is. I cannot believe this fucking asshole did that. That makes me so goddamn angry.
You probably didn't even like the verse, too.
I am so...
Fuck.
I completely lost my train of thought.
Angry ass album, so maybe it's appropriate. Get in the space.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Is this... last year... Patrick, I have a question for you. Because you probably consume a lot of, like, I don't know how much Armand Hammer, like, discourse you consume.
I thought you were going to say alcohol, but...
Oh, no. No. People were talking, I remember we had this conversation last year at mid-year, maybe the end of the year, one of the two, where there was a lot of discourse around Shrines being like this angry and blah, blah, blah album. We both thought that, especially you thought that it wasn't actually the case. I think this album is what people were actually like.
Yeah, no, myself and Brian, Cosa 12, shout out to Cosa. We're going to eventually do we're going to do the Elucid episode this year, at least. We addressed that, and yeah, this is angry, because there's a lot more to be angry about. Like, Shrines felt a lot more like, a lot of it was written pre-pandemic, but generally I think a lot of it was written, and Billy and Lucid have addressed this in their press tour, like on the Call Out Culture episode and such, about how the press around their previous albums made them want to make something that kind of bucked the stereotype of them being like these, we make these dialect albums every time out, these brutal industrial things. So you have, something like Solarium on Shrines, Lucid being like, I'm more than the sun. And like, like Earl's Black Pride verse on Shrines and all that. Like, it's very much an album that's celebrating the organic, the natural, the communal. Haram ain't that.
No.
Haram is about, like, fuck you colonizers, fuck the pigs, fuck this, just fuck everything. Like, we had this discussion on the podcast before about not using, like, the word reactionary, I guess, and, like, how that's been colored as, like, conservative sort of thing, reactionaries, Reagan Republicans, et cetera, et cetera. And I think this album it's a reaction, but it's not reactionary. It's a defensive pose. It's like, yeah, we just spent a year litigating, watching white people fucking litigate a black man who was executed by the state, as if there was anything to litigate about it.
Yeah.
As if there's anything to litigate about a dude who had a fucking a peace officer allegedly stand on his neck for 7 minutes. That's why there are 2 dead pig heads on the cover, Anthony. I'm sorry if that offends your vegan sensibilities, you fucking bitch.
Yeah.
No, fuck. That is the most missing the point thing I've ever heard. It's not about... There's a reason
it's the album cover. Like, you said it.
And there is so much more to it than just the visceral image. Like, yes, the image is supposed to elicit a visceral response in you. It's good that it did that. Then listen to the lyrics.
I don't even know if it's his sensibility. I just don't think he wanted to be demonetized.
You're probably right. Right. I'm giving him way too much credit. And I've made a point to not talk about him too much on this show, because he certainly doesn't talk about us and certainly doesn't kick us anything back. So
no, I think it's worth mentioning, because I wanted to talk about the album cover. I want to talk about the album cover. Yeah.
Yeah. And the album, like, but the other stuff on it, like, actually, I bought the CD. Actually, again, if you listen to the ROM episode, I'm plugging it a lot. Like, I talk about the trials it took for the package to get to me, with the shirt and everything. But the other art on there is really cool. Like, the inside CD jewel case thing is like is a pro wrestling ring or a boxing ring covered in ice, which is like the art He's Lost a Lot of Blood sample comes from on the song after the title track, which isn't actually the title track, but it's the one that the Gotta Kill the Pig in Your Head comes from. And there's also the No Ganja, No Moreno, which is the shirt that I got for it, because I was not going to. I'm too much of a coward to go around with dead pig heads on me, unfortunately.
It's a good conversation starter.
It is certainly an icebreaker.
Fuck pigs. Kill pigs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's funny.
It's like, hey, is that a metaphor? Oh shit, I didn't know. Falling Out the Sky is one of the best songs of the year.
Falling Out the Sky is one of the best songs of the year for sure, and it definitely presages like Earl's new direction in a lot of ways. his respect for Armand Hammer has been like, he's been bigging them up for years. So it's really good to see that they're like an ongoing conversation with each other. He put them on the new album with Tabula Rasa, which is one of the best songs of the year. I mean, it's a single this year, but it's on his album. It's a single from, I suppose, last year, the year we're discussing, but this current year, it's going to be on their album. But you can really tell that he's taken a lot from both their styles, and the respect is mutual. Billy's like falling out the sky. Yeah. Like the storytelling from all three, the way they play off of each other is incredible on this. I think that they're both rapping on a super high level, and they bring the best out of their guests. It's one of my favorite Quelle verses. Like, people don't like that Quelle verse, I guess, but it's supposed to be like simple and antagonistic. Like the cliches he uses to get at you on that, they're supposed to annoy you. Like when he like brings up the Three Little Pigs stuff and like the wee and all that, like he's getting at some, again, it's like the cover art. It's supposed to get at something visceral within you.
Yeah.
And I think he does an excellent job of that. And it goes back to all the themes that Billy's hitting on about like colonialism, just implicit racism, systematic racism, the prison system. There are all these themes that, you know, the first listen you have, you might not catch all of them, like every Armand Hammer release, because they're hitting you with so much. All you hear is they're just dope fucking rap songs. And they sound even more cohesive than ever because they have one producer for a whole project for the first time. That producer's Alchemist, who's been at the top of his fucking game, like we covered in the Honorable Mentions episode. He's never sounded better. Like, this is like a Fetty level, Covert Coup level fucking performance out of Alchemist behind the boards.
Yeah, I mean, Alchemist, his run over the last couple of years, I mean, not that Alchemist ever fell off, but I mean, the run over the last couple of years has been ridiculous. I mean, probably starting with those projects, I would say around like Fetty and then onwards, whether it was collaborations with, you know, artists like Armand Hammer, or even the stuff with Action was around that time when Fetty came out. That stuff was strong too.
Well, I mean, Lamb Over Rice was.
Yeah, the Freddy, obviously. I mean, and just you could throw a dart at an Alchemist collab. The Bladee, throw a dart at the Alchemist collabs, and they were strong.
I just think that this is an incredibly essential album, and I think I said this in the mid-year. I said this in the Haram episode. And I say this about way too many. I said this in the Run the Jewels episode about Walking in the Snow. It's an album that, unfortunately, is always going to be relevant. And yeah, and it's just never stops kicking you in the face. And I mean, there's now, thankfully, an instrumental version out there, so you can at least just vibe the instrumentals. And if you at least want to just live in the mood, which there's that there too. So it works on that level too. It's incredible music. It's not my favorite Armand Hammer album. I still think Paraffin's my favorite. It's probably second, but they have an impeccable body of work. So
I guess my contribution to this discussion is, again, focusing on Alchemist, because I'm a person who's stood on the sidelines and watched, amazed by his, I don't know if I want to call it a second coming, but I mean, he's really been incredible lately. How he managed to read the room and adjust for this album, because I think that was one of the interesting pieces of discourse surrounding this album when it came out, is like, how is Alchemist going to adjust to Billy Woods and the Luces, you know? And I think he did an incredible job. I mean, he just took everything that makes his sound special, and then he read the room and created a funereal, scary, melodic too, just lovely group of beats. That's just Stone Fruit. Oh my God! Like, there's just so many wonderful
Stone Fruit
beats.
is like one of the weirdest beats ever, but it's gorgeous. And that last song, I can't. I mean, again, that's a very hard song to discuss. We tried to do it. Brian and I tried to, but that song just probably the most disturbing song of the year. Covers a lot. So yeah. Cheerful album. We're doing great as a society.
Life's fine. Yeah, we're
doing
chugging right along.
I went out today and no one was wearing a fucking mask. It was great. That's what I told my daughter when I saw her in the hospital on Friday. She's 4 months old. It was great.
Things are well.
Things are super cool. I can't wait to watch the Olympics that we should be having, and then the Super Bowl, which we should also be having.
And I'm right down the street from me. Yep, going great.
Great. Well, my number 4 is a significantly more optimistic record, and I mean that sincerely. Actually,
What, the Jonestown recordings?
No, it's Bladee with the Fool. Now I would probably
brain stuff on this episode actually.
oh, there you go. There you go. It's I managed to shoehorn it in. Yeah, this was. It was 2 or 3 at mid-year. It's 4 now. Although I just had that competition about the RX and Good record. I probably put it back at 5. But regardless, 4 or 5, wherever you want to have it. This is an awesome fucking album. And I know that shout out to Chris, aka 108 Mics, when they were on the show, they mentioned that Blade's kind of like a pseudo Christian rapper now, in a way, which is very funny, but also kind of true, just because of the hopefulness and optimism. And Blade's just having so much fun now at this stage of his career, and I really support it, especially compared to some like the earlier, really like icy music. But yeah, man, this is euphoric fucking music. It was going to be impossible for me not to like this. So, Let's Ride is wonderfully fun song. Obviously, Hotel Breakfast, the meme. I'm Blade, you call me Bladee, but yeah, man, this is just awesome. BBY is also my favorite song here. And Tyboy comes through with a good feature, as usual. Looking forward to that Tyboy record. I feel like it's been kind of, not pushed back, but he's been taking his time on it, so I'm really interested in seeing what Tyboy drops this year, because the only thing we got from Tyboy in terms of an album or mixtape type project was a record last year from his alter ego, a trance album from his alter ego. So interested in seeing what Tyboy does. But yeah, I mean, I talked about this Bladee album in the mid-year a bunch, so I won't go in too much, but makes me really happy. A lot of like pretty straightforward ideas on here, and some of the most optimistic music he's ever made with some of his best hooks. So, love this record. I don't think I would put it in, let me see, 2, 3, I don't know if it's top 5 Bladee, it might be, but it's definitely a wonderful fucking project, and I'm glad that people have taken to it, both on a underground, forums type deal, and in like a quasi mainstream set where I've seen it on places like TikTok and things like that. So good for Bladee. He's found a big audience. So good for that whole crew.
Yeah, I'll revisit it. I liked it. I didn't love it. Like, I feel like I honestly like drain shit when it's more depressed, maybe because I'm more depressed. But it's still really good craftsmanship, really good songwriting. I liked it better than his last. I liked it better than Good Luck for sure, which I guess is not technically a solo effort, but I enjoyed it. I'll revisit it. I kind of crammed it into the end of my drain listening session because I was putting a lot into that, and I feel like I gave more attention to the earlier stuff. So maybe I was giving it short shrift, but I did enjoy it. I can't think of any songs I didn't enjoy, but I do think that it's weird for me because the way I listened to everything, to hear him so happy, honestly, even though I could trace the arc in his career of him going from being almost comically depressed to almost comically happy, that it makes sense. It's still kind of odd to hear the same sonic palette being used to such different ends.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting, a good point. It's a warmer palette and one that's focused. I think it's fitting when it came out. The fact that it came out in the summer.
Sonic palette, but he's still doing the same. It's still the same basic structure, the same basic tools. But I mean, it isn't.
It leans. It's a little. I think it's a little more like. It's a little more like overtly kind of. I mean, I said warm already, but it feels a little more like geared toward immediacy, in my opinion, but not. And that's not a
again. I've only given it one close listen in the midst of a bunch of close listens, and then a second cursory listen. So I do need to come back to it, and I did enjoy it on both. So I'm not slagging it by any means, but it just didn't resonate with me on the level of some of his earlier stuff. And I felt like Depression emotionally felt like more natural fit, but I'm certainly not trying to pigeonhole him as an artist, which I feel like some people do try and do, and feel like he's kind of a caricature of a person as opposed to, and don't let him evolve as an artist, which I don't think is fair.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. To me, it sounds like a hybrid of like Ice Dancer and 333 is what I would categorize the album as. I think it has elements of both in there, and I think it's like a fitting bookend to like the last couple of Bladee records. So I'm really, I mean, of course, goes without saying, I'm interested in seeing what he does next, whether it's doing side projects, whether it's another Drain collab. I mean, I feel like Thai Boy is going to be the next person to drop anyway, because Legendary Member was a couple years ago now, but we'll see. I mean, Echo might never drop another album, and that's fine, because Echo did it on his album, so we'll see where it goes. But Trav, I gotta ask you, what did your wife think of this Bladee album?
I was gonna make a reference to that. Honestly, I don't remember. This was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it came out like around end of May, like beginning of summer.
I heard this album once, so I'm not gonna weigh in too much. I remember having a very I don't know, I kind of felt it was a little more spiritual, like new age kind of vibe to the production.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, very bright, very pleasing. I just don't want to say too much about like any of the content of it because I didn't focus too much. It was a very relaxing, very enjoyable album. I definitely got some 333 vibes from it. Like I got that connection too. It feels like, I don't know if this is a new thing for him. I'm fairly new to his discography. I've maybe heard 4 projects. So this is more like, I haven't really heard a lot of the early stuff where Pat's talking like that's where his interests lie. For me though, I just found it to be very pleasing while I was working to listen to it. It's cool. I need to go back to it, but I more likely return to some other things I haven't heard yet before I return to this one. Yeah, I respect it. It's a cool project. And I'm glad that if he is indeed experiencing more happiness in his life and he's, seeing that upturn in his career, that's good. That's good because he's been at it for a long time. It's well earned. Yeah.
I mean, just the arc of the career, it's probably been longer than a lot of people, think, and there's been plenty of projects. So yeah, really happy for Bladee. Obviously, those guys are just monsters in terms of the influence that they've had on the underground. So
we'll blatantly plug our expansive 2-part Drain episodes, or Drain Gang episodes.
Yes.
If anybody would like to go further into the Bladee lore.
If nothing else, just to hear Chris, aka 108 Mike's, talk about a lot of the music.
Oh no, he's an absolute expert, and you can also hear me just be like a wide-eyed neophyte, being like, "I'm surprised I like this" 10,000 times. So,
in a good way.
In a good way. In a good way. So.
We've arrived at top 3s. So
we have hit the top 3s. Yep.
This is the real shit. Trav, what do you got?
This for number 3, my rock album of the year. I got Black Midi Cavalcade.
Oh, nice, good album.
Wyatt-ass music.
What did you say?
I said some Wyatt-ass music, but that might not be accurate. I don't know if he actually likes them. I think Horse is the one that likes them. One of them likes them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Although maybe Wyatt does listen to them. I don't know.
Who knows what Wyatt listens to? We've given up that game a long time ago.
We have. It's actually impossible. And then he confirmed it in the Discord that we don't really, we can never pick it up.
It's, I went through a prog phase growing up, and I gotta say, this is one of my favorite progressive rock albums. I think this is fucking phenomenal. The first album, Schlagenheim, was another one I really enjoyed, but there was kind of a barrier to entry because, frankly, the vocalist is kind of an asshole in the way he delivers his shit.
Glenn Danzig.
Just like actively theatrical, obnoxious. Like, hey, I'm a front man. Hey, look at me. Over like this like phenomenal instrumentation. I think so highly of Black Midi as instrumentalists, and they really flex on this album. They truly do. It's never boring. For 42 minutes, they're always finding new ways to top themselves. But also, Jordy's along for the ride. And so he actually has a really terrific voice and he has a good range. And I think it plays more into my taste that he's settled a little bit. they take this album seriously, but not too seriously. And I never feel there's anything pretentious because there's just like a lot of playfulness in the way these songs are arranged. Even though the album ends with a literal fucking crescendo, which I think is hilarious. Like they have a fucking curtain call ending, which is great because it's well earned. Like Ascending Forth is such a fucking great song. And when it ends that way, it's like, and you get like the fucking Dolby fucking ending. It's awesome. It's like, man, I went through this experience listening to this album, and oh wow, that's a really great way to cap off this extremely well put together record that's sequenced brilliantly. There's no duds anywhere. The pacing is phenomenal. And really, like, songs like Slow, even within themselves, feel like albums because there's just so much happening in them. So, yeah, man, I think this is a really great breakthrough for them, even though I know Schlagenheim was a big hit. For me, this is them really maturing and becoming a tremendous band. And to me, out of all of these, various British post-punk bands that came out this year, this one is by far the most interesting. I know everyone was going on about Squid and Black Country New Road, and those albums were cool. But for me, I played this to death.
Black Country New Road didn't do anything for me, honestly. Like
I like the singles more. Yeah, I like the singles more. That was the problem with that album. Everything that I liked from it the most came out beforehand. So when I got to the album, it's like, track X is cool, but.
I won't say Black Country New Road was bad, but I felt like it felt like there was some astroturfing going on. I hate that term, but I felt like the hype felt a little astroturf compared to what was offered there. I can't really speak to Black Midi. I have it. I have not listened to it. I think, of course, probably routed me into downloading it. I will get to it. You did a very good job selling it. It sounds really cool. The ending on a crescendo sounds hilarious. But the Black Country New Road did not do anything for me. I bought into the hype for it, and I was just like, fine.
I think as a Mars Volta fan, I think you'll get something out of it. It is that kind of flashy, sort of goofy, but at the same time, like, just really fun.
I'm glad you mentioned Mars Volta just real quick, because, I'm going to do like a lightning round at the very end where we can finally, like, last things we might want to mention, but I will mention that they finally released the demos for Delouse and the Comatorium where Rick Rubin didn't get his dumb drum-hating hands on them. And they're fucking awesome.
Good, because that album sounds like ass.
Yeah, no, it's called Landscape Tantrums or something. And
that's a good album. That's a damn good album. Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, it's like, holy crap, there was a drummer on this album. The whole time. And, like, there were not a million vocal filters on Cedric. Like, who let Rick Rubin produce that album? Why? Fuck Rick Rubin. The only good thing he's done in like 20 years is that Strokes album. And I don't even know what he did on it.
He removed Yeezus.
What did he do on Yeezus?
He removed Yeezus. Had more ease, and he took him out.
Yeah. I remember that from that Kanye interview. He's like, what did Rick Rubin do? He's a sonic producer. Okay.
Yes.
He said edit. And Kanye is like, profound.
He gave the thumbs down. He gave the thumbs down, and then songs disappeared.
Yeah, he gave the thumbs down. That's good job, Rick.
From the couch, with his foot up.
Fucking asshole. I hate that guy.
God. Another thing, it's like a bingo board. We have to get to Rick Rubin slander on an episode.
Why would you be a rock producer if you hate drums so much? Like, he clearly either hates drums or doesn't know what they're supposed to sound like. It's so infuriating.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm part of the Steve Albini School of Engineering. I like that shit in my face. As far as it can go.
Steve Albini's like an objectively terrible person, but definitely a good engineer.
Yeah, bro could arrange albums.
I mean, do I think Steve Albini probably has a sock account on Stormfront? Can he arrange albums? Yeah, sure. He makes them sound He makes those albums sound arrogant as fuck.
Oh, in the weeds.
This podcast, never.
Never, absolutely.
Hour 4.
Is there anything, Trav, you want to wrap up?
No. Listen, everyone already knows this album's good. This was number one for a long time until Simz dropped and changed the game. So, ran away with it. The To Pimp a Butterfly of 2021, and
Okay, don't step on my talking point, dude. Don't step on.
That was definitely We'll hold that.
Anyway, I'm gonna talk about that album more later.
All right.
All right. So pass number 3.
My number 3 is something neither of you have definitely heard. It's the Land of Talk EP, Calming Night Partner. Land of Talk is the project of Elizabeth Powell. They've been on Saddle Creek for a very long time, I believe. It's an indie rock band. My favorite album by them is Life After Youth. That's the one that got me into them. It has one of those Moo Kid reviews where he's like, everything else, I don't know. But this is the most amazing shit ever, bro. And you got to listen to this, and it's great. And so I did, and it was great. And they're basically the way I could describe what got me into them is they sound like if Rilo Kiley was produced by Robert Pollard, and I can't think of anything better in the world. And yeah, this EP though is like everything good about them distilled into 4 tracks, and then you actually read the description on their Bandcamp about what the 4 tracks are about, and it's goddamn heartbreaking. The last track is called Something Will Be Said, and it's essentially about being non-binary and not being understood by the world, and it will make you weep. It's like powerfully sad, but it also has like beautiful melodies to it. So it's incredibly like addictive in your head, so you'll have it stuck in your head all day, so you want to cry all day, which is great to have that feeling of something really catchy in your head that makes you want to cry. That's just incredibly well constructed music, 4 perfectly put together songs with just absolutely crushing music. The title track is about a toxic relationship, and it's also got like beautiful melodies. So it's like, oh great, I get to hear about like, someone's life falling apart, but it's like catchy. And yeah, I don't know if I'm doing a great job selling this because it makes it sound like excruciating, but it's incredibly good music. And from an incredibly talented person who needs to be heard by more people. It's only $4 on Bandcamp. Please listen to this band. She deserves as wide of an audience as possible. Honestly, if the top 2 things that I have on my list, and I say things because I'm cheating, I'm using a precedent that I'm going to cite, and I'm cheating, weren't so good, this might be my number 1. I'm honestly probably cheating because it's an EP. But yeah, it's like 18 minutes of the best. It's some of the best pop music I've heard all year with the most depressing possible content. Fucking love it.
Yeah. No, I've heard you talk about Land of Talk multiple times previously, and I should definitely check it out because it does. I've looked up their genre tags and stuff, and there are some crossover with funny artists I do like. So should peep. My number 3 is also is my pick for the best rock record of the year, although it's a lot of different things. Is Frailty by Delete Zeke, which is not a surprise at all if anyone has followed me this year, because Zeke is one of the best artists in the game, and I have been a huge proponent of their music since late 2020, so I'm glad that they've been able to get so big, in this sort of scene, and now Frailty has like 3,000 ratings, which is unbelievable. So that's just like a crazy thing. But yeah, this album it's fucking incredible. Like, it's such a great stylistic shift from Teen Week, which Teen Week was my number 11 on my year-end list. It was high up on the mid-year, the whole 9 yards. Home Switcher is one of like my 3 or 4 favorite songs of the year, and that's a huge album. And Zeke just switched it up, and one was like, "Hey, you guys want like, how you guys like Midwest emo mixed with like your hyper pop and your noise pop, and hey, here's all this like Porter Robinson influence I've always talked about being in my music. Here you go. Here's that. I mean, just an album that evokes so many different emotions. I was having a conversation with a friend about it, and we were talking about how it's like a go-to album for me when like I'm kind of having like a rough day. But he was telling me how it's an album where he listens to it a lot in kind of the opposite, because it has like a very careful, a carefree and easiness to it that you might not think of, because some of the songs are so cathartic. But yeah, it's like good music to jam to, and it's also melancholic. Pretender is one of my favorite songs of the year. Just like an instantly quotable song. I mean, the one line that has always stuck with me in the immediacy, which is now the title of my little log I used this year. But the oh, how I lie in bed and feel like dying, and it's like, yeah, there's been a lot of times I've woken up or went to sleep and felt like that. But yeah, man, Search Party is a song. It's like, where has that been my whole life kind of song. It has it's like the most cathartic like rock song I've heard in years. Unbelievable. Like around like the 3.5 minute mark, when like the bridge comes in and there's like this huge let out, like there's like a hardly audible scream in the background when like the drums come in, the guitars come in, like it's wonderful. Movies for Guys is the weirdest fucking song. I think it like broke, I don't want to mention him again, I think it broke Fantano's brain on a live stream when he was listening to it.
That's light work.
Light work, very light work. Not as bad as the Pigs did, but still. But yeah, Movies for Guys is a wonderful song, just in all the different directions it goes. It's one of the craziest tracks on here, probably. And Kodak Moment is perfect. It goes it starts off in a direction. You think it's going to be one song, and by the time the song ends, it's gone through 3 or 4 different iterations. And it's noisy, it's sad, it's like weirdly like lush, and then it's back to being like melancholic, and yeah, there's so many different things going on in the album. Yeah, I mean, I won't take up too much more time. Like, it's a big album, it got a lot of attention, it got Zeke noticed in like the critical community, which is nice. I think a writer I know who was one of the best writers in the game reviewed it for Pitchfork, which was nice because that got Zeke exposure. But yeah, I mean, this is an outstanding fucking album, and it's like a lot of other years it would be higher than 3, but it's number 3 here just because like it came out so late. But one I'll be listening to for a long time, and a real, it's funny. Zeke is like my younger brother's age, and it feels like this is like a classic for those who know, like in that generation. So yeah, super good music. And one of my favorite lyrics of the year is the double entendre of didn't get dressed, but at least I went outside. Didn't go outside, but at least I got dressed. Which I weirdly,
that actually hits on too many levels. I don't like it.
Yeah. It's very, very, very prescient songwriting. So yeah, I love this album. Trav, I think you rated it highly. I don't know if you've any thoughts about it.
Yeah, I've got some things to say about this, except it was one of the late year casualties. I only heard it once. I will say this. I heard Teen Week at the beginning of the year, and 17 I loved. I love that song.
It's a great song.
And then that was a great song. And I thought to myself, well, this isn't exactly my genre. I like this, but I want to hear this in a rock setting. And then Frailty came out, and I'm like, oh, yeah, let's go, bitch. I was so fucking hyped. And then sure enough, I love the production on this album so much. It is just the right amount of grit and noise and beauty and honesty, and just to attend these lyrics is just like, oh my God. Like, this is, to me, if I spend more time with this album, it's going to rise a lot. It is a little long for my taste. I did lose interest a little in a couple spots. The opener for me kind of was a dud. As like, it's just kind of like, hey, this is an acoustic song on this album. And it's like the lowest rated song on the album, which I think is not too surprising, but it's not a big deal. But it's like one song I might take out. Overall, like as an experience, it was super engaging though. Like just the way that it takes all these different genres, it has 1 trillion genre tags. And rightfully so, because it's got 1 million influences. I mean, it is everything. It is wonderfully bit crushed, but not in like a way that really draws attention to itself. Like, oh, this fits into the... No, this is like what this needs in order to really hit properly for these themes, and for these guitars and everything. It's just the right amount of bite that I need as a listener to really appreciate the pain in these songs. So in that sense, I think it's beautifully produced. I think the album cover is a wonderful example of what the album sounds like. It's just grain, it's just pure grain on like this rather naturalistic suburban photo. That's pretty much what it sounds like. And, but it is it's not quite saturated enough. I think this album is wonderfully melodic and catchy too. Whereas that album cover is kind of dreary looking. No, it is actually very vivid, and I cannot wait to spend more time with it. I pity Zeke because he has a Rate Your Music account. That's a mistake.
Ooh, death.
Yeah,
that's a mistake.
They have. There was a I don't follow Zeke on Twitter, but I had seen their Twitter account before, and they had said back when Teen Week came out, and then it randomly picked up ratings because it initially debuted high on the charts.
Yeah. January.
A lot of downvoting and all that crap, and then Zeke was like, "Facing the Wrath of Rate Your Music."
Or it's February. It's February. Yeah, anytime before about March. Like you're putting yourself in at risk. There was a debate about this on the chart thread about whether or not you should do that. And of course, I think it's a great idea. If I had an album out right now, I would absolutely put it out because we're gonna fucking listen to it. Like, what else is there? But then
all the metal fans are gonna downvote it.
Exactly. Yes. So now Teen Week is sitting at 3.25, which is fine, but it's a better album than that.
Yeah, I would personally. That's kind of a joke to me. But it also it's so wild to me just because it has 2,000 ratings. And when I first heard Zeke, and I'm not going to act like I was the first one, there were a couple people that I, follow, mainly, shout out to Holly, aka HD Angel. And they were on Zeke. They actually played, recommended a bunch of Zeke songs to myself, and I think a few others back in 2020, like some songs that, they had produced, like some of my, which have now been since some of my favorite songs that Zeke has ever done, including one called Antagonist, which was very high on my Songs of the Year list. So, yeah, definitely, I mean, an artist that to me would be like Artist of the Year, if not for like, one or two other artists. But yeah, man, like this is an awesome album, and I'm so happy that I'm not surprised necessarily that it's like kind of blown up, just because it's putting it in more of like a rock context along with a million other genre tags. So it's like a little easier for like, forum nerds to listen to it.
Than like just straight hyper pop or like emo rap or whatever.
More like straightforward. Like you're making like, digicore type stuff where it's very in its base of, if you like these 4 or 5, big artists in that scene, you'll probably like this. But this is more of like expanding and taking a bunch of different influences and putting it in an album. And also, I think I saw an interview with them, and I forget what like YouTube channel or music place, whatever, interviewed Zeke. But I think they were saying, I know they produce all their own shit, obviously, but I think they also mix and master it. So yeah, I mean, this like freaking,
well, if
18-year-old right here, come on.
If I've learned anything from every single comment box in RYM, it's that the mastering is bad.
Yes. Oh, also
the Sonics, the production, the Sonics.
I'm sorry, I have to kill some baby brain idiot. Someone in the someone in the Frailty comment box said, I want to find this quote. I'm sorry. I have to.
Caleb has to kill a baby because that's cut off right there. Get canceled.
Yes, I have to kill a baby. And why can't I find this terrible comment that I
found? Looking at him like he really killed a baby.
He's Caleb here winding up for the jerk store.
Winding up for the kill. I can't find a comment. Someone said that this album had like no emotion whatsoever, and it was like they used the same delivery and vocals, and it sounds like RYM bait, no emotion music. And I was like, no emotion. No, I did not listen to any of the songs on here. Like, come on, you can accuse
genre tags, and this sounds like.
It's a lot. I would be interested. I would be interested in your take, Patrick, on it.
I have not heard the album, but I'm still gonna proudly clown this person who I'm sure has also not heard the album, but felt like they had to be spicy in the comment box. Also, I gotta tell Trav, you can't make Seinfeld references to '90s babies. They don't get it.
Oh, I know. My wife just finished the whole show. Watched the whole fucking thing. I don't know
my
why.
wife won't watch 5 minutes of Seinfeld. She gets mad when I bring it up.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, whatever, man. It's there's videos that like millennials don't find Seinfeld funny. So
battle, dude. We've had this battle.
I've seen most of Seinfeld, but it was a long time ago. To be honest with you, it was a long time ago.
I'm honestly expecting her to come down here and pipe in like she did during the Lost Kendrick episode, where we had 20 minutes of Radiohead discussion, where she was piping in the background about how wrong our Radiohead opinions were, which is the only.
Yeah, we suck.
Pablo Honey is the shit.
Get me in trouble. Like, you're getting canceled by my wife.
This is really the one where we get canceled, but it's just by our
scorched earth.
And it's not even like, yeah, you're trolling Pablo Honey shit, whatever. Her favorite one is Hail to the Thief. So she's gonna stand with that one.
Niche opinions. I like it.
I mean, Wolf at the Door is like top 3 for me, so I'm not like. No, we're not doing this. We're not playing this game.
We're not doing
We're
it.
so close, guys. We're so close. Number 2 coming up.
We did Kanye. We can't do the Radiohead. Oh,
I just hear Wyatt. Like, I could hear him across the country. Just please talk about clowns. Clowns rapping. Where's the haystack section?
Is your number 2 something you referred to earlier? Or is it
number
something?
2
it's Sufjan. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Let's get this back on track. Yeah. Sufjan and Augustino.
And yeah. Okay. So I didn't like the Ascension that much. So coming into this, I was kind of cold. I was like, all right, whatever. We'll see what happens. Heard Reach Out. Oh wow. Heard Back to Oz. Oh wow. Like just one of the best runs of like pre-release singles I've heard in a long time. Like it was like 6 for 6. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, there's no way this album isn't great. And, it didn't disappoint. And what I really appreciate about the album as a cohesive work is that there were thematic allusions to film, to creativity, to characters who kind of created this like third person distance almost in the way that, Sufjan's writing about these people and also talking about himself. I thought it was a really refreshing way to bring these themes together. A particularly great example of that is Sumerian Shade, which is a tremendously wonderful track about self-acceptance through the eyes of Buffalo Bill in The Shining, or The Shining as Sounds of Lambs, Jonathan Demme's version of Buffalo Bill. And of course, the song is in part like from the voice of Buffalo Bill saying, Jonathan Demme, can you fix me? While at the same time trying to find a peace in themselves as they are. And just that he thought to do that is to me utterly brilliant, but it's also not surprising because Sufjan has always had a really interesting way of talking about sexuality, of talking about religion, and his own struggles in these, in character, right? That's always been his thing. That was his thing with Michigan and Illinois. Not so on Carrie and Lowell, but here on A Beginner's Mind, again, he's sort of reaching into these character studies that nonetheless speak about himself and his experience. Aesthetically, it is very Carrie and Lowell, but if you're talking about like creating that kind of distance, not making an album that's so bleak, it does a really wonderful job of kind of breaking away from that darkness, while at the same time having the same sort of sonic environs and melodies that made that album beautiful. In that way, it's a more accessible work, I suppose. A lot of people love this album. This is like one of the most broadly well-liked albums I've seen in a while. Who wouldn't like this if they like Sufjan? It just does what he does so remarkably well, with the addition of Angelo D'Agostino, which is a revelation to me. I'd never heard any of his work. Their voices blend together beautifully. At times, difficult to tell them apart. And yet, it adds a lot. I think it gives kind of a break to where eventually you kind of get a hang of where their voices break apart. and then you appreciate Sufjan's wonderful harmonies even more. I mean, what can I say? This is like the first 6 or so tracks of this is just a murderer's row of amazing singles. And then the back half has still a lot of the same narrative quality to it, and it really fleshes out a lot of the themes. And then it closes with 2 utterly beautiful songs that I think are highlights for the album. So, like, yeah, the only reason for me this isn't number 1 is that something else came through at the end for number 1. And it never really felt like a number 1 to me. It isn't that ambitious, you know. It's just a tremendously beautiful folk album that is perfectly executed and shows these 2 at the height of their powers. Not necessarily for me a number 1 in that I listen to it constantly. It's just every time I put it on, it's a comfort blanket. And I'm just so glad to hear Sufjan writing wonderful music again. After I felt the Ascension was a little bit too heavy and ostentatious and had this level of ambition that I think wasn't quite reached with the songwriting. It's just too much. But I think this is a scale back, wonderful approximation of what he's always done well. I don't mean that in an insulting way. I think that he's done incredible works like Age of Ads that have wonderful highs like Impossible Soul. There's nothing like that on here. But for someone who's been a huge fan of Michigan and Seven Swans and Carrie and Lowell, I think this is a masterpiece in its own right. That's all I got to say.
I'm glad that you mentioned and went into depth about the Silence of the Lambs track, because that's what really, I mean, the first track obviously like hit me, like clubbed me like a seal. That is what I didn't hear this as singles at all again, because like when we were talking about it when it was my number 8, was I saw the cover art and I'm like, all right, Sufjan, we'll see where you go with this. I'm not really in a hurry. And then, so I didn't hear the singles as they rolled out as singles. I just heard it all as one piece. And then the first track, I'm like, holy shit. Because, yeah, the Ascension was, it struck me as Sufjan trying too hard to do Sufjan, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Where he was just like trying to encapsulate, like, okay, I'm going to do my Michigan, Illinois folk stuff. I'm also going to do the ads, whatever, like big grandiose statement, but I'm also going to have Carrie and Lowell intimate, like folk and Seven Swans, like Christian statements. I'm going to do this all in one big thing, and I'm going to call it the Ascension. And it's going to be this big grandiose thing. And it's just like, you're putting too much on yourself, my guy. Like, you're just, and it's obvious. The seams are showing. And there's stuff on there that I love. Like, I think America is a great song, but it's also...
Yeah, the album wraps up really well. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but it's straining under its own weight, ultimately. Mm-hmm. I kind of saw some analogs between that and the Flaming Lips album that year, where they're both trying to recapture past glories and just trying so hard. American Head. I
loved American Head. But that was not... You know what the thing of American Head was, is that thematically it was very rich. And it was like... it wasn't as long. They managed to pare a lot of it down. It was a long album in terms of track numbers. But... just the feel of that album and the weight of it was like really focused on other people and on these like really specific stories that I think they did a good job of like, substantiating these feelings. There's just too much on the Ascension. Yeah, and it gets lost in the weeds.
Too much in. Like, the thing is, like, Sufjan is a very verbose writer. I often compared him to like an indie rock David Foster Wallace, in that he's got so much to say and he's going to say all of it.
Yeah,
and he has a lot of overtly Christian themes too, like Wallace did. And that's off-putting to people too. And when you call something the Ascension, of course. And like Beginner's Mind, that's actually a Buddhist theme. And that's not really overtly addressed for the most part on this album. But the thing is, this album plays to his strengths as a writer because it allows him to lose himself in characters with the cinematic theme, I think. And that's why I go back to the Silence of the Lambs thing, where it's like, fix me, Jonathan Demme. I'm like, when I'm listening to it for the first time, I'm kind of getting into it, and I hear him sing that on the hook. I'm like, wait, what? And then you kind of rewind and re-listen to it and get into the headspace. And it's like, oh, that's what he's doing? And then you realize that he's writing from this perspective. And this is the guy who wrote John Wayne Gacy Jr. He is uniquely gifted at writing these sort of perspective songs.
Yeah. And that song made people uncomfortable. I remember, why is he writing about this? Why is he so empathetic? And it like, fuck this guy, you know? But that, again, as far as religious themes, that was something he wanted to bring out with John Wayne Gacy
I mean,
Jr.
but if you're a
We
Christian,
are all,
that's supposed to be the quality you're supposed to have above all is empathy. Jesus forgave.
Yep, we've all fallen short. So how am I any better than this guy? And philosophically, that comes through really well, and it's here also. So I thought that was a really refreshing, a bit of continuity to have another song like that from the perspective of a serial killer.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's thematically consistent, and instrumentally, he's never been better. Like, the Ascension instrumentally, I can't really find too much fault with. Like, I mean, it's overstuffed, sure, but he's still on a very high level. But this is him reaching back and to that. I mean, I don't rank Illinois like a lot of people do. It's good. There's stuff I like. There's stuff I don't like. I think it's a try-hard album. I'm not a super big fan of that term, but I think that album reaches beyond its means. Ultimately, it wants approval. Whereas I think Michigan is a more humble album that perfectly encapsulates everything good about Sufjan. Michigan and Odds are my favorite of his, and Carry On is a whole other thing that I can totally appreciate why it resonates with other people and just leaves me cold. Like, No Shade in the Shadow of the Cross hits me, and then everything else feels like it's the same sort of thing that doesn't hit me, and maybe one day it will. But that's like a very visceral album that just leaves me completely cold. But but I feel like he takes the elements musically that worked in that and puts them in a writer space that works much better for me, at least here. Like, he takes that and puts it in the sort of writerly space that makes like the Christian themes of Seven Swans that work for an atheist who listens to Seven Swans and can still love it as a fan of Sufjan's music. Because he's able to, like, I always like shit on, like, you read my reviews, like, creative writing exercises in rap or whatever, but like, as a derogatory term. But like, Sufjan's like the sort of like writer who can take a creative writing exercise and make it work in a folk context. And this is the best example of that. Like, you read this concept on its face, it seems kind of corny, right? Like, he watched a bunch of movies and had feelings about them and wrote a bunch of folk songs. But they're great.
Yep. And the tunes are there, man. Back to Oz has such a great chorus. Like, it's easy to forget that he is working in a pop space in his own way. Everybody knows who Sufjan is at this point. And that song is so fucking catchy. And Reach Out. Wonderful hook. Like, these songs resonate with me beyond the themes, beyond just being nice on the ears. They're catchy. Yeah. And there is something missing from the Ascension as far as that goes, where there's songs that fucking stick. The chord progressions on like Carry and Low are beautiful, like, but like this is something else.
There's something hollow about the Ascension ultimately, like where it's like he's doing it on a technical level, he's doing it, but it wasn't sticking, and this stuck.
Yep. So.
Yeah, heard it once, really liked it more than most Sufjan in the last 6 years or so, which like I alluded to earlier, but definitely want to listen to it again. Cover art, absolutely hilarious.
Cover art's just not great. No.
Absolutely hilarious. My favorite
clown show.
my favorite Sufjan. I don't know if I have like a designated one favorite Sufjan. I probably a 3-horse between I would say Michigan, Illinois, Cary, and Lowell. But Odds is really good. I just haven't listened to it in years, so I don't know.
Impossible Soul is just such an accomplishment. Like, I actually heard Impossible Soul for the first time on a public radio station in Philly when I was in a van to a shitty catering gig. And I'm like, this song's still going. This song is still going. It's still good, too. Like, I was amazed that this, like, first of all, that a radio was playing a 25-minute song. And second, that this dude made a 25-minute song and that it was good. So yeah. Little anecdote there.
Michigan, Cary, and Lowell for me. Michigan, Cary, and Lowell, and then if Illinois cut off a little earlier, that album needs a little trimming. I gotta say the back half after like Predatory Wasp, It
is long. I gotta say I don't think I've listened to Illinois like since I was like a freshman in college or something, and that's just because it's like a daunting record.
Great, but it is a little overrated on radio music, I gotta say. If I'm throwing out a hot take, it's a little overrated. I think Michigan deserves just as much love. Has a lot of the same good qualities. It's a little trimmer. Just as many amazing songs. Vito's Ordinance song. Romulus,
Detroit,
Holland,
Chicago, dude.
Chicago, yeah.
All things go.
That's on Illinois.
No, Chicago's on Illinois. Oh,
Chicago is on it.
Chicago is actually in Illinois.
Illinois.
Yeah.
Detroit is in Michigan and Chicago is in Illinois.
Well, this is almost like saying
Both,
that, that's almost like saying
right,
Little
so-
White is a chick.
I do remember that.
Oh, Pat, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is, all right, so I'm invoking a rule that I originally had on the 2018 episode where my podcast, if I want to say that some artist put out a bunch of shit in 1 year, I want to count it as one, I'm going to count it as one. I did that for the Saturation Trilogy, and I want to do that for both my number 2 and my number 1. And for my number 2, I want to do that for the 3 albums that Robert Pollard put out this year. And I'm going to do that for Guided by Voices, Earthman Blues. It isn't them. It couldn't be them. It is them. And also his side project, Clang Clang Ho by the Cub Scout Bowling Pins. And I just said a bunch of words and y'all eyes glazed over and I fucking heard it.
Yeah, I ain't heard this shit, so go off.
Yeah. Well, Patrick, first, you saw Guided by Voices.
I did. And Robert Pollard got cut off by Disco Night and he was really mad about it.
Wait, so they ended the show early?
Okay, no, it actually wasn't ended early. It was scheduled to end at 11, and it's this local bar that always has a disco night scheduled, and it was always like this on the itinerary that they were supposed to end at 11. Bob got real drunk, and they told him he has to end at 11. And they played like 60 songs, and they were all great. And then they were like, it's 10:45, Bob. We have to do disco night. He didn't like this. So they told Bob, like, you got to stop at 11. And then so he started doing the encore saying, all right, but, we got to stop because of disco night. Fuck disco. Fuck disco. And so he started doing really angry versions of, like, I Am a Scientist and stuff.
So how far did he go until they made him stop for
like till 10:55, and then he like left in a huff. It was like, I mean, he still played like 3 hours, and like he played up till the very end. Like I very much got my money's worth, but like he was told this is when the show ended, and he played 3 hours, but just got very drunk. Like there was a cooler with him on stage, and he also had a bottle of tequila. Like Bob Pollard does live up to the stereotype. But he also played like 60 incredible songs, and many of them off of these new albums. He also forgot the names of lots of his albums on stage. One of the funniest things was he talked about how the album he released right before coronavirus hit was called Sweating the Plague, and that people started blaming him for it. So he said the next Guided by Voices album is going to be called Everything's Going to Be All Right. Everything's great. So yeah, But yeah, so Earthman Blues basically represents him. You can tell that this is a dude who basically does nothing but write songs, tour, and tour. And the pandemic took the tour part away from him, so he had to spend triple time writing songs. And he couldn't just pump out albums either. So instead of putting out 3 15-song albums full of half-thought-out ideas that are still better than most people's albums, he put out one 15-song album full of 5 albums worth of ideas. And then he still had more ideas, so he put out 2 more albums. And one of them was a Guided by Voices album, and one of them was full of the weird shit that he wouldn't fit with Guided by Voices, so he called it Cub Scout Bowling, because he's a weirdo. And what's interesting about it is that it all fits in this kind of arc. Like one's called Earthman Blues, one's called Cub Scout Bowling Pins. It just feels like this idea of like childhood through to adulthood and how we're all thinking about stuff when we're confronted with our own mortality in the face of just overwhelming death. Like, which is, I don't know. I might be reading too much authorial intent here. Like maybe Bob just got really drunk and just put words together. Who knows? But he put like 90 songs catchier than anybody else wrote this year. I think out of the 3, the most recent Guided by Voices album is the strongest. The Cub Scout Bowling Pins one is the weirdest. the first Guided by Voices one, Earthman Blues, is probably the one that would appeal to an RYM listener the most because it's like the most like quote unquote chamber poppy produced type thing. But all of them warrant your listening, and none of them will take up too much of your time. They're all like 30 to 45 minutes, and they all disprove a stereotype about like being lo-fi, thrown off. Like no, they're all incredibly well constructed. The lyrics I think hold up to scrutiny, and like, I remember hearing him talk about this is the new song from our newest album. When you've written 100 albums, a few of them have to be good, right? And he went into this song that I've never heard before with this crazy guitar tone and this incredible intensity called Spanish Coin that was just blew me the fuck away. And I knew from that point that that album was going to be nuts. And he has a song like, speaking of nuts, called People Need Holes, where I'm like, this is going to be dumb as shit. It's called People Need Holes. And it's by Bob Pollard, who wrote a song about like, hot freaks and like, creaming a lake and stuff. He's a creepy old man. But even that song is good. Like even People Need Holes is good. That's how good these albums are. So yeah, they're catchy. They're resonant. They've stuck with me all year. They've got me through a lot of bad times. I think that even if you've written Guided by Voices off as a 90s relic, you should give these albums a shot because Bob's still fucking doing it better than anybody else.
Cool.
Yeah. I unfortunately have not. I only have two things to contribute. One, the Clang Clang Ho album cover is wonderful.
I think
in many different ways.
I think he probably scrawled that himself.
That's definitely artistic. And the second thing is, and I've mentioned this every time we talk about Guided by Voices, but I have only listened to like the big 90s Guided by Voices album, but they're all really great. So I'm just doing myself a disservice by not listening to the 2000s and 2010 stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, you are. Fix that.
I definitely am. Okay. So I'll take my number two then before we get into the big one. This was my number one in mid-year. It's an outstanding album. I've sung the praises of this album pretty much since it came out toward the beginning of the year, and that is, of course, Polo Perks with Ponko's Drill, an album that something I do from time to time because it every time I go to this album page, I'll go to the very beginning of the comment box, and it's just me and myself and a few of mutuals on the site who are big into Surf Gang and underground. This underground wave, just freaking out over how good this album was and how good these beats were, and I still feel that way today. So, yeah, my song of the year was Not Another Teen Movie, which has that great Things That Rhyme with Orange sample. This is another album, kind of like what the Mo Beretta album I talked about, where it's taking a lot of 2000s and punk sounds, or in this case, pop punk and emo alternative rock sort of sounds, and putting them in like a New York rap, drill context. So you have the Things That Rhyme with Orange sample. You have the Mr. Brightside sample on Mr. Brightside, which is extremely obvious, but still lovely. You have the Maps sample from the Yeah Yeah Yeahs on the song Yeah Yeah Yeah. Which is works really well and is a excellent fucking song. Great feature verse as well from Mo Beretta on that. My friend was at a who I had played the album to him when it came out, and he was at a party a few months later, and he texted me the next day and was like, "I heard Maps at a party," and I was like, "Wait a minute, I know this song." And I guess he had never heard Maps in his life before, and so he was like, "Wait a minute, I know where that song is."
This is like when I had heard a bunch of Beatles stuff, but then I listened to the Kray album, and then I'd go to like my friend's fucking like boomer house, and then they'd be playing like Beatles stuff, and I'd be like, "When's Jay gonna start rapping?"
Yeah, no, it was kind of a funny experience because it was just like, oh yeah, I forgot, like, not everybody listened to this like 2000s indie rock song, but yeah, the closer Snow Patrol has a very obvious sample as well, but it works well in the context.
Coldplay.
All these beats like are outstanding. I kind of have weird reactions to some of these reviews that don't really get the point, I think, of the album. Like, there's this one review that's like complaining about like how it's a lethargic tape or something, and I'm like, that's just not true at all. But anyway, yeah, I can't speak highly enough of this album. I mentioned it mid-year. It's like, it's 20 minutes, perfect for the car. It's perfect for just like when you're chilling. Like, it's incredibly easy to latch onto. The hooks are immediate. The beats hit. Some of the best producers doing it right now are on this record. And then Surf Gang are undefeated. They can't be stopped. And this album lived, on any playlist or, just by itself that I listened to all year. So easy to queue up. Not another teen movie, song of the year. So not much I can say. Only positive things. I've spoken about it at length before on the pod. And, a part of a trio of really good Polo Perks albums that came out this year, all with a similar type feel. I will say on the newest album that he dropped, there's a song called 4:10 a.m. on it, and it samples a certain Imogen Heap song that I think you guys would both know because it has been sampled in another song before, and it's an absolutely incredible beat. So it does that sample justice, I will say. So that's my number 2. I know, Patrick, you had said you heard it like once before, but that's the much conversation that we heard about it.
Yeah, I have not listened to it since, so I can't really comment on it. I'm assuming that the Imogen Heap song you're referring to has also been sampled by a certain bass god.
Yes, a certain bass god, and it does the sample justice. When I heard it, I was like, I know that's not what I think it is, and it is, but it does it more than justice. So, and that's on the newest Polo Perks record that came out like a month ago. So, yeah, great year for him, great year for Surf Gang. I've talked about Surf Gang on any capacity on all I am. So yeah, glad this album came out. Really glad it exists. Played the fuck out of it. That's my number 2. So, number ones, Trav. We know what your number 1 is, but you're gonna have to hit us with that take again.
Well, do we want a really quick lightning round? Anything that we want to sneak in before our number 1s? Anything we might have forgotten that we want to last second just get in under the wire?
I think the only other thing I was going to mention is going to be your number 1, Pat, so I'm good there. I think I talked about albums like the Babytron album very briefly last time. That's in my top 20, so that's something to mention. I'm trying to think of if there's anything else. The Danny Kyoko album, mixtape, rather. A number of them, but Real Street Runners I mentioned in the honorable mentions, but that was in my top 20 as well. So that's a super good tape, kind of bringing late 2000s revivalism back and filtered through a internet music lens. So definitely fuck with that heavy. But I don't have anything else.
Trav, you got anything real quick before your number 1?
I want to shout out that Bad Bad Not Good album. That was was a really excellent album. I've listened to it a few times. Very replayable. I miss them. They sat out the Trump years. They decided to do nothing for the last 5 years. God bless them. And they came back with one of their best projects. Actually, for me, I think it is their best. Bad Bad Not Good 3 is pretty fucking great too. They just are, because they become such fluid players. Especially the drumming is just tremendous. I can just focus on any one element of this band and just have a great time because they become such polished players. And it's just an incredibly well put together album, and I would definitely recommend it. They've come a long way since they were doing Kanye West covers, Flashing Lights, and they're just they're a treasure within this scene. I love jazz fusion in general, but I think they're one of the great modern examples of it. So I would want to shout that album out.
I just want a real quick shout out. I didn't have Space for him in my top 10, but I've listened to a lot more of his music than anybody this year. Is Milieu, Coppus Halifax, Brian Granger. Bandcamp Hero has put out more music than even Neff has this year, literally 20, 30 type albums on Bandcamp. Incredibly nice dude. I bought a bunch of music from him. I actually was going to put his album high in the middle, like 9 or 8 in my list, but it was like a fan club only release that I don't think people could really access, so I didn't think it was fair to put that on my list because people can't really get it legally. I mean, I can help you, but I don't think that's fair. Beyond that, I really recommend people get to his Bandcamp. I'll give Wyatt the link so people can get to it. He's put out so much good ambient and drone and just wonderful, beautiful music, and he works really hard. And I think people should absolutely check him out. He's been hard at work since 2003. Works really hard for his fans and very consistent. If you like Audicur or there's a band Freesia, I guess, that I was not aware of. It's, I think, a 2-person group, maybe one. Big influence on him that he made me aware of. They're big on RYM, I think. Casino versus Japan, he's turned me onto a lot of music. So yeah, Milieu, Brian Granger, I wanted to plug him. And he also very consistent, as always, Koopma, Justin McNulty, the source of my really cool Dilla Villainy modeled after the Sonic Youth Goo shirt that I wore when my daughter was born. Everything that he's put out this year has been awesome. Check out his Bandcamp. His tapes have all been excellent, all solid 8 or 9 beat tapes. So check out his shit too. That's all I wanted to say. All right, Trav, your number one.
All right, so my number one was not my number one until this week. And, we were discussing earlier about the importance of replay value when it comes to, creating these lists. And, originally this was number 5. It shot all the way up to number 1. And part of it also was just appreciating what really number 1 should be when I'm thinking about what is the greatest thing to come out of this fucking year. And, to me, I really think Sometimes I Might Be Introverted is the album of the year for me. And I had a hard time with this album at first because I loved Gray Area. I thought Gray Area, which was Lil Simz' 2018 release, was phenomenal, very underrated by people outside of Rate Your Music. I don't feel like it really got that much love at all. Just a really hard-hitting, just fucking street album that is nasty, and tremendous rapping, very confident. But of course, that isn't the album that people are going to gravitate towards to, outside of, a rap fan base, outside of a rap listening base. So, the album that, of course, blew up her career was, the one that was a little bit more ambitious, that took influence from certain other rappers that are very beloved in music these days. And, I can appreciate that this is the runaway number 1 for critics everywhere. And it's the number 1 on Rate Your Music. And I almost feel guilty saying it's my number 1 too. Like I'm fucking giving in to a hive mind. But here's the thing. Every time I've heard this album, I've loved it more and more. I'm actually blown away by how many good songs are on this. Sometimes you listen to an album and you're like, well, there's hits. I appreciate that. And then you really appreciate them individually. And then that one listen happens where everything falls into place. And I had one of those listens about a month ago with this album where I'm like, God, it's just, there's no flaws. It's just this wonderful run of songs that stand out. Like, when you look at the track ratings for this album on Rate Music, it's like almost all bolded. And it's true. It's just, there's so many phenomenally good songs that might not immediately grab you, or there are certain aspects that will grab you elsewhere. But when you sit down and really take it apart, it's just a pretty flawless experience. And that pays off over time. Sometimes albums like this can be a little bit too heavy. They can be a little bit too grandiose, and they can eat themselves alive. But part of the reason this one works, and I think why it is so broadly accessible, is because Simz is just really likable as a person. She's very confident. She's self-possessed in such a good way. And that is the kind of thing I wanted to hear more of this year. And she really came through with something that is varied, and it sounds expensive, but like in an earned kind of way. Like, yeah, she had great albums before, and here she is, and she's really capitalizing on that with a big budget and a big concept. And it's just an excellent album that's conscious, it's thoughtful, it's personal. I mean, it has such a wide variety of ideas. I love the Afrobeat influences in the back half. The neo soul is wonderful. The orchestral elements are great. I mean, it's like all this stuff is executed really well. I don't like the skits. I never have. I thought they were really corny. And to me, to this day, I find them a little corny. But you know what? This is one of my wife's favorite albums of the year, too. And she just loves those skits. She thinks they're really charming and sweet. And, you know, I've had a lot of pushback against me for not liking them. So I appreciate that. Maybe I'm just a little bit cynical or something. But, you know, I can appreciate that they're very life affirming, and you know, they're trying to reach out to an audience that maybe would like them a little more than I would, a younger audience perhaps. It's just a really wonderful album. And it's a capital A album, and maybe that might distract some people. You know, obviously I made the To a Butterfly reference, and is thematically they're not really that similar. It's just an event album. It's a fucking event album, and maybe it feels like it's cheap to give an event album my number one, but it's so personal too, though. Like, there are moments of this album that make me cry, and that move me very much. And when it gets to that point, and it's a well-executed concept, it's ambitious, I got to give in. And, you know, I think 5-10 years from now, I'm going to feel even more positively about it, because that's been the trend. I like it every time I listen to it, I like it a little bit more. So, you know, that's my argument for it being a really not only a standout album, but the album of the year in terms of at least creative expression and execution of ideas. I think it does deserve the acclaim, but it's taken me a while. Maybe it'll take you guys a while too. Maybe you'll get around to it the way I did. Maybe not. But that's how I feel about it.
I agree with every point you've made, while not actually gravitating towards it as a listener. It's funny you mentioned that about the skits, because I've actually argued with my wife about the skits on College Dropout.
Yeah.
She's not nearly this current. She doesn't listen to current music, but she loves the skits on College Dropout. And I think this might have come up on one of our long lost Kanye episodes. And I'm just like, nah. And she's like the little Jimmy skit makes such a good point. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's stupid. Like, he's not funny. Like, he's a dumbass. And he's making an obvious fucking point that his music already made. And I think that what you say about this being an event album is correct, and that doesn't invalidate its emotional impact nor her performance, but it does make a correct statement with regards to its weight. And sometimes you just don't want to listen to that kind of weight. But you're right, that one listen is just one listen away.
Yeah.
Because the songs are there. Just like with To Pimp a Butterfly. Like, the thing about To Pimp a Butterfly was it was Kendrick, and I don't know if this is like bias about his place in the industry versus hers and whatnot, but when that was dropping, you both remember that. That was a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Like, we were all waiting on that shit. Like, but just think about if he was in her place in the industry and dropped that album. It'd just be another jazz rap album. Produced by Terrace Martin.
It's a phenomenal album, and then maybe you find it, maybe you don't.
That's super weighty and full of super weighty concepts that by some guy that had a lot to say, that was great, that would have a high rating on RYM, that might blow up. If it was just some West Coast rapper who was really good, who had some highly rated mixtapes.
And I guess I'm excited that Simz is getting the kind of notice she is, because I followed her before. And coming from Gray Area to this, I can hear that increasing. In fact, the worst songs on here are the songs that sound like Gray Area. I think she's managed to develop beyond that album. And the callbacks, like Speed, is an example. There are a lot of songs on Gray Area that sound like Speed. Speed is not as good as those songs. Songs like, you know, Venom and a few others that are just like really tremendous rap exercises that are also very, you know, as a person, she just sounds like a really explosive figure. I'm glad that she's getting this critical notice and that her career will hopefully explode beyond this. It is not To Pimp a Butterfly, but they're championing it as if it is one. And so it's kind of difficult, like you're saying, to reconcile that, because Kendrick had that like long build up, you know, from Section 80 and before to then.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Part of the problem is that the discourse is poisoned by this need for a hero, this need to be on the right side of optics, to have a black female like rap album to like champion, and to have these dumb think pieces about it, which unfortunately is like the comic getting ahead of the art, I guess.
Yeah.
And the songs are fucking good. Like, that's for sure. I fully admit this is one of those fault of the listener cases where I feel like the album's too heavy for me to want to listen to sometimes. And I have that problem with a lot of rock albums more than I do with a lot of hip-hop albums. Although a lot of hip-hop albums have this kind of importance. But, like, I'm trying to think. There was one theme, and I'm going to come across, was going to genuinely get me canceled for a dumb opinion as opposed to jokingly get me canceled. But, like, there was one female rap album where I thought she was trying to sound way too much like Kendrick the whole fucking time. And I don't know if you guys can tell me which one I'm talking about, but I talked about it on the boards and shit. And it was like in the past 2 or 3 years. Like, that struck me as almost...
I know the one that you're referring to. Unfortunately, I can't remember the title, but I remember that you brought it up on a pod episode too, like on a mid-year one or something. Oh God, it came out last year, I think.
It was last year. Wow, that recent.
I think it was 20. I think it was 2020. I'm sorry. I think it was 2020.
It's a very good album, and I'm coming across super dismissive for some white dude holding a craft beer right now on a dumb podcast to like dismiss this album. But it just felt like hollow to me, whereas this doesn't. But it's also not. I can't lie. Like, it's music that I came back to all year because it felt too thematically heavy. It felt like something you sit down to, and ultimately that's like eat your vegetables music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I listen to it once a month, which adds up. I've heard it about 5 times now, I would say, and each listen's been better. And I guess I'm just kind of watching that trend go ahead. I'm like, yeah, this is a fucking classic in its own way. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of rock albums like that. Like, how many people really want to fucking listen to, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of some examples, like fucking Who's Next or something, Or Quadrophenia, maybe, is a heavy fucking album, right? That's got all this hype, and it's dense, and it's emotional, and it's just a lot. Like, how often do you want to sit down and listen to Quadrophenia? And I love that album, I do. But
I mean, a certain band did a really good cover of that one time.
I've heard it. I've actually heard it. I love those Halloween costume albums. I've heard a few of them.
Yeah. I'm making him so mad right now. He hates this. He hates that I'm doing this. Hate. Oh, man. But yeah,
whatever.
It's just like, I fully admit this is a fault of the listener case because the songs are there, and I don't think she's trying to make this is not a Logic album case. Like, those Logic albums I was talking about earlier, like, he's trying to make staggering works of weighty importance every time out. I don't think she consciously is trying to do that. Like, that was not the intent here. Like, she's not making Oscar bait rap.
No, this is big budget music that she has big ideas and attaches them to it.
Correct.
It doesn't, to me, an overarching thing now.
To realize her vision. That's not making it like, Grammy bait or something.
Right. So
it just makes the, production and, it makes it appropriate for what she's trying to say.
Yeah.
She's making an extroverted album about her introverted thoughts. Like, she said, like, that's clearly the point.
Which is something Kendrick's always done a really wonderful job of too.
That is true. That is true.
So I don't know. I don't mean to make those parallels.
Like, what do you got to say about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, it was one thing where I liked it. I heard the album, no context of. I knew it was acclaimed, but I didn't know like where it was and how acclaimed it was. I remember listening to it and being impressed, and that she leveled. I mean, I liked Gray Area a bit when it came out. I thought that was really good. Hadn't listened to it in years, so wasn't even aware that she had an album. Listened to it, was really impressed. Thought that I want to say the second track was really strong. I'm forgetting the track listing off the top of my head, but definitely it struck me. And I like the title as well. The title definitely struck me, and it was the first 2 tracks. I really liked off the bat, and I kind of liked those more than most of the rest of the album. But I thought it was consistent throughout, and then I looked at where it was in the RYM charts, and I was like, oh, like 190 overall. Like, are we okay? Have we gone overboard? But no, she deserves it. Then like I have absolutely no ill will. This score was like insane, but it's RYM. It doesn't mean anything in real life. And I'm happy that a lot of people seem to be liking it no matter where you go on the internet. So I think it's definitely a good album. Am I going to be listening to it for years to come? Probably not. That's no fault of the record. I'm just looking through the ratings right now from some mutuals, and like a lot of people, like everybody loves this album. So that's really cool.
It's weird. Like I see what you're saying about the rating, and ratings mean nothing, but it's just like I feel a little bit out of the loop on it. I don't know. I listened to it and I liked it, but I felt nothing pulling back to it, nothing pulling me back to it. And
I agree.
Yeah. But I mean, I can't say
I was there.
That,
I was there. That's the funny thing. I was with you guys at first, and then it was a third or fourth listen. Yeah. Then it happened. Then that listen happened where I'm like, oh, I think it was Woman. It was Woman, one of those songs, Standing Ovation, one of those songs. I was like, oh, wow.
Great Jeezy song, by the way.
There's certain movies like this, too, where I'm like, I want to say like Shawshank Redemption or something, where I have these movies where I like them a lot, and everybody else thinks they're the greatest shit on earth. And I'm like, I don't know. And it kind of affects my perception of something I like.
I'm trying to think of a movie I feel that way about, because I feel you on the movie thing. Shawshank, I've more made into ambient noise. Like, I'm fine with it. Like, I don't share everybody's rapturous reaction to it. I
don't get it.
Whatever.
I don't get it. But yeah,
Shawshank though is colored for me because I've read too much Stephen King, and I can more see like the hacky Stephen King notes in it. Where I'm just like, all right, Stephen King, like you do the same shit every time, like show. But that's like the most mainstream snobby thing I've ever said on the podcast.
All right, Stephen King.
I mean, I brought up Shawshank as an object of scorn for a second, mildly.
I just told Stephen King to chill in like a snobby, like douchebag tone.
Yeah, man.
Tip in the beer.
All right, Violet and Jay, knock it off. Like the rest.
Stephen King, pipe down.
Yeah, Stephen King. We've heard enough from you.
Easy, big fella.
Who we haven't heard enough from though is Mach-Hommy, my number one artist this year.
Yes, with a stellar album.
I just
which one?
Both.
Both.
Fuck it.
I said I blew up the rules. Like I'm a '90s baby. The only rule is there are no rules, and I decided for both my number one and my number two, I was just gonna not care and put for both all the albums. And so it's both Pray for Haiti and I'm going to mangle this Balon show. Balon's show?
Hot
Candles. We'll go with that. But I think that it's important to use both of these for Mach this year because one was the Griselda album he didn't get to make and the other is the personal album he never made. And both show his skill as a curator, his economy, and everything is his lyricism, but his lyricism in different ways. Like you have Wooden Nickels on Hot Candles alongside him doing do boom shit with West Side and like Keisha Plum poems about like her pussy being made on napalm or whatever it is she talks about. I don't know, but like he's not for all sides of his personality. He's never rapped at a higher level. Like he inspires the best out of his collaborators. Like, I'm pretty sure that the God Fahim did not ask me to check it on either of his features on either of these. That's a level of focus I'm not used to out of him.
However, the conductor did have a problem.
He's really running out of gas.
Yeah.
But thankfully, he also had the self-love beat. The most gorgeous thing. It's like they just saw that, wow, past 2 years probably made you hate yourself. You should stop eating Wendy's and listen to this beat.
The fucking the Stellar Ray Theory beat. I mean, Come on.
That is
dude.
the most like gorgeous beat for somebody just giving a stern lecture to another rapper to stop having their head up their ass.
I like it. It'd be on message boards playing Seeds of Discord. Got him.
He has a punchline about Capital Steve's on here that actually works, which is you probably shouldn't be able to do that. I'm not going to be the one flying off a building.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's
Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
He wow. This is the year he got his Python trench coat. I don't think we can deny that.
No. No.
Just I'm in awe of the level of rapping that Mach-Hommy is able to do. Like Wooden Nickels is one of the most brutally personal songs ever. Like that and Wilshire, sorry, Travis, are the most personal songs all year in the same way. Like different ways, but also just go on a beat, I think, about your life. And one's framed as like they're both framed as narratives. One's framed as a story. One's framed as a monologue.
And 12
I think
South
it's
Street.
kind of weird about like how postmodern rap has become. Like think about like 10 years ago. Would you have either of those songs?
I don't think so because it's like a trademark.
Mainstream artists. Like both those were on major labels.
Yeah. Probably not. I mean, this album got like serious attention, and I think it's no. I mean this in like the best possible sense, but like I think it was in no fault to the aura and mystique that Mach had built up over the years of being this super acclaimed but like really hard to listen to artist. Hard to listen to as in hard to find stuff from him. So when you release an album like this that is widespread and accessible to the general.
He spent so much time, like he rejected this crew for so long and made himself hard to find, and then he finally got back together with them. So he had to make the content that he made worth the while, right?
Yeah, and it feels so like
it feels like he never left off after HBO. Like he literally just is picking up where he left off. And that's why I put the two together, because then you have Hot Candles, which is like picking off after Wak Kanjuj, which God, I gotta stop trying to pronounce this Haitian shit. It's just brutal. It's really bad. But yeah, it's like one is like where he's at now, and the other is like I can pick up from wherever I've been in my past. I'm the same person.
Mm. And you mentioned that in your I think you mentioned it in one of your, I think it was in the Pray for Haiti review where you mentioned something about like the first part about picking up where Mach left off and how like it's significant, but it seems like could have came out like a half decade ago.
Exactly. And I think that's on purpose, but he still has like he's got all of this practice and skill that he didn't have then. So it's that much better. It's that much cleaner, and you have stuff like the Conductor, who has a problem.
I think that's my favorite producer today. Like one of them.
I know. Now that I remember Carlo from the Carlo, like that's my favorite producer tag. But Conductor, we have a problem. That's my second favorite. There's so much on here that's just like. But in the Pray for Haiti stuff, he's just shitting on everyone pretty much. Like he shits on Jay Electronica, he shits on Husk Kingpin, he shits on the industry, he shits on the government for screwing over Haiti. He appropriates Tupac, and it's amazing. He gets West Side to sing a hook. It's amazing. He gets like the second best God Fahim verse ever. Doesn't even tell us to check it. It's wonderful. Just remarkable performance. And then, Hot Candles is much more in the vein of his more recent stuff. People complained about the skits. I don't get it. They're like 15 seconds. They're all thematically appropriate. You can skip them if you want. You complain if they were on the end of songs. I just think he's such a relevant, sharp artist right now, doing everything he puts out. Just, I can't stop listening to it. Same with Drew. Like even like Spacebar's Mid by Drew standards is still great.
Like, I'm looking forward to this fucking Wolf of Wall Street 2 with Fahim, which is probably not going to be that good. But I'm still going to listen to it the second it comes out. I mean, what I really want is a Droog and Mach album, but they're probably never going to do that. Kind of like the Black Hippie album. It's never going to happen because you want it.
You think it's like some shit where they just like have never talked to each other, or is it just
I think
different?
It's a troll, and Mach's kind of a troll too, and they just kind of like know people want it too much, and they're okay not. They don't need to do it to sustain themselves. They're not going to. Like, I think that's more Droog one to piss people off, honestly. But because I think they could have done it like 5 times over at this point. Like, if they would have done it, they would have done it around the time they did the trilogy, because that was when Droog was working closest with Mach. Also, like, I'm just digging my own grave every second I say any of this shit. Just gonna get this DMCA'd. But
No. Well, I gotta say before they do that collab, if it's ever happening, Mach has to be in the next Paul Schrader movie after that Taxi Driver sample. It's got to get in there. Where is Card Counter?
Friend of the show, Paul Schrader.
Paul Schrader. We love Paul on the show. We like Paul's Facebook comments about movies he's seen. He left one recently about a movie called The Lost Daughter, which was very funny. About how he was beat out in an award for screenplay by The Lost Daughter, so he wasn't going to watch it.
Our movie episode with Tristan, I think you and Tristan would have a lot to talk about.
Lot of Paul content. Mach is going to be on the Pickpocket remake.
Right. Yeah. Shout out to all the Mach fans. Tune into our movie episode with Paul Schrader and Tristan. Mach might make a cameo. Trav, do you have anything to say before we just keep going with this dumb nonsense?
What do I have to say? This is one of those Hot Candles came through. What was it, like a month ago?
Right. Yeah. About.
It was a last second. It was a buzzer beater album. And it came through with like 3 or 4 of my favorite songs of the year. Self Love in particular. I just absolutely adore.
I also love some of the hooks on this. I can't even pronounce the words on Ryujin Sa.
Yeah, I'm not even fucking trying.
Yeah,
Separation of the sheep and the goats. God, there's so many good songs.
The sheep and the goat. Yeah.
There's so many good songs. Oh my God, it's got a higher score than Pray for Haiti. That's wild.
I know. Pray for Haiti got voted. Pray for Haiti scores really
it got downrated because it got popular. What a shame.
Yeah.
All those death metal fans did not care for the patois on Pray for Haiti.
Yes, get this.
That's a little ethnic. I'm a little confused by what I'm hearing.
The song that I underrated the most on Pray for Haiti, I think, is Au Revoir. I really like that song.
Oh yeah, Au Revoir is I can't even say my favorite part on it, but he's really funny on that.
That was one that
I also really like Murder Season. I think West Side's really good on Murder Season.
Classic like Griselda sound.
Yeah, I think that he really him and West Side together sound really rejuvenated. That was Gun Day 4 definitely. Just shitting on Huss definitely brought out the best of these guys.
I forgot that song came out. Oh yeah, good shit.
Huss Kingpin, his book. Shout out to Huss Kingpin's book club.
It was like, how long is that song? Like 6 minutes, and
it's like 5 minutes over the Hollow Bones beat of just
demolish
of just stomping Huss Kingpin's corpse.
Hey, you
don't ever want Mach-Hommy to be around with Keisha Plum reading a poem at your funeral.
About how she seduced you and then robbed you blind. And then Westside came in and shot you 20 times in the chest.
Gave you a blowjob, then I shot you in the dick, in the dick, in the dick.
God. But yeah, man, I'm with you, Patrick. I think the Pray for Haiti was not far from my top 10. It was just such an insane year, but it was pretty close. And the newest one I've listened to probably 2 times. I need to give it more listens.
Yeah, I listen to it. I make mixes for the car because I'm a Luddite and I have a 6 CD changer in my car, so I take advantage of that. And I have right now 1 CD is Pray for Haiti with Dollar Menu 3 on it, and one is Hot Candles, and I forget what I have on the other. I think either some Wiki or Earl on the back end of that, but yeah. So I've had Mach in my car for a while with both of these, and I can't get enough of the way he raps on either. They're significantly different, but both the same artist, and it's just so refreshing how he's internally consistent, but always evolving. He has great taste in production. The way he, I can't believe we haven't even talked about the hook. I made it out the mud, swear to God. On the the second song. Well, really the first song because there's the skit. But
yeah,
I'm not going to sing any more Mach-Hommy hooks. It's 5 hours into this podcast. But yeah, it's incredible. He's a really great artist. I'm sure that people will still downvote this thing. I'm not saying enough nice things about him, but he's made my 2 favorite albums of the year. EP, one's an LP. And yeah, I'm going to stop rambling now.
Yeah, no, it's some of the strongest work that he's done, and that says a lot considering if you look at the discography, there's not a single. I mean, there might be one or two, like, you know.
I mean, people.
I wouldn't say misses, but
for the Gospel According to and Haitian Body Odor, and both of those are arguably 10s. And I really like the Mug stuff, but I think that this is honestly he's never been better than he is.
Yeah, I
right now.
Yeah, I mean, insanely consistent artist. You look at my ratings for him, and it's just all very high. So I haven't listened to even as much as I should have, but.
All right. Well, Caleb, you got the last 10 for us.
Yeah, I do. My number one, which is not surprising considering I just did.
Number one. That was the dumbest thing.
I just spent half an hour on a different podcast talking about this album with my friend. But
is this Yeat again?
Yeat's Up to Me. Yeat's Up to Me, which is very very personal to me. I love how one of the reviews is the Earl Sweatshirt quote. Which is just, I ain't gonna lie, you got some shit, which is beautiful if you've seen the video of Earl Sweatshirt being asked about if he likes Yeat. But yes, so this album, I mean, I talked about it for half an hour, so I'm actually, go listen to that episode. You can hear me break down damn near track by track of this album. So yeah, it meant a lot to me, anticipated the hell out of it, spun it a lot this year, favorite rapper of 2021. And I don't have much to say. Get busy, fourth wall break of the year. That's all I have to say. I'm going to take this time instead to thank all the listeners, especially if you've made it this far. Jesus Christ. Thank you guys so much for the podcast. Got a lot more exposure this year. Really want to take the time and thank all our guests who came on this year and put up with us for multiple hours while we ramble about music. And we're hoping to keep that consistency into next year. Travis, thanks for coming on.
Always, yeah.
Sincerely appreciate it, Patrick. We glad we got another year of this down. And Wyatt, thank you so much for putting up with all of our incessantly long ramblings to end these episodes. I really want to thank you as well. So, don't have much else to say other than we've got more episodes coming in, including a very special one that Patrick's been hinting at in previous episodes. So I don't have much else to say. Patrick, you have any closing thoughts on the year? Anything you want to tell people?
I love my daughter. Rest in peace to young Dolph. Rest in peace to young Draco. Much like COVID, it will never stop. Our outro music is by Can Kick, as always. Stagnated Pace. Travis, thank you. Wyatt, thank you. Caleb, thank you. To our listeners, thank you. It will never stop. We are living off borrowed time. Peace.
It ain't gonna never stop. 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 It ain't gonna never stop.
that when the time is right, perhaps the greatest revelation of all time will dawn upon us.